This is El Diablo Radio International. The hottest show in hell!
Nobody does it better.
Nobody. We bring the madness.
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 Ladies love El Diablo.
That handsome, cheeky little devil.
Ladies love El Diablo. Hot, hot, hot.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
You naughty,
Naughty!
cheeky little devil!
It's time.
It's time.
I am
The one true power, the one true power. I will roast the cockroach liars, roast the liars in Lucifer's fire, in the lake of fire, roast the liars. I am the Raven King. I can make anything.
fuck your
False idols,
false gods,
rotten deities,
celebrity creeps,
rulers and masters, lords and losers,
demons.
demons,
They belong here.
they belong.
I am the one.
True power,
The one true power.
the Raven King,
I can do anything.
hotter than hell,
I sing and rebel.
hotter than hell.
Set minds on fire.
I am the one,
True power.
the one,
True power. king. I can make anything.
Fuck your false idols,
False gods,
rotten deities,
celebrity creeps,
rulers and masters,
lords and losers,
demons,
demons, they belong here.
they belong.
I am the one,
True power,
the one true power.
the Raven King,
I can do anything.
harder than hell,
I sing and rebel,
harder than hell.
set minds on fire.
I am the one,
True power,
the one.
true power.
The demon liars, the filthy liars,
Burn the demons.
burn, burn.
It's time. It's time.
I am
I am
the one true power,
the one
the one.
true power.
I will
Roast the cockroach liars. Roast the liars in Lucifer's fire. In the lake of fire. Roast the liars.
the Raven King.
I can make anything.
Fuck your false idols,
False gods.
rotten deities,
Celebrity creeps.
rulers and masters,
Lords and losers.
demons,
Demons.
they belong here.
They belong.
I am the one true power,
The one true power.
the Raven King,
I can do anything.
harder than hell,
I sing and rebel.
harder than hell.
Set minds on fire.
I am the one,
True power.
the one true power.
Burn the demon liars.
Burn the filthy liars,
Burn the demons.
burn, 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 burn.
Burn the demons. It's time.
It's time.
I am the one true power. The one true power.
Hello. 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 Hello, my tigers. Hello, my tigers. Hello, my tigers. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, Big Nose. Hello, Tony. Hello, Landry. Hello, UFO Jesus. Hello. Hello, Creepy Keithy. Hello, Black Jesus. Hello, Ian. Hello, Trexty. I love my cult. I love my cult. I do. I love my cult.
Freaky, freaky, freak. This realm is freaky. Tricky, tricky hell. They buy and sell souls and bodies. It's a witchy world. Conspiracies upon conspiracies. Layers and layers of lies, buried in lies until you die. Until you round and round,
You go
where evil stops.
Nobody knows.
Freaky, freaky, freak. This realm is freaky.
Tricky, tricky hell.
They buy and sell
Souls and bodies.
It's a witchy world.
Conspiracies upon conspiracies. Layers and layers of lies, buried in lies
Until you
die. Until you die.
they recycle you.
Round and round you go.
Where evil stops.
Nobody knows.
Round and round,
You go.
where evil stops.
Nobody knows. Freaky, freaky, freak. Freaky, freaky, freak.
This realm is freaky.
Tricky, tricky hell.
They buy and sell
Souls and bodies. It's a witchy world.
conspiracies
Upon conspiracies. Layers and layers of lies, buried in lies
until you
die.
until you
Die. Everybody knows.
Freaky, freaky, freak. This realm is freaky.
Tricky, tricky hell.
They buy and sell
Souls and bodies. It's a witchy world. Conspiracies upon conspiracies. Layers and layers of lies.
Hello. Hello, my Tigers. Hello, my Tigers. I am God. I am your God, the Father. You should believe in me. Your realm teaches you to believe in me. Believe unto me. Have faith in me. God, your Father, you're my children. You're my children. You're my little piss ants. I'm not here to control you. I don't exist to control you. Don't be paranoid. Slaves, you're not a slave if you believe in me. I'll set you free. Heaven with Roman columns. Heaven, cities of light. And my son, which is also me. Jesus, Jesus. My glorious Son was sent by me to save you. Christian truthers, believe in Jesus. He's the only way out. Only through Jesus can you know the Father. One way. Only one way. only one way. And Tesla, Nikola Tesla, wanted to give you free energy. He was such a good genius man. Nobody can explain where he got his inventions from. No psyop there. He was just a good-hearted... Oh, the school system. School teachers. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Look at this one. As big as a house. Angry, miserable. Leave your children with teachers, strangers. We'll educate you. We'll edumacate you. Trust us. Trust us. We're not a bunch of weirdos with a few good apples mixed in with the bad apples. We're good. We're good. Oh, the sex appeal. Be fruitful and multiply. Hello, my Tigers. Hello. Hello, my Tigers. Hello. Just eat vegan. Eat vegetables. See what happens. Hello, my Tigers. Have you seen this video? Alchemical Gold. Stages. 33 minutes, 33 seconds. So 40 views, 13 likes. That means quite a few of you are not hitting the like button. I'm not surprised. People are too lazy and too dumb. So be it. Stay here. I think if you're that lazy, you're not going anywhere. You don't deserve to. You're just too fucking lazy. If that upsets you, great. Great. Doesn't bother me. Most people are lazy in this realm. Lazy losers. Lazy Daisy. Lazy Daisy. Lazy losers. You don't even know what alchemical gold is. Most of you walking this earth don't know anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a show for you today. My name is Chad. This is Open Your Reality. We are about to answer.
This is the level you're at. Some don't remember that he doesn't have hair. They'll say, is that a wig? Yes, it is. And this is the level most people are at. Big schnoz, New York Jew, tiny hat, moved to Florida, to South Florida. South Palm Beach, Florida, I think, right near Trump's place. His apartment is a short bike ride from Trump's Mar-a-Lago. It's great. And he's got a hair hat on. And this is great. People love this shit. They don't mind. 121. Hit the like button over there. You like shit. People love shit. You do. You show me all the time. I'm not oblivious to it. I'm aware that most of you in this realm are not worth what I'm handing out. You're not worth it.
Answer your questions. That's right. It's another Q&A. Some of you love it. And so I'm ready to get started. Let's go. I've got questions from you, the viewers. So
He's trying to be me when it comes to that. Some of you love it. He's trying to become more expressive, and he's trying to show a personality. He's trying very hard.
I've got questions from you, the viewers. So you know my videos always change, right? It's always let's go. I've got questions from you, the viewer. You love it. And so I'm ready to get started. Let's go. You love it. And so I'm ready to get started. Let's go. I've got questions from you, the viewers. So you know my videos always change, right? It's always changing the formats, changing everything. I'm not sure if you've talked about this, but why did you stop living in Thailand where you had free time to live more spiritually? It's a great question. Comes down to just a few simple things. First thing is that the city that I was living in, called Chiang Mai, was heavily polluted. I did not like the air quality. It sucked. So for that reason, I decided to come home, but more so,
He needs better air quality. He won't call it a hell realm, no matter what. He won't call it a hell realm. He won't call it a soul trick or soul trap system. He won't do it. This big schnoz. Big nose.
so it was because my mother and father were in the United States. And then when I met my now ex-wife, she was my girlfriend back then, I got a K-1 fiancé visa, and so we had to come back to the United States. So that's really the reason. Those things. Do you think there's a higher purpose to your current situation that involve you going back to work in the US previously and now being unemployed? There's always a higher purpose. I mean, I'm unemployed now because I just always a higher purpose. Always a higher purpose. Always a higher purpose. I mean, I'm unemployed now because I just quit my job. So I'm self-employed. Or do you think you did something wrong that you couldn't continue that lifestyle? No, I don't think I did anything wrong. When I was living in Thailand, I loved that lifestyle. I talked about it. I had time to wake up and just meditate, visualize, say affirmations, read, walk in nature, get sunlight. You know, it was a
He thinks he's got it all figured out. Just walk in nature, get sunlight, meditate, invite in the entities, say affirmations, do all this new age stuff. And where does it lead him? He's 50 something years old. He's unemployed, living in South Palm Beach, Florida. If he doesn't start making money fast, his fund will run out and he'll be kicked out of his place. Congratulations, you got it all figured out. But I don't think you do. You don't even know what this realm is. That's step one. That's not the finish line. But most people in this realm walking around don't know what this place is. And you don't have to. This realm is perfectly happy if you go cradle to grave, not only ignorant, but oblivious. That's exactly what they want. They want you to go into the death stage without a clue of this place, not just what to do. That's what people are focused on. Send me the directions, Stephen. Draw me a map of how to get out of here. And I'm just tired of fucking losers, zombies coming around me. That's going to be one of the best parts of paradise for me, is keeping the zombies far away from me, where they just can't stalk me, falsely accuse me, make up sick shit. I deal with it all the time in this realm. And humans show me what they are. And I don't think humans are what most of you believe. I think many of you have a long way to go. I do. And until you start seeing them as demonic, I don't think you know where you are.
Fantastic time. We built, my ex wife and I, we built a house for her family. It was in the countryside, about maybe 45 minutes, an hour north of Chiang Mai, outside the city. And it was in the mountains. It was this dreamy little village of maybe 200 people. It was quite
I bet that Asian thought she married a white man. She didn't know the difference between the big nose and a white man. She probably thought Chad was a white man. A lot of Asians and darkies are confused.
idyllic. I really enjoyed it. But ultimately, the city. And it was in the mountains. It was this dreamy little village of maybe 200 people. It was quite idyllic. I really enjoyed it. But ultimately, all good things have to come to an end. And basically, when we got divorced, I had no ties to the house, no pun intended. I sometimes wonder the same things about my own life, where it seems like it's one step forward, two steps back. It does feel that way quite a lot, doesn't it, kind viewer? One step forward, two steps. Sometimes it's two steps forward, one step back. That's when you're really making progress. Okay, next question is, do you think we really are meant or able to have money and success in this illusory world? Especially seeing the way things are going in the system, or should we just focus on spirituality at this stage? Well, I've watched a lot of near-death experiences, and most people who have them say what they learned or realized the most from those experiences is that money, power, fame, all these so-called accomplishments that we have in life pale in comparison to spirituality, to love, and to what we're really here for, which is to evolve our consciousness. And can some of these things that we do in life help us evolve? Of course. But maybe getting that job promotion or making some extra money,
He believes the NDE people that are love bombed are in a true paradise realm or heaven. He's that gullible and stupid. And a lot of you are. It's not just Chad. By you, I mean humans. A lot of humanity are at his level or even lower. They'll watch a few NDE videos and think, oh, it's glorious. After we die, we go to this heaven paradise place and it feels like love. And it's so wonderful. Well, what are they doing back here then? None of you can answer that. And it's one simple question. I have more follow-up questions, but I think most humans are simple. They're like this guy on the screen. And you can get upset with me all you want, but when I look around and speak with people online and in person, most are at his level or lower. That's reality. And you don't like to hear it. Most humans don't like hearing the truth. You prefer lies. It makes you feel good. That's this inverted realm. People love to hear lies. Makes them feel good. You don't want to hear that people are as dumb as this fucker or lower. Most of you don't.
yes, it's good. It helps us. But in the end, what really matters most is not what happens to us, it's how we respond to it, our attitude. And so you could be very poor, but you could be learning tremendous life lessons. And indeed, there are people that put themselves in those type of situations deliberately, purposely, so that they can evolve faster. Because if you come into this life in a rich family with great parents and all the support you would ever need, you're not going to grow as much as if you were in the opposite circumstance. So
there's the new age. You're here to grow, suffer and grow, get recycled, suffer more, grow, get recycled again, suffer more, grow. And this makes sense to idiots, including some that watch my show. Unfortunately, I wish they'd just go away. I'm not Louise. I'm not that type that assumes if they stick around long enough, they'll learn. Lots of people never learn in this realm. That's the truth. I would say most beings go cradle to grave without learning. If that upsets you, too bad, because I don't think most of you on earth want truth. You want comfortable little lies. You want to pay for them too. You want to pay channels and donate money to big noses like this guy. So be it. I'm going to take a screenshot here. But give them money. I'm not stopping anybody from spending their money on scammers and learning the hard way. Give them thousands.
Are we meant to have money in this illusory world? I think you can have money and still be spiritual. Here's another question. Good video, fun to watch. And I believe this was the reaction video I made. Curious what your take on personalities like Bashar, Samuel Blee, MD, and Ismail Perez. I had Ismail Perez on the show, actually. I did an interview with him. Never interviewed the other two. Their otherworldly information capacity is intriguing. Where does it come from? It made me think of the time travelers. A video on this could be interesting. Well, I don't know much about Samuel Blee. As far as Bashar, I don't watch much of his material. But all these people are channeling, let's say. And when you channel, there's some imagination, some intuition, some subconscious, there's some remote viewing going on. There are messages from the larger consciousness system being filtered down into your conscious. I never look at these things as this is the gospel truth. I look at them as these are possibilities. So I think it's fun. Just like I mentioned, I came across a remote viewer who remote viewed MH370, the Malaysian flight that disappeared, and Liz Cross. I mean, I listen to these things, but I don't think they're the gospel truth. They're fun to listen to because they're probably on the right track. So if it helps you, then it's perfect, right? And if you don't resonate with it, then don't listen to it. Peace, Chad. Can you do a video on how the world allegedly ended in 2012? Yes, I did do a video on that. Now, when I went to work for this job, I removed many of my videos, and I've only put a fraction of them back on. But I will look for that video and try to re-upload it because it was a fascinating video. And basically, it has to do with CERN. So I'll let you know when that video is up, or you'll just see it on the channel. Okay, on to the next question. Is it just me, brother, or are people hostile nowadays? I've been verbally attacked about 5 times in the past week for no reason, my dog and I. 5 times? I haven't been verbally or physically attacked in a long time. And I think it's just because I go about my business in public. But I do notice that people are more hostile nowadays. You know, road rage incidents, I see things on social media, and I see the way people act in person.
All right, so that's enough of him for at least a little while. I'm going to shift gears to something else here. I'm going to cover this for you a little bit. River otter versus snapping turtle. What's wrong with this? 12 million views 7 years ago. 12 million views 7 years ago. This is when regular videos got promoted by YouTube. 12 million views 7 years ago. Look at this. People love to see animals in nature attacked. They love it. They love it. You don't want to mess with either of these. You don't want to get an otter angry. But this is nature. Now, this is not the nature most people think of because they don't sit out in nature long enough to witness animals fighting and killing each other. They just witness the quiet, and in the simpleton minds of humans, this is the way humans are. If they experience a quiet day out in nature and they're out for hours and it's peaceful and quiet sitting by a pond or a river, whatever, and they don't see anything attacked or killing or dying, then that's their view of nature. Nature's peaceful. Nature equals peaceful. Humans isolate things. Then they think they have it figured out the rest of their life because they spent some peaceful time in nature. They don't realize that nature isn't peaceful because humans are simple and they're gullible and they're easily duped. And that's how this realm works. Most of the fighting doesn't happen every single second in front of your face. So since you don't witness it, you just think, well, there's nothing happening here. And the entities are pissing themselves laughing at you because you don't know where you are. You think you're in a peaceful realm with a peaceful mother nature, mother earth, and you have no idea. And I'm speaking to humanity. Most of you have no idea how this works. None. You won't observe long enough. You won't study. You won't research. You're lazy. You're simple. You're easily fooled. And that's why most of humanity are mental slaves. They're just playing. They're just playing. This is what I bet some women, like an older woman, if she was there, would probably say, "Oh no, they're just playing, Stephen. They're just playing." I love humans. They'll make up any excuse to avoid facing the truth. It's what people do. And if you observe them and pay attention to people, you will notice firsthand what I'm saying. It's what people do. Or they'll say bad otter or bad turtle as though it's bad. They want to call that one a bad one as though most of them are peaceful and most don't hunt, fight, kill, eat other. That's the way humans are. You just say, "Oh, I saw a bad otter today." You just don't get it. You don't get how nature works. And most of you won't until you're dying and then you're getting recycled by entities. Maybe they could quiz you on Earth, and I bet most people would fail. If they said, "You know what? I have a deal for you. You pass this 15-question quiz on Earth, and you're allowed out, or you can do what you want, go where you want. But you fail, you're going back to Earth." Most people would fail. They don't spend any time and effort while they're in this realm to learn where they are. They don't have a clue. And if you don't believe me, talk to normies. That's all you have to do. I don't care if you live in England, France, Germany, Australia, Sweden, Canada, United States, wherever the fuck you live. It's not hard to find zombies that have no idea where they are. So will they kill just for food? Will they kill for protecting their territory? Maybe that turtle, that snapping turtle, was getting in their territory. Animals can be very territorial. There's a lot of things going on in nature, But for the most part, humans don't understand, including the ones with PhDs, by the way. They don't understand either. And that bothers some of you because that's one of your lifelines where you think edumacation. Well, they must know what they're talking about, Stephen. They went to university and they went to grad school and they ended up getting a PhD. A PhD is so impressive to humans. And they don't know where they are. They'll be calling this a planet. They don't know where the fuck they are. And those are the people most of you respect and idolize on Earth. The turtle might have been hunting or just invading his space. Animals are territorial. It doesn't even necessarily have to do with babies. They'll be more aggressive with young to protect young babies. Most animals, whether it's an otter, whether it's a mama bear or a lioness, they're more protective when there's young ones. But it's not just that. It might have just been in that area where that's the otter's territory and they're guarding their home. They view it like a home. And somebody came into their home and they said, get the fuck out of here, basically. And they can get aggressive because you're moving in. Hippos have territory as well. Male hippos have a territory that's theirs. And the bull or the biggest male hippo will push out everything and they don't let you just come in and take over. And it's the same with many, many animals are that way. Birds can be that way with their territory. Could have been just a territorial thing. Or I don't know, maybe who knows, but that's one possibility. There's many possibilities in nature that leads to death. And that's the way it works. Now, some people would say those otters are so cute, and they are, but look what it can do to a snapping turtle. You'd have a hard time as a human killing a snapping turtle with your bare hands without a knife or without a machete. I can tell you that. So they're pretty aggressive that they're able to do that, if you think about it. I don't know if you've ever seen a snapping turtle or a large one that big. So most people, I would say especially women and children, have more of a naive view that nature's so good and all the animals get along and it's people that don't get along. I've heard people say that. I've heard children say that, and I've heard women say that, and I've heard liberal men say that. Real men don't say that. We realize that nature isn't just animals getting along. We're not that naive. Okay? Men that go walking in nature, hiking in nature, hunting in nature, camping in nature. We know. But it's generally women thinking that all the animals get along. How come people can't? Well, all the animals don't get along, women. They don't get along. You just don't understand. You have this little childlike view. And a lot of women are like children, and that hurts their feelings. But it's true. Now, would you rather be living in a delusion and get recycled, or do you want to get out of here? Do you want to toughen up, Cupcake, and put on your big girl panties and start seeing where you are? Because I think a lot of women don't want to acknowledge what's on the screen. And it's not just one otter eating a turtle. This happens every second of every day with millions of animals in this realm, right down to ants, insects, under the ground in the soil with worms, to the biggest birds and the biggest whales. Everything is eating everything else. And it's hard for you women to imagine it because, well, I don't see it in front of me. Well, most of the time you're in your house. Maybe that's why. Turn off the goddamn soap operas on TV and go out in nature, go into the swamps and places and start looking. Well, this is the truth. This is what happens. This is how animals eat and live every day. That's why I shake my head when somebody sees an animal kill another one and they say, oh, that's a bad one. No, that's natural. That's nature. It's you that doesn't understand. You're the dummy. It's not a bad animal. People just don't get it. They don't get it. I don't think they ever will. I really don't. I think there's baby truthers that come to my channel that pretend to understand and pretend to agree, and they try to gaslight me and love bomb me, but then they don't understand. They're pretending. Because if you understood, this is how nature works. Oh, and by the way, if you have a dog or even an aggressive cat that you take with you somewhere that's a large enough cat, they would attack and try to kill animals in nature. They'll try to kill chipmunks. They'll try to kill rabbits. I had dogs that killed lots of animals, and I didn't teach them to kill anything. They do it on their own instinct. I won't say what type of dog, but I had dogs that would kill all sorts, chase, catch, and kill all sorts of animals in my yard. All sorts. And so do your house cats or your domestic cats that are allowed outdoors. They kill all kinds of mice and they'll kill birds. Cats in America kill and eat millions of birds a year. Domesticated little cats kill many, many millions of birds. And people are unaware of it because the bird's in the stomach and you don't realize how many cats or how many birds your cat is out killing. You people are oblivious. That's what humans are good at. That's what you're really good at. I think you might be the best in all of the universe or so-called universe at being oblivious and being shocked by the truth because you can't see it on your own. You have to be shown by a being like me and it has to be shown in a video or shown to you. You can't believe it's happening without being shown. That's the way most of you are. Most humans wandering this earth. That's the way you are. You just are that way. And that's one of the greatest advantages that these entities have over you. They can make you believe so many things because you're so prone to believing what is false. And you have to be shown and shown and shown things to understand. I don't care if you're offended by that because I know it's true. I've spent a lifetime here observing, and people tend not to learn. Do you know when some of you learn that coyotes can kill a small dog? You learn after the dog's dead. You can say that's sad. You can call it sad all you want, which is the automatic reaction of people. Instead of learning from it and saying, wait a second, we should learn these things before there's death and tragedy of our pets. Maybe. But most never do. You just don't. It's the way humans are. You want to believe that nature is something other than what it is. Most of you on earth don't want to look at it as it truly is. And that's the way you are. That's the way you are. I don't care if it drives people away from my channel either. I'm going to keep speaking the truth, and I'm tired of liars coming around me. I don't want liars and truth deniers and reality deniers around me. I don't want you.
Cool. Let's go through a few more Flip-Flop Fuentes.
This whole pedo thing, it's like, is it really pedophilia? I don't want to be the one that has to say it, but I guess I'm being forced to say it. It's not really pedophilia, okay? They weren't trafficking 5-year-olds. It was like they were technically not legal. Big difference, in my opinion. I know that's a controversial take, but that's not really the issue there, okay? The issue is not that they were barely legal teens, which is...
I'm so tired.
It's horrendous. It's awful. It's pedophilia. Okay, relax. No, the issue is that Epstein is a Jewish spy, probably working with Israel. That's the dilemma there. He's working with Israeli intelligence.
Doing what, though? He's working with Israeli intelligence doing what? If he was getting our officials to sleep with girls who were just, I don't know, barely legal, it would be a bit of a scandal, for sure. But it would be nothing compared to getting our officials to sleep with 12-year-olds, 8-year-olds, killing them, doing horrendous things. Why you're over it? He's over it. I'm just so over it. I'm just tired. It's not technically pedophilia. By the way, this is the same argument made by Alan Dershowitz, who was arguing why we should lower the age of consent, who's named in the Epstein files for sexually molesting a 12-year-old, by the way. Is 12 pedophilia? When is pedophilia? Is it before? Do you not count it if it's after they hit puberty? Would you consider like a 12-year-old who's hit puberty? That's not really pedophilia. Is that what you consider? Yeah. I mean, look at this face, guys. Look at this face. Does that look like the face of a good man, or does that look like a demon to you? Because I'm telling you, that's a demon. That is a demon. Lord protect us. That is a demon. That is absolutely a demon. And he's coming in the disguise of Christ. Don't forget that the Bible says even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. So deception is part of it's nothing new, okay? And the thing is, a lot of you guys are like, yeah, but he's so good on these other things. He says all these other things. Yeah, what do you think a controlled op is going to be like? They can't issue a controlled op to you who's like, no, Israel doesn't control us. Tim Pool's not going to be a good controlled operation for the far right. He's a good controlled operations for like the people that are in the middle who are sort of seeing something. He's not good for the far right because he won't name the issue of Jewish supremacy or Israel's dominance in our foreign policy. If you want a good controlled op agent, they need to say the things of your target audience, but they need to modify ever so slightly and in a direction that makes them impotent. And ask yourself if that is not what Nick Fuentes is doing. It is clear as day. Anybody who doesn't want to see is blinded by emotion or by the devil, in which case I say, pray to God for the truth and discernment. Discernment is a fruit of the Spirit, and only God can grant that to you. So pray, because that's the facts. So in the two cases where you could have went for the jugular of your supposed enemy, you backpedal, you say, oh, yeah, all those crazy conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk. It wasn't technically a pedo. Then you start selling Jeffrey Epstein merch. You start selling the quarter zips of Jeffrey Epstein with the J-E on it. And you start talking about Jeffrey Epstein had aura. What are you doing there? You're making Jeffrey Epstein seem cool. Does anybody listen to this guy talk? He's a low-T guy with a lisp who looks like a freaking Neanderthal that just came out of a cave. He's gross. Pedophiles don't have aura. That's why they prey on 12-year-olds, because they can't win over actual women, people who are capable. They have to overpower their victim or lie to them. That's what losers do. Have you seen what pedophiles look like? Jeffrey Epstein just happened to have money. He's ugly anyway, but most pedophiles go turn on To Catch a Predator. They're fat. They're sloppy. They're gross. Some of them might be groypers. I was stalked by a pedophile from the ages of 8 to 11. Is 11 not pedophilia? Would you technically? Come on, man. Come on. Never got molested, though, because I outsmarted my pedophiles. So, excuse me, I was protected by God and his angels. Seriously. There was a
Protected by God and his angels. Is that why those child abusers exist in this hell realm? You're not making sense. I'm not a fan of Nick Fuentes. This chick here, Leonardo Joni, is very masculine, very loud, very pushy, very masculine. As for Nick Fuentes, the way she describes him is fairly accurate. He does seem very strange. He seems like a demon. I wouldn't be surprised if he is one or has a demon. But you weren't protected by God and God's angels. Okay? You weren't. There are children abused every day in this fucking hell realm. You're not protected. If you were protected, If God were against, if there were a good God against evil and child predators, they wouldn't exist here. It's simple. Okay? It's simple. Does anyone think that there's a good God looking out, protecting children here? A good God and angels? If you believe that, why are there millions of children harmed every year? Millions preyed upon. Millions. So where's their protection? See, that's the mental gymnastics of humans. That's what gets annoying after decades of seeing these mental gymnastics and people saying they're protected by God and his angels. Well, what about the millions of children that are harmed every year? Where's their God and angels protecting them? How come so many child predators get away with this shit? You're not in a good realm, and you don't have a good God and angels protecting you. Just stop making up delusions, that's all. Bear attacks deer. This is nature. Whether you like it or not, this is nature. Maybe you don't like it, but this is nature. Maybe you don't like it, but this is nature. This is nature. A newborn deer, look at baby. Can barely walk. They have to learn how to walk quickly, or they'll get eaten in nature. Look what's coming around. And the one foot goes up on guard because the deer spots the bear. I'm sorry to have to show that to you. I don't like that. It doesn't make me feel good. The poor little baby did what baby deers do. They dive down on the ground and they freeze. And that's what their mothers teach them to do. To freeze. Because they can't run that young. They're very wobbly on their legs. So for the idiots that might watch this at some point in the future and say, why didn't it run away? Because they can't. It was a newborn. And this is nature. And a lot of you don't understand that this is the way this place works every day. A lot of animals don't live very many years in the wild because they get killed. Now, the logic of humans is the mental gymnastics. Well, it's humans that kill them, Stephen. It's all these hunters. Barely anyone's out there hunting. You can go out the woods. You can go out in the woods in Canada and lots of America and never see a hunter. You just don't get it. Most of you don't get it. And you never will. I don't think you ever will. Most of you humans, it's not lack of faith. I've tried so long and it shouldn't take this much to get through to people. I already know there's something wrong with most humans because it shouldn't take years for you to understand this when I'm sharing and showing you, and most people don't get it. I know there's regulars on my channel that still don't get it, that have been here a long time. They don't get it. All they'll be able to do is repeat the slogans and the hashtags that I share, and that's it. That's all they can do is parrot back slogans. They've memorized slogans that I use, like choose wisely, choose freedom. But they don't get what I'm talking about. They don't see where they are. Okay? And I know that. And it's something I have to deal with. It's not easy for me to deal with that, to know that they're just sitting here pretending for months or years. And they're just parroting back slogans that I put out. They're not learning. I've come to the conclusion that very few of you on earth can learn anything that's meaningful at all. Anything outside of your school programming which of course most of you think is learning. Most humans. You think you're learning in elementary school, high school, college, university, grad school, getting your degrees. To most of you humans, that is learning. That's what you think of as learning. You don't even know what learning is. Just like most of you don't know what madness is. You don't know what sanity is. You don't know what freedom is. You don't know what life is and living. You think this is living. You just assume this is life. You'll even say it to me. This is life, Stephen. You just have no idea. You just don't. That's why I'm kind of laughing, because if only you could realize how dumb you are and how resistant to learning and how egotistical the morons are. It isn't the smart, aware, observant beings that are egotistical. Quite the opposite. It's the smug dummies of this realm. And that's what I see all the time in this place. So go ahead, follow the demons. Follow ones like this one on the screen that praise Mother Earth and talk about it being a goddess. Talk about this being a paradise, a Garden of Eden, saying we live in the Garden of Eden, that it's still Eden. We just have to fix it. Go follow them. I don't want everyone around me. I don't want dishonest, evil demons in disguise clinging to me. Just go away from me.
Hi there, guys. I'm not going to say good morning, right?
She's going to call herself good after she demonstrates being an evil demon that hates humanity and wants them to die from, as she called it, the Punjab, the Jabba Dabba Doo. Pure demon. And they view themselves as good.
I don't know, it's most people that have a YouTube channel that begin their YouTube videos with a particular thing, and it's generally a really annoying, totally meaningless platitude. I never know what the fuck to say, and I end up saying something that I don't want to say at all, like good morning, when it's nothing of the kind, because I've been lying awake for the last God knows how many hours with really bad anxiety in my gut. I probably have bags under my eyes, but who cares anyway? It's 5:30 in the morning, and I only ever do a video when I'm guided to do one. So I've got my coffee. I say this, happy coffee. And I thought, fuck it, really feel like doing a video, talk about this. See, what I want to talk.
So this demon on the screen, her voice can be your music and lullaby for all of eternity in this hell realm. But it's going to sound worse than this. The ones that get sealed in here, the ones that attack truth speakers, and that's all you've done for a lifetime. You've earned your place in hell realm. You've earned your place. And a lot of you hate truth speakers like me.
About is that for most of us soul travelers, because we have such strong light of love in us, because we are really, just to put it mundanely, we are really fucking good people. We really are. We're really kind.
She calls herself a really good person, really kind. Do you believe her? Do you believe her? She has a nice tattoo on her forehead. It matches her top. Almost the same color. Right where those 11 furrowed brow lines are on the forehead. Between the eyes. Isn't that lovely? Who gets a tattoo on their forehead?
Mundanely, we are really fucking good people. We really are. We're really kind. We're really sensitive, tender-hearted, and life is incredibly brutal. It really is. It's really, really brutal. And we're taught, we're programmed from the very get-go to bury, to distract, to deny, and to bury everything, to not feel anything. This is what all the others are doing, right? The people around us that are souls, but are not like us. So in the Gnostic terms, you have Hilux that are basically just empty. And then you get the, I think they're called the pneumatics. They're sort of middle of the road. We call them normies. And you get psychics. And I am not a Gnostic, nor do I follow that particular dogma, because I don't like dogma, because I think it's a fool's game, I really do. But there is a lot of truth in Gnosticism. There's a lot of that. There's a lot there. There just is, for me at any rate, at this moment in my journey. See, we don't live at all in the kind of world that we were made to think we live in. The world makes us think of the kind of world it wants us to think we live in other words. So everything is done in the education system, in the familial system, in the neighborhood system, everywhere you go. That mundane reality is reinforced. This is the reality that you live in, and that is how it works. So everybody has this persona, which is fake. This isn't who they are. This is a performance that everybody puts on, telling the world, this is who I am, and this is what and it's all fake. It's completely fake. It's all a performance. I was watching.
She's slurping that coffee and gulping it. I don't know where the microphone is. It doesn't seem to be pinned to her. I don't know where her microphone is to record her voice that way, which is a bit odd. I don't know where she has it, but it's picking up every noise that she makes, including gulping and her coffee.
That was this guy talking. He had claimed to have a near-death experience, and he was talking about it. And it was all a performance. It was completely fake. There was no emotion showing. He never moved his body. He didn't
Some of them are fake, so she'll cherry pick the one that's fake. And this is what a lot of deceivers do. They'll pick out a fake NDE even actor and then claim that hundreds of them are, or that they all are. They barely watch any, and then they cherry pick. She reminds me of Finkelstein in that sense. He's like that, cherry picking what they want and discarding the rest. Look at the hands making fists. Both of her hands are balled up into fists.
express anything.
I find the body language of these demons fascinating. I know a lot of people probably don't, or there'd be many people tuned in. But not many people are interested in this. They're more interested in drama and entertainment, including channels that are just not helpful, and they view them as truth. So be it.
And it was just so fake. It was incredible. That whole arena of souls experiencing something profound has been hijacked by the dark side as well. And a lot of NDEs are totally fake. But anyway, that's another story for another day. Experiencing something profound has been hijacked by the dark side as well. And a lot of NDEs are totally fake. But anyway, that's another story for another day. We do not live in the world that we thought for most of our life we live in. And we're good people, to put it on a very...
See, this is the thing. I don't think she represents all duchies, but most of the duchies I've been in contact with have been very aggressive like this. And good in the way they do these. It's just, it doesn't strike me as feminine. Nothing about this thing. And I realize there are Dutch women that live right in the Netherlands, formerly known as Holland. That's what it was called when I grew up. And they were more feminine than this. I realize that. I realize that not every Dutch woman is this demonic and masculine. I get it. But this thing is just so over the top. Look at the size of the hands on this thing. Everything about it is creepy and weird. The tattoos, everything about it is just disgusting. It looks like we have a fake backstage, most likely. It's probably Nolan joining as a guest. And he knows he's not wanted here, so he's harassing yet again. Probably him. Hello, fake Ron.
Hello, Stephen.
I knew it
You
was
want to know something? You want to know something? you gave a challenge to all of your
You,
audience.
you, 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 you,
You
you,
gave,
you,
yes.
you. I'm muting you because you're not going to come on here and be a fucking bossy little piece of shit. You're not even wanted here. Yeah, I made a challenge. Go make a video. Make a series of videos. Start a channel. Expose me, but you're coming here to harass me because you're a cockroach. And you make me sick. I don't have to tolerate you. You're a fucking cowardly incel loser that won't show your real name or your face. So yeah, I don't respect you. I don't trust you. You're a demon. Go
Okay.
away.
Okay, I'm
Go
a
away.
demon, but at least this is
Yeah,
not.
you're a demon.
I
You're a
accepted your
cockroach.
challenge.
You're
I
a
accepted your
coward.
challenge.
No, you didn't. You didn't make any videos. I'm kicking you off. You didn't do anything. Accepted my challenge. You're full of shit. Go away, you obsessed fucking loser. Go away, you douchebag. Go to London McDouche channel. That's where you belong.
Mundane way, because of course I believe that the word people is a derogatory term and I don't like it at all, because we're not people. That's part of the world that we thought we lived in. We are people, right? And we have this, you have to present this front to the world. You cannot show the world what is really going on behind the facade of the persona, because they won't accept you. You won't get anywhere. You won't have your needs met. But of course, with empaths, soul travelers, shining ones, right? We can't help but pour it out. It just comes out of us without us even being aware of it. It's there and it shines out of us. We are surrounded by beings that look like ordinary people, but that have no morality. They have no morality. They do not have any love. They cannot love. And if you cannot love,
Go to this channel. She's right for you. In fact, this woman could be your girlfriend. Maybe you should go date her and go live with her. Maybe she could take care of you instead of leeching off your sister. I'll drop the link in the chat for Nolan. That's for Nolan. Go there. Maybe you could live with Anik. Maybe you could live with her. Kismet Spiral. You could live rent free with her. You don't have to work. Because obviously you don't do anything. You just sit on the internet all night like an incel loser.
then you cannot embody the attributes of love, and you are not a being of light of love. You cannot really, I think, be alive, and you're basically a predator. But for a soul traveler, we are always on the neurotic side of the spectrum, meaning that that's part of the targeting, right? The extraordinary attacks on our being, our selfhood, in order to, I mean, it's shame tripping, extraordinary. It's incredible. Might be a bit rambly, guys, because it's very early. But now it's incredible. Now it's incredible. Might be a bit rambly, guys, because it's very early. But when you begin to understand that the world you live in is an illusion and it's like a simulation, but not in a technical sense, but it is not real. It's like you're the dreamer in the dream, but you're surrounded now more than ever before, and I feel that a certain
I wonder if Kismet Spiral would be the good-looking one if Nolan was dating her. And yes, it's yuck. Everything about this thing is yuck. It has tattoos up and down its arms, all the way down The long bicep and the long forearm, very long arms. I think it's probably intersex. And I know the baby truthers would say, well, it's inverted. It's a man. I don't think so. I think it's probably a combination. That's what I think. There's something going on beyond just women or men pretending to be women, women pretending to be men. I think there's something going on with genetics, and I think there's probably more intersex on Earth than people realize. And there's a lot of weirdness about this thing. But when it comes to demons, this is normal. And when it comes to Hell Realm, people treat this as normal. They'll say, well, you're just mean making fun of her looks. That's all people can do. Say, oh, you're mean. Because it's a realm of simpletons. I can show you, and I have for years, how demonic this thing is. And most of you on Earth will never understand. Never.
Procedure had a lot to do with that. I feel that ever since since the 80s,
In 10 or 20 years, maybe 5 years, they'll be able to have a plate of baby parts right beside the coffee, sitting on that windowsill, is what we call it here. It's like a little shelf, a windowsill, the ledge right before the window. A plate full of baby parts, maybe a baby's head, and eat it openly on a video, and nobody will say anything. Nobody will think there's anything wrong with it, because most of you go along with whatever evil is pushed in this realm. You have no fucking principles, most humans, no moral compass, no morals, no ethics, nothing. You're just malleable like clay or Play-Doh, and they can make you into anything they want. That's what I see. Because most of you on Earth defend demons. You defend demons. And I show you how demonic they are. And most of you can only open up your big fucking mouths to go "Ugh," and defend them, puke out defense and excuses and mental gymnastics. That's what you humans are good at.
childhood. I can't say the word because they won't let this video out. Childhood attacks, let's call them that, have stepped up massively from, I think in the 80s it was 7 or 8, and it went up like doubled in the 90s, and now we're looking at maybe 25 to 30, jabberoonies for babies.
So here's a beautiful bird. Do you know what kind of bird that is? What kind of heron that is? Not a beauty. Black-crowned night heron. Does it eat meat? Yes, it eats animals. It does. I'm going to show you this creature close up. I'm sure most people, if I could do a poll of humans, would say she's not a demon. She's just a normal older woman. Or a nice old lady, they'd say. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes there. The pupils have completely pinned as it turned its head, just like a little pinprick of a dot. That's how tiny they went. Isn't that remarkable? And it seems to be in a fairly dark room, and they just pinned like that. It's almost like they whited out. Her eyes, they didn't roll back. There's still pupil there. It wasn't an eye rolling back, but it just pinned. I find this stuff fascinating. And I know, because I've done this for so long, not just YouTube, most people are not fascinated by this. Most people think this is perfectly normal. The size of that ear is enormous. That's a huge ear, especially for a woman. Men tend to have a bigger nose and bigger ears, and a bigger jaw, by the way. And generally, unless it's a great big fat woman, a bigger skull, bigger head size, and brain volume. But look at the size of the ear. Massive. Now, I know most people are not observant. They don't look at stuff like this. You don't care. And why am I showing it? You'll say, what does it matter? Because it shows you what kind of freaks are in this realm. It shows you where you are if you pay attention. And I know that isn't the case because people are sitting on my channel for years and they just don't pay attention. Oh, that sounds great, Wendy. If you want to come on and join me, I would much rather talk to you than that Nolan creature that came on earlier, obviously. Look at her face. Look at this Anik Kismet spiral with the making this face, forcing yourself to look this way. She's very animated, which kind of does make it interesting to analyze this creature because demons make all sorts of faces.
Up like doubled in the 90s, and now we're looking at maybe 25 to
Now, most humans would say she's just expressive. They wouldn't call her a demon. They'd say her face is just expressive. She's animated.
30, jabberoonies for babies.
So you call them jabberoonies. You used to call it the Punjab years ago. You said that you hope everyone dies that gets the Punjab. That would include babies. And now all of a sudden you're against babies getting it. It's fascinating. You wanted them to all die just a few years ago. And it's on video. I have it on video. You creepy demonic creature. Kismet spiral.
I look at children and I see that there is something very wrong with most of them. They look just the way the voice drops there with this demon. They look gray. There's something.
They look gray. The way that it speaks, there's something so strange, so bizarre. And it isn't just because it's a mixture of a Dutch person living in England and the influence of multiple accents or languages and dialects. It's more than that. There's a demonic energy just oozing out of this thing. That's what I get from it. It's just nasty.
Very wrong going on there.
Analyzing this thing on the screen could teach people, any person tuned in, so much about what this realm is if they paid attention. And I think that's key, is paying attention, where you don't waste your minutes pretending to learn the way people will fall asleep watching a TV show or a movie or something.
And it does remind me about this X-Files episode where there's this guy working in this giant office and he sees that his boss is this massive insect who calls his co-workers into the office, does something to them, they go.
Hello, Footprints. Good to see you. I just noticed that you showed up a couple minutes ago, it looks like. Good to have you here. Yeah, I'm analyzing this thing again because it posted a new video 5 hours ago. So earlier today, this popped up. The biggest difference, in all caps is their title, the biggest difference between the good and the bad is love. You can't make this shit up. It's preaching love. Oh, it's so absurd. It's just laughable. I mean, this thing. Oh my gosh. This thing is going to teach you love. Oh man. Oh. What is Epstein going to teach people how to be a good babysitter next? Like what kind of world is this? That people would go to this thing for love to learn about. Oh gosh. Oh, what a world this is. What an inverted realm of. You want to talk about a demon game? This thing here is going to teach people love. Of all the beings on earth, this one. You can't make this shit up. It's just laughable. It's so ridiculous. She's teaching people the difference between the good and the bad. This demonic thing that just wants to end the life of its hairdresser in a video was talking about how wanted to murder their hairdresser. This evil, demonic, hateful being that hates humanity. You just can't make this stuff up. It's impossible. I couldn't make it up. I mean, it's so far gone It's so extreme to the. Oh my goodness. Oh, it looks like Wendy's joined us. Hopefully it's her and not Nolan. Hello, Wendy.
Good morning, it's me. Hello. Hello,
Good
Footprints.
morning, Wendy. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm thinking she and Jack can team up together to do a double love episode.
The Love Guru show. Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. When I read that title, it just hit me. This thing is trying to teach people about love of all the beings on earth. Like you can't make it up. It's like watching a movie and it's not realistic and you're thinking, no way would that happen. And with a straight face, it pretends that it's teaching people love.
I know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
And it forgets all of its history about saying it wishes millions to die. It was wishing that to get the Punjab and saying, I hope the Punjab does what it's designed to do, that they all quote unquote die. And that's right. That's the short clip that I have on Odyssey saved on there so they can't remove it because this thing has tried to remove my videos, by the way, like others on YouTube. They report. It's one of the ones that reports, just like Creepy Keith reported. He must have reported 25 times. And I did get a strike where they're using something now where they're trying to report their likeness being used without permission. If I use video.
oh wow.
Yeah, so they're trying everything to avoid being exposed. Because if it's already publicly shown on YouTube, why are they so worried? Why would they worry about somebody showing it on another channel?
Exactly. And is that affecting all channels or only yours? Or only people that are putting out things that are threatening to the whole team evil?
I think it's just Team Evil doing it. I've never seen anyone else affected by it or saying that they
Yeah.
had a video removed or a strike. I was the first one that I heard of that happened to. And I've never done that to anyone's channel. I never even thought of it, but they're desperate to try to get my channels taken down, to get them strikes and me to have to remove all the video coverage that I've done for years over them. So, and they'll call it stalking. Well, I'm showing what's already publicly available. I dropped the link. People can go right to her channel and watch the exact same video. All I'm doing is giving my thoughts on it, which is supposed to be allowed, reviewing, giving analysis, giving opinion, etc. But not the way YouTube works these days. They can change the rules at any time. And they could copyright something at any time. They could have this video not copyrighted and then copyright it just to report my channel, which is another trick they use, these demons. That's what Keith did. And that's what Aphrodite did. That Aphrodite Rose did that as well. She copyrighted something that I had made into a short video, reported, and it was taken down for copyright.
That's extremely sneaky and devious, and it just shows what they are. Because once you've made videos and put them out in public, it's public material. It's like claiming you can't take footage in a public space when you can, and yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's very sneaky, very devious, very evil. And it's sad. It's not only sad or scary, it makes me concerned, especially for children that are white children in Western countries in the future, because the way things are going, they're not even going to have any of the rights, privileges, freedoms that we have to film in public, to be able to say things in rebuttal, to be able to criticize in person on YouTube, anywhere. It's going to be like what I showed in my last live stream in Paris, where no filming, and they're stopping people in a free country from holding up their phone in public, walking on the street.
Yes, just like that. and then also letting the Tiggers and scum get away with killing people and doing nothing while white people are bleeding out and almost arresting them for bleeding out on the pavement. I mean, that's so inconsiderate, and just the whole way it's moving, that white people will be even less of a minority than we already are. It's very disturbing, and like the destruction of the European spirit.
Yes, it's very disturbing. And I could see the game plan at work many years ago, well over a decade ago with that. I was into that, studying that 11, 12 years ago when there was a massive invasion. Massive amounts were sent on huge ships to Europe. And I was watching channels that were covering it and commenting, and most of those channels were wiped out off YouTube. The ones that existed in 2014, 2015, there was a massive purge of thousands of channels that used to cover topics like that, about the Great Replacement, Europe being invaded. There were a lot of videos taken off YouTube, and there were a lot of truth videos taken off YouTube that had to do with true history, not mainstream false history, but true history, including World War II, and tiny hats that were in camps that spoke the truth, that were edited out of documentaries because they said things that were true that they couldn't put in. And it was like cutting room floor video footage of them. And it was very eye opening what they said. It was just because they're the ones that were there, and they're not biased because they weren't guards. They were ones in the camps, and they said this is what happened. And they were children when they're in the camps, and they said, oh, we had candy bars, we had chocolates, we had canteen. The parents would get maybe bubble gum for them or candies with the camp money. If you're exterminating people, you don't give them camp money. You don't give them a little canteen to go to where they can earn credits or money, camp money, different currency just for the camp, where you couldn't use it outside or whatever, to buy cigarettes or chocolates. And one was talking about playing a piano and a performance, and how the guards were saying, oh, we'll let you use it this time, or I have this amount of, all this sort of little even details. It wasn't just I had a piano, a grand piano was allowed to use it, like detailed stories that sounded legitimate and believable. And talking about the movie theater, soccer games, you'd call it football, but kicking a ball around, playing against the guards, all this sort of stuff before the supply lines were bombed and starvation set in. They were not being starved out. They were not being exterminated. And that all used to be on YouTube, Wendy, is my point. There used to be long documentary videos on here up until around 2014, 2015, and they all seem to get wiped out, purged.
Purged deliberately so that Europeans don't have the facts, and the whole sense of worth and pride is removed. I think BitChute used to have loads of things on, and I watched some of them, and I don't think I got to see everything that they had available, and they just switched it off in the UK, even though the head office is down in Brighton or something in the UK. So suddenly it was unavailable.
Oh, I didn't know that they switched it off there.
Yeah,
Oh.
last January it just went down, and they had things about the camp money and the wooden doors that were, with flimsy hinges and gaps, and but it was someone was talking about how they had a maternity ward and a wedding chapel, so so they could, why would you have weddings and like a mixed and like an accommodation for couples to live in with their children, and yeah.
In a death camp, of course. It really makes sense.
Yeah.
And a swimming pool is another thing they had. They had a great big swimming pool. Lots of people don't have a swimming pool. They had it pretty good. I'm not like that's the way I look at it. I can only say so much due to YouTube, but maybe I'll make it at
understood.
some point on Odyssey. But I'll make it somewhere where they can't just remove it. But the thing is, they lied to us completely. They lie
Totally.
to children, and they brainwash German children and English children, British children, French children, all European children in all the Nordic countries. They're being brainwashed in Canada and United States because they did here. And most people just say, well, of course that people will never face the true history. They can't believe that they've been lied to. And I think one of the breakthroughs that has to happen in order for someone to get free enough. By the way, Nolan's backstage using another name, harassing again. I'm mentioning it not to give him attention, but to document that he is someone that likes to harass, and he's going to pay for what he's doing. He's going to pay spiritual consequences for his harassment. Whether he believes that or not, he will. But anyway, most children are raised with lies. And if you could just see that they lie to us, it blows the lid off everything. It reveals the whole system. Once you see a big lie like that in history, it makes it easier to see that we're in a realm filled with lies. Nolan is a creep. I agree. He's a real creep. And he's a liar. And he's a team evil cockroach. He doesn't belong here. He's not wanted here. Go away, you creepy creature. I'm not bringing you on at all. I just want to seal you in Hell Realm. That's all I think about you. You belong here. You're as creepy, most likely, as the Kismet Spiral creature on the screen.
Go in looking all bright-eyed
It looks like Wendy got disconnected.
and bushy tails, and they come out and they're dead, grey. They're like zombies, right? And he's the only guy that can see it because, well, he's like us, and he's a seer, and he can see the fucking truth. And everybody else thinks he's losing it, and he is losing it. Of course, he panics, and in the end he goes crazy with a gun, and everybody thinks, oh, it's a crazy lone gunman. But you know, he sees the truth. Something, and it doesn't happen to each and every child or adult who has these, you know, jabberoonies, but something has happened to a hell of a lot of them. And we know what happened 6 years ago, and it's still ongoing, right? Because they sent me a text telling me to come for my next. And I'm like, what the fuck? I've not had any, and I never would. And it's like, why are you sending me texts? And I sent you texts when you get to a certain age, and I'm 58.
She's 58, she looks 75. And she thinks that as long as she doesn't get the jab, she'll be okay. She'll be healthy and live forever. That's kind of her mindset. You don't ever have to get that. You're still going to die. You don't ever have to get that jab. Your body's not going to live forever. And then what are you going to do, Kismet? You're going to get recycled?
Now, but they keep prodding you to go and have your flu jabberoonie, which, like, whoa. People are injected left, right, and centre, and have been for fucking years, right? And I reckon we're dealing with walk-ins in many cases. I think that there's something like that is going on, but.
Sorry about that.
Hello, Wendy's. Welcome back.
Sorry that I just noticed the signal had gone. I don't know where I was. I was probably rambling, and it was strange. The signal was fine, and then it just suddenly wasn't. So maybe it was the topic. Oh dear.
It could have been. But yeah, that whole. Essentially, I'll put it this way. I'll sum it up for people that are tuned in. Everything that you think you know about World War II, they lied to you about all of it. That's one example from history. It's not the only example that they've lied to people about. But everything that people were taught or believe that they know about World War II was a lie. They lied and lied and lied. And it's so deep that you could spend hours and hours and weeks and months just on that topic because there's so many lies with it. It's just it's it's a ton of lies that we were taught about that. Complete ton. And it's even post World War II, right after the war, what was done to the German women, children, the men were put into Eisenhower's POW extermination camps, starved. Just horrendous things happened. And it's all twisted it around like our countries were the good guys run by not by psychopaths, of course. Churchill couldn't possibly be a psychopath, and Roosevelt and Eisenhower and Stalin. They all were. They're Freemason psychopaths. And the whole post World War II Cold War was fake because they're all buddies. They planned that. They fooled people for 50 bloody years. And this is what's difficult for people to wrap their heads around because they'll say, how could they do that to us? They don't care about you. See, most humans that are adults act like little children and they treat their politicians like their daddy and mommy and daddy because most people never grow up really mentally, psychologically. They're children when they're 40, 50 years old. They want leaders as mommy and daddy. But they're being controlled by psychopaths and fed lies by psychopaths. These psychos would have you believing lies for eternity if they could, not just for 50 years of a fake Cold War. They would have you, humanity, but that's what I mean by you, humans believing in lies for eternity if they could. They don't care about you at all. At all. They don't have no care for you and no care for truth. And they hate truth speakers like me, these demons. I'm hated more than I think anyone on my channel could even imagine. I'm harassed every day in emails, when I go live streams, no matter what I do, they're Velcroing themselves and stalking me because that's what they do. That's what these demons do. And they did it before I was alive. They did it in World War II. They tried to destroy Germany at the end of World War I with the Treaty of Versailles. They wanted to starve the German people. And there was a saying back then in Germany, fat Jews and skinny Germans. And that's the way it was. The people living there could see what was going on. And they could see the Weimar Republic, the degeneracy, the stuff pushed in books and all the entertainment. It was just disgusting. And the same thing's happening. They're doing the same thing today. And that's why those beings were kicked out of 109 countries or 109 times out of European countries. It all makes sense once you look into it, and that's all people have to do. You might not be able to find the information these days on YouTube, but look around on the internet, people, and you'll find enough that you'll see what I'm saying is true. Just like Wendy mentioned the flimsy wooden doors and German engineering, they would have had airtight steel doors with a seal and huge locks. Like they wouldn't have done it that way. It's just laughable what they claim happened. And it didn't happen. Chimneys were attached to buildings post World War II so that they could give you these fake tours of these camps. It's all ridiculous. And that's what it is. They'll scan the ground with these ground penetrating radar claiming there were mass graves and they couldn't find any. Isn't that a coincidence? They did the same thing in Canada recently in the last 5 years or less with the residential schools that Indians claim were mass graves. They never found any. Never found any. But they want to cry victim for decades, claiming that we exterminated them that way. They want to guilt white people. It's always aimed at white people. I never see them doing that to darkies or Jews or brown people. It's always aimed at trying to guilt white people and make white children, not just German children. But did you know they're still paying reparations to Israel to this day?
That's beyond ridiculous. We are the repayments for the Irish people for what happened to them. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. And what Germans were even alive? So who are they paying reparations to?
Yeah.
People that never even lived, weren't even in those camps. It's the same thing with these darkies in America saying we want reparations for what they say happened 400 or 300 years ago. Or well, they weren't alive, they didn't go through that. It's just remarkable, it really is, and it's always white people that are cast as the demons and guilted, and we want your money, and it's always wherever the world, whether it's in Germany, America, South Africa, everywhere, it's they're painting us as the evil monsters. That's the pattern.
The Germans should be getting payment for the slander with extra interest on it. I mean, it's just, if this realm was even neutral, they'd be able to sue them as the tinies are. They love to sue for everything. They really are owed more than an apology. They, it's just what's happened to them, and they just wanted to live in their own way with decency. It's yeah.
Yes. There was an older German lady that lived across the street when I was young, and not just when I was young, but into my teen years, and she had a great her and her husband, it wasn't just her, but they had a great big house, and they were a German couple, and then their son built a house next door to them, and their grandchildren were there, and just beautiful homes with they were builders and master carpenters, masters, able to build in built-in cabinets and woodwork and all that, all those sorts of beautiful things. And sorry for saying but I'm just thinking back, it's taking me a trip down memory lane. They knew that it was a lie because that grandmother had a conversation with my mom, I remember, and my mom said she knows that it wasn't the way that they tell us, and I suspected it even childhood. I really did. I thought, "This doesn't add up." I don't see evil German people around that I could picture doing that, and it just doesn't make sense, even logically. If they wanted to wipe them out, they just would have done it on the spot. If they were just brutal as the N word were brutal, killers, excuse me, were killers and just psychopaths and had absolutely no care, they wouldn't even need to round them up and transport them anywhere if the whole plan was just to execute millions of people. They could have easily done it. Easily. So that part of it as a child made me think, well, that doesn't add up. Why would they even build camps then? What would be the point of having guards and spending resources and trains and doing all the things that you need to do, feeding these inmates for years at times and everything else? It just doesn't make sense. You, it just doesn't. I mean, if I knew someone, let's say we were in a different realm somehow where if someone murdered your family, you could just go and enact justice on them and get rid of them. I wouldn't house them and feed them for years. I would take
Exactly.
vengeance and get rid of them, you know? So, yeah. Did you ever think of it when you were younger that maybe not know the whole story and all of the layers of lies, but just think, well, this doesn't add up, this history.
I looked at when I went to Amsterdam to have a look, just on a weekend. It was a weekend trip. We passed through Amsterdam on the way to Belgium, and we went to that house, and it just looked absolutely impossible, and it did seem extremely suspicious because the buildings were so small anyway, and there was German engineering. I mean, the whole they call them black man's wheels, BMW. Those were like the height of if you had a BMW, it kind of made it. So people were very proud of importing or having it made, like quality things. So there was all that going on. I don't think I definitely hadn't realized they were lying about white people. That was not, I didn't know that was planned for us or that was going on, but there were some things that didn't make sense, but I hadn't held all the different pieces together to make to put them to make a bigger. How do I say it? I hadn't kept all the different things that didn't make sense. I hadn't kept them all in the field of vision to join them up and make a sensible conclusion. So I am grateful that I've found your channel, and you put things so clearly and sensibly. It's extremely helpful, and thank you.
You're welcome, Wendy. Yeah, it doesn't add up that they would live in a tiny attic, and the ink that was used, there were certain things that there was a certain pen that was used that wasn't even sold at the time of Anne doing those writings, and a lot of it reads like instead of it reading like a adolescent or a girl going through puberty, it reads more like a creepy man wrote it older person. There's a lot of discrepancies with that whole thing. And they love their hoaxes, just like the soap and the lampshades that they claim. Why would civilized, advanced German people ever think of doing what these creatures claim was done, and then there's no evidence? So then they say, well, that was just a myth. But, well, where did it come from? Would be my question. Because the Germans weren't spreading demonic myths about Germans. Where did these myths start that the tiny hats were made into soap, human soap and human lampshades and all this stuff, the soap and lampshades? And it's beyond propaganda. It's trying to demonize a whole people. And it's disgusting, and it does so much damage to the psyche of children and to the European spirit and psyche, where a lot of people that aren't German, just because they're white, and I'm saying the Germans shouldn't feel guilty for it either, because it's wrong. It's false guilt. But they've guilted all white people, thinking, look what you did. You white people, you evil white people started 2 world wars. And look what you did, and look what you did here. And you're colonizers, and you did this, and you did that, and you did this, and you did that. And they're always demonizing white people, whether it's the darkies demonizing us, Black Americans, Black Africans, the tiny hats from Israel, the tiny hats in America, Canada. It's always aimed at European people. That's such a huge pattern where you never see these other groups demonized. It's always demonizing white people, white children. That's a huge pattern going back long before I was born.
Do you remember the Grimm's fairy tales? I mean, I don't know if that was part of your growing up literature. I know we had that at home, and I don't think children are reading that anymore. And I wonder if that could have been trying to help children see that there were some really wicked people out there, and that seems to have been removed to make things more softer and more Disney-fied.
Yeah, we didn't have those in our home, unfortunately. I didn't grow up with Grimm's fairy tales. I was I was a child. It's funny that you mentioned Disney, because my mom bought all of those Disney books for children for us. We had those in our house: Pinocchio, Snow White, Sleeping Beauty. What other ones? Cinderella, Dumbo the Elephant, all of those. I remember those books. They had little pictures, little illustrations. So everything was kind of Disneyfied, but that didn't brainwash me to think that this realm is Disney. I still saw through it. And that's another reason why I would say maybe I am different. I think I am, but I still don't hand people excuses saying, well, they were programmed as children, so they have a pass for life to be programmed. And say, I can't help it, Stephen. I'm 85 years old, but I was programmed as a child with Disney books, so I have that excuse as to why I've never seen this realm as evil. I don't give people that pass. I just say, well, you're an adult. Why didn't you ever question it or think to deprogram yourself? That's what I would say to anyone on earth that was raised on Disney books, Disney movies, or anything. Yes, you were given something false and given false history, but at a certain point, you have to say, I never bothered to use what was at my fingertips, the whole internet, And for many years, it was on YouTube. Again, until like 10, 11 years ago or so. And I realize there's younger people that will say, well, I wasn't around back then. Yeah, but there's other avenues. There's not just YouTube. So if they just plop their ass on YouTube and never look anywhere else, then they'll never find it. So that's where the laziness and factor comes in that I talk about, and humans not being curious, because YouTube isn't the internet. It's one site on the internet or one app. There's a lot more internet out there still that people could find the truth if they wanted to look. And there's people that come to my channel like Nolan. They'll never do any looking. They just don't. And they don't have curiosity. They just get fixated on one little pet topic, like his crater Moon Earth or his eyeball Earth like London. Doesn't bother me. If they want to just stay away from me, they can fixate on that forever, right into the recycling bin, because that's where they're headed. That'll never get them out of here. That would get them out of hell realm as much as somebody watching this Kismet spiral and believing she's a good being. It's not going to help you at all. Get out of here.
It's true. Yeah.
Imagine being fixated on something and saying, well, they believe it looks like an eyeball that we're living on, or London at one time, that douchebag believed it was a skull, and then he'll flip back to Crater Earth, which has gone around for 10 years on YouTube. I saw that guy's YouTube channel many years ago. I can't think of his name. It's a Dutchie, starts with a G, Goglio something, or some weird YouTube name. But it's not a new theory, and it doesn't matter in the end. So some people would say, what do you mean it doesn't matter? Because when your spirit leaves your body, the main thing that matters is not going to be if you're living at the bottom of a moon crater, or on a flat earth, or in a pyramid. That's not going to be the most important thing. It's whether you get out or not. Either you do or you don't. The geography that used to be beneath your feet isn't going to matter too much when you're a spirit looking down at your body saying, well, I'm dead. You're either going to get recycled or you're going to get out. And what Nolan and London and other idiots are going to be doing is thinking, I'm going to look and see, I got to figure out if I'm living on an eyeball or in a moon crater. Because they're fucking idiots. And it should be that simple to people. That's going to help them 0% spiritually get out of here. 0. And that's their fixation. And they're trying to get thousands of others to fixate on something that won't help you spiritually at all. And that's why I think it's a waste of time.
And time seems to move faster as you get older. So wasting time is a really dumb move to do.
They don't know if they're going to die in their sleep
Yeah.
tonight. I think a lot of them assume,
That's
well,
true.
I'm 20 years old. I'm going to live to be 70. You don't know that, Nolan. If you're like, I just think he's a dumbass. I don't think there's any way. I shouldn't even try to help him after all the shit he's done already. He's shown me what he is. But putting that aside, just looking at his age, let's say he is in his 20s, and let's say he's telling the truth that he's 20 something. That's fine. There's no guarantee that you're going to live into old age and have decades to look into things. No guarantee at all. People die in this realm every day in so many ways. So you might have a lot less time than you assume. And I just think fixating on the physical grounds you here anyways. It's an anchor. And I've tried to express that in live streams and on videos. And I don't think people get it, how that's an anchor. Just like fixating on 9/11 for 25 years. Millions of people have done that. Do I think that will help them spiritually get freedom? No. Quite the opposite. I think it will anchor them here like wearing cement shoes with a chain between the shoes. I don't think they're going anywhere. And how much will they affect evil by fixating on that topic for 25 years? Not one arrest of any evil demon involved in that. So they've had zero success fixating on that. And then it's going to anchor them here in Hell Realm. It's one of the dumbest things you can do. But most truthers have this big ego where they think they know what they're doing. They think they're doing something smart. And they're not. Just like the Epstein files. None of these creatures are going to be put in prison. It's obvious to anyone like me that's been around for a long time and seen this before, this same thing. They get away with it every time. I'm not laughing at evil getting away with it. I'm just laughing that people can't learn. The pattern's right there. They might as well be watching a game where the football team cheats every time and wins. And they watch it their whole life and they're still shaking their head at the end saying, I can't believe they won. And I'm sitting there going, I knew 55 years ago that this is rigged. You can't see the pattern? Like, how slow are you people? That's what's remarkable to me. It's like living in a realm where I'm around snails. That's what it feels like because I see these patterns and they just keep repeating and people can't see it. None of these creatures are ever going to be punished in this realm. There is no justice here at this point. How could there be justice? Sealing the whole realm in. Not changing a court system or voting or all the things they have people doing. Protesting. They have people fixated on what's useless at best, if not anchoring them here. And they just can't see it. They don't want to see it.
And the other fixations like the GAPS diet and detoxing and all of those things, in the end, the body's just not going to be around anyway.
It's true.
So,
you know, when I was young, there were people that died that my family knew that would jog every day or exercise, and they were known when I was a kid. So this was a long time ago, but they were known as health freaks. And some of them died of heart attacks while jogging in their 30s. It wasn't their knees that gave out, their heart gave out at 35.
and they were healthy,
Known to be healthy,
supposedly.
yeah. People would look at them and
Yeah.
say they're really healthy.
Yeah.
And they had a short life. And I had an uncle that wasn't extremely healthy, but nobody thought he was going to die before 45. He died of a massive heart attack. His kids were not grown up. My cousins, first cousins, just dead. Massive heart attack, dead before even the ambulance could get there, dead. So people just don't and the reason I'm mentioning this, they don't understand. They just don't understand how this matrix works if they're focused on their diet and that's their big main focus. You got to get this strict diet. You got to avoid these foods and eat more of this and their whole big focus in life is their diet. Well, how does that help you spiritually?
It doesn't.
I know it's a simple question and I'm glad you answered, but you know, most people will never ask that question or never answer it. If I ask them, they'll change the topic. That's another tactic. And it isn't just Regina and Nolan. It's all demons that do that I come in contact with. And yeah, I am grouping them in as demons because they're compulsive liars. And I think that's a sign of demonic behavior. Just compulsively lying day after day with names, ages, everything. They lie about everything. That's not normal. Now, in Hell Realm, people would argue, what's the big deal? Well, I view it as demonic behavior, compulsively lying. And they're fixated on things like diet. So be it. They're getting recycled. Whether they like it or not, they can get upset at me saying it. But your diet is never going to help you get out of Hell Realm, ever. Neither will compulsively lying either. That's going to anchor you here. If anything, that's going to be a big anchor. Because you haven't been authentic your whole life and honest. You can't just walk through the narrow gate of this place. It's about more than knowledge. You have to be a good being. You have to have a kind of purity. And I think that's what they were referring to in the ancient times with the Egyptians, being as light as a feather, not having the weight of lies on your shoulders.
Oh,
I tried to explain that one time to Kirsten and Louise because I could tell that they were lying, met before they left, before they kind of conspired. I could tell that they thought we've gotten all we need out of Stephen in terms of knowledge, and they didn't. They don't know all the knowledge that I have. I haven't released it all on YouTube. I could make videos for the next 10 years with the amount of knowledge I still have in my head that they don't know about. But it's about more than just knowledge. You can't be the way they are and get out. I know they believe they're getting out. But a lot of liars like Louise and Kirsten have that false confidence. It doesn't have a foundation or a basis. I know I use Rose quite often as this example. She's not the only one at all, but she just comes to mind, Rose 777, because she said to me one time, "Where do you get you're so confident. Where do you get your confidence?" Well, I have truth on my side. That's why. I know the truth of where I am. I know what this place is because I observe it and I know it. There's a lot of beings in this realm that say you can't know anything. It's another demonic tactic, claiming that we just can't know anything. That's completely false and laughable. You might as well say to someone, you don't know your mother's name. You don't know your name. You can't know your age. You can't know your body. You can't know how you're feeling. Like there's a million things that you can't know that water's wet before you touch it.
yeah,
Yes, you can.
you can.
So they're lying when they say we can't know anything. It's a total lie, Wendy, and it's a control mechanism. The reason I mention it is this is how demons work. They want us to feel small, like, oh, we can't know anything. It's false.
That's really helpful when you point that out. Like yesterday, you pointed out the that guy that started the video saying about the conspiracy theory, but how he demolished his argument from the beginning, and you gave an alternative way to begin in a strong way, and that was so useful because I've never been taught that, and I haven't. Well, it's on my shoulders to learn that, so I found that really useful. So thank you for that. Sorry, I interrupted.
Oh no, that's okay. You didn't interrupt. I was done. I was done speaking, and when you chimed in, I understood. I'm glad you liked that. You're welcome. I'm glad that helped you, because I noticed that about people. It's almost like a character out of a movie or a Forrest Gump type saying, "I'm not a smart man, but..." Well, you ruined your argument before you even began speaking. It just kind of reminds me of that.
Yes, and I find it especially helpful because I know about the but I didn't think about the bit before the but and how they started the conversation. He started his video in a way that made him look stupid because he didn't understand the definition, but it made him look weak from the beginning, and it would mean that that the listeners or watchers would dismiss whatever he said as garbage. So it was really nicely done the way you did it, and you do that all the time without thinking. So I appreciate the fact that you actually broke it down, what was going on, and giving the alternative, because then it inspires being creative to think, how can you apply that in another situation? So thank you.
You're welcome, Wendy. I think what it is, a lot of that comes from or stems from when I was a child, I would pay attention and be observant. Not necessarily in school. I would stare out the window and daydream in school, and I've mentioned that many, many times. Elementary school, that's really most of what I did. Now, sometimes if it was an interesting topic that the teacher was telling or a story, or we were studying a book and analyzing it or trying to figure out the meaning, then I'd be interested. Then I'd pay attention if I had an interest. But if I didn't, I'd rush to do my work and get my work done, and then I would just kind of look out the window and daydream, or I'd draw in a notebook or something. I'd be sketching or scribbling or writing maybe my own story or something. I'd be doing something other than schoolwork. But at home or around adults, I'd be paying attention if they were telling stories or if they were giving their views on life or this or that. I'd be quiet and observant, just like in nature. I try to be observant and be aware. And it's awareness. So what I'm getting at is I've done that so long that it's automatic. Where if I'm listening to a YouTube video and they start off saying, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but blah, blah, blah. I just notice it right away without trying. It's not me putting in tremendous effort or energy to focus. It's just automatic. And the reason I say that so much on my channel, I hope people pay attention because I observe humans being in a trance a lot out there in public and on YouTube and sitting on panels and live stream, and they're not aware. They're just in a trance. And you can say a few sentences and say, "Do you get what I mean?" And they'll say, "Yeah, yeah." And I'll say, "What did I just say?" And they can't remember because they really are in a trance. They're not paying attention. And I think it's a good thing to work on. If people can work on being aware, then they will pick up on stuff like that guy saying, "I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but," and how he demolished his argument. And even subconsciously, people are going to hear that and say, well, he's not believable. He's not strong. He's weak. He's destroying his own argument before he's even begun explaining it. It's a foolish way of saying something. Absolutely it is. It would be like me saying, I'm not a black person. I'm not a darkie, but I have some criticisms for the darkies and their culture. Why even state that I'm not a darkie? But why would I do that? That's the weak way of coming across. It's the worst way to start off speaking or an argument. I don't have to be a darkie, so I don't have to say that. Just like I can be critical of the west side of Chicago or the slums in Baltimore or slums in Detroit. I don't have to say to start an argument or a criticism, I don't live in the slums of Detroit. I'm not a black person, but I don't have to do that. It's unnecessary at best. And at worst, it destroys the argument. It gets people to focus on that, thinking, yeah, he's not black. What right does he have to say about this? He's saying he's not black, but he's talking about black people. Well, I have every right to talk about black people or Chinese people or whoever. That's another thing in society. They're trying to make it so that, oh, you can't talk about that. You're a straight white man. You can't talk about that. Oh, yes, I can. I'll talk about whatever I want. I'll give my thoughts on whatever I want. I'll start off with a stance that's strong and masculine rather than shooting myself in the foot, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, and it's also why it's so nice to watch you in action when you go somewhere and how you use your words efficiently and effectively. You're not wasting on fluff and diminishing anything. It's really something to watch. So yeah.
Some people are highly skilled at only speaking fluff. They'll speak for half an hour on a live stream and they'll say nothing. It's just there's no
That's
substance.
true.
And you look at it going,
Yeah.
what did they say?
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
Yeah. It's just
Yeah.
noise.
And it's just remarkable.
Yeah.
I don't even think that a lot of them are aware of it. I don't think it's necessarily intentional. I think that in their mind, they said a lot of something that's meaningful. And at the end, if you go back and review it, it's like they didn't say anything of substance. It was all just cliches, platitudes, fluff, nonsense, word salad, wishful thinking, feelings. I feel like, I feel like, I feel like, I feel like, that kind of stuff. And it's just in the end, where's the meat? Where's the substance? I don't want to order a big double bacon cheeseburger
True.
and it just to be fluffy buns and there's no meat in there. Like, where is it?
It's true. Can you hear the crows?
Yes, that sounds great. I love that. I just heard them.
I think they've got babies and
Oh, wow. Babies.
oh, yeah. I'm near a field at the moment, and they're flying overhead. I think the little ones are having their flying lessons because there's a bit of a wind
Oh,
starting.
wow.
So it's
That's beautiful. I hear them clearly. That's wonderful.
good.
Oh, I love it. I love that. They're so feisty and so intelligent and so lovely and just amusing and everything. They're a combination of things.
Yes.
Oh, go
There's
ahead.
sorry, there's a pair that come to the garden, and it's so sweet. I cut cheese into little squares for them now. They get other bits and bobs, but their favorite is cheese. And so we have this little thing going now. There'll be a head bob from both of us, and I'll go out and put it out for them, and then not look at them and go back into the house. And before I've even got in the door, he or she has got down and he's picked it up and walked towards the water that's there for the birds, and is giving it a wash, and then eats it and then flies off. It's so cute.
Oh, wow. That is so cute. I love that. It's funny how I would say the average normie would acknowledge that crows are intelligent. They'll say they're so smart, but they stop there. It's like a full stop. And that's the surface level. I notice with humans, they'll say, well, they're so intelligent, but they don't realize they have their own personalities. They're cute, they're amusing, they'll play pranks. Sometimes crows will go up and they won't try to harm, they'll just tap maybe a dog or a cat on the butt or something like that. They play tricks, they play games, they do all sorts of things. I
Oh,
mean, they do things for fun. They're not just living for survival. They're actually living. And then they have funerals if they lose, even if it isn't a loved one, it could be a crow that's a stranger in a way or just barely known, and they'll attend the funeral. And they've been studied. They do all sorts of things that reveal they're beyond intelligent. They're spiritual beings. They're caring, empathetic beings that care about others. And that's what I've always liked about them is the intelligence is one part that I do respect and admire in them, but it's also the fact that they are caring beings and they remember their loved ones. They'll remember a good person that's treated them well. They'll remember them forever, as far as I'm concerned. And I think all of this is going to make more sense in the future too with people, where they'll meet spirits of crows, let's say, that they treated well in the afterlife or what we would call the afterlife outside of here, and they'll be remembered. I think we will be remembered spiritually by the animals and birds that we've helped, that we've been friendly to, that we've acknowledged, waved to, or anything like that out in the wild. I think that's a big possibility. And I don't know if anyone else on any other channels has spoken about that, but I don't see a lot of spiritual talk on these channels. It's almost always focused on the physical surface of this realm. That's the way that seems to be their focus that I ever see when I tune into the live streams or watch their videos. It's always focused on material, money, and that sort of thing, and just physical stuff.
that made my eyes a bit soggy when you said that about recognizing them. And yeah, that would be amazing.
I do think that will happen with crows, ravens, with animals out in the wild that we've known somehow, or ones that we've helped, and even, of course, our pets, but the pets of neighbors, perhaps, that we've looked after or tried to help out if they were hurt, and ones in the wild. And that's the way I see it. I think that All good spirits deserve to be freed from this realm. And all of the ones that have chosen evil can stay
Absolutely.
here. And they've chosen this evil. And I tried to drive that message home to people on my channel because I think a lot of people, maybe before they were here, were making up excuses for evil, like, oh, they must have had a bad childhood or must have been this. But look at how they choose evil year after year. It's not a mistake. It looks intentionally done that they choose to do evil.
But yes, they do choose it. And there's children that have gone through the same situation, like siblings that have had the same household and they don't turn evil. So there is an element of the spirit and choice in it. It's not you can't keep blaming childhood and events, and like that's like blaming the Wi-Fi signals and the everything else that's going on. It's happening all around. So no excuses.
Yes, and I think it's part of this Hell Realm system designed to get people into the mode of being an excuse maker, saying, well, it's the Wi-Fi. It's all the frequencies around it. It's the programming. It's the screens. It's the smartphones. There's endless videos saying it's this, it's that. This is why people are this way. But nobody just faces the problem of evil and says, well, there's evil here, and they're choosing to do evil, to harm others, to harm animals, to destroy the most innocent babies that are helpless and things like that. And almost no one in this realm says they're choosing it. It's a choice. That hardly ever comes up in conversations that I've ever seen. Most people are just excuse makers. They have endless excuses, and the excuses stack up higher than those old phone books that we used to have. These big, thick phone books and just full of excuses. And they'll never just acknowledge, well, we're in an evil realm and they're choosing to do evil. They'd rather make 10 million excuses. It's remarkable when you look at it that way.
That's true, and excusing evil just gives it permission to ramp it up and do even more evil.
Yes, it's just enabling. It's just evil loves the excuse makers because yeah, they can just go and do more. They'll say, well, they're making excuses for me. These idiots, these zombies are just making it, and they'll just go out and do even more harm. They'll go kill more people. They'll go out and abuse more innocent children, or they'll kidnap, and they're doing all this evil stuff. And the average being in this realm never just puts their foot down and says, no more. This has to be stopped. This is wrong. This shouldn't be going on, and just takes a real stance on it. And then I don't care if they criticize me. I'm just mentioning it because they do it. They'll say, well, it's black and white thinking with Stephen. There's no nuance. He's not saying that we should do this, and he's just saying we should get rid of them and we should seal them in. And I don't make apologies for what I'm saying. I do say that we should seal them in. I have said in the past that there would be public executions. They have clips. Team Evil has clips of me saying that as though I've said something tremendously wrong in their view. But I stand by it. I'm not taking it back. I'm not shying away. I'm not going to say, oh, I'm sorry I said that. No, I would do the same thing today. If I could have prisoners erecting the gallows with wood and nails, hammers in public, and they would be doing that for free, these inmates. They'd have to build the gallows
Excellent
for their own
suggestion.
buddies.
Yeah.
And they'd have to watch as well. And so would their evil families that were trying to get them make excuses. Their families would be there as well, witnessing the execution of their own evil family members that they made excuses for, sometimes for years. And they'd have to see, hey, this is how we handle evil. We don't make excuses. We're done. No mercy on you, evil demons.
Absolutely no mercy. Yeah.
I remember as a child, did you ever hear that the Chinese would make the family pay for the bullet? They'd send them a bill. I don't know if it's true or if a myth, but that's what I heard growing up.
I did hear that, but I might have heard it from your channel. So no.
So what I would do is something different in the West with the gallows, the public hangings. In some cases, in the atrocious cases where the families defended and made excuses for their evil son, daughter, whoever, loved one in their immediate family, they would be the ones having to pull for the hangman's noose for the floor to drop. They would have to be the executioner.
Oh, yeah.
They'd be involved.
That's a great touch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they defended and lied and made excuses for the evil demon that harmed others. So that's what I would do. And it wouldn't cost anything. I wouldn't spend millions of dollars. That's the other factor. The reason I mention that is because it's sickening that we have to pay to house and feed these criminals. We're paying a lot in America and Canada to have these huge prisons to keep them going for sometimes 50, 60 something years. It costs a lot of money, and that money could be used better to feed children and help the innocent instead of paying to feed these demons.
No, absolutely. And fixing things up for older people that are worried about their heating and their healthcare and all that sort of stuff, making, things more affordable that way.
Yes, absolutely.
That's just on the physical material level.
Absolutely.
But
Sorry. Go ahead, Wendy.
So I was going to say, spiritually, knowing that there were consequences, it would protect the good people, and those that were on the fence would have to make a decision and choose. They'd have to decide what way they were going to go. They wouldn't be able to play both sides, and it would be a much safer, fairer, and I think it would be happier as well, because you would know that you wouldn't be at risk from all the evil all the time, and it would just be so different.
Yes, it would be. It would be more peaceful and relaxing, less stress, less worry. People wouldn't have to be worried 90% as much as they do today about their children's safety just going out and playing, because we wouldn't have cases of defending murderers and child kidnappers and traffickers. They would be dealt with. And I have a theory that it's not just my theory. I've read about it, that Europeans became safer cultures and countries because we dealt with the worst of the worst over the centuries. We wouldn't make excuses and keep these creatures that harm children. They'd be taken out of the gene pool. They'd be taken out and dealt with, unalived, we'll say, so that they weren't allowed to have children themselves and breed and keep these genes going, these violent genes. And there's that theory that over thousands and thousands of years of us dealing with evil that way, that we became even more a people that are safe and caring and not nearly as violent as, let's say, other races. That we dealt with evil that way in the past, and we should today. We should have never given that up, of dealing with them that way, to get rid of them, so that they can't pass along their genes. They can't keep harming our children. They can't harm our elderly. They can't leech the money out of our system by the millions of dollars to keep them going in these max security prisons. As you said, it should be subsidizing the heating and food of the elderly, our retired, our pensioners. Here we would call someone with a pension, it's, let's say they have their own pension plan, but here it would just be retired people or the elderly. We would call them, I guess in the UK it would be pensioners, would be known. None of them should be going hungry or cold and in damp places that are that's a shame. That's beyond a shame. It's disgraceful. Shouldn't be happening. We should be taking the money that we're spending. It shouldn't be spent on all these migrants coming in and criminals, and it should all be going to these people, and they should be living happy, safe, healthy retirements in their old age.
Yes.
And they should be retired around age 50,
And only
maybe, not 65 or 70, the way they have it in Canada now.
Oh wow, that's young. I think they're pushing it to 67 in the UK now, 68. They keep moving it out because they want. But I was going to say that with the scaffolding, all the teachers that are unsuitable would get a free scaffold as well, and there should only be ones that are doing the job properly in a caring way and looking after the children's individuality and everything. Sorry, I'm just...
Oh, sorry if I interrupted you earlier. I didn't mean to. If these teachers,
No, I interrupted you.
well, these teachers, they should be made to decorate the ropes and decorate them as well. Like they like to decorate the hallways in the
Yes.
classrooms, and I mean, they're touching the children and
Yeah.
harming the children. Well, they could make
Yeah.
it decorative before they go, these evil creatures. I would lower the retirement
Yeah.
age to 50 across the West, not just in Canada. I would have it set where you could easily retire by age 50, where you would earn enough and you would
Wow.
have enough money in retirement and in pension plans set aside. And I could look at pension plans for certain professions in Canada, like the teachers' pension plan in Canada. It's they have billions invested, many, 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 many billions of dollars invested in all sorts of things, like including real estate, malls, and all sorts of things. Well, that could be done with beyond teachers. The teachers aren't the only ones that should benefit from a pension plan. Everyone could have that in reality. Just expand it to
That
every
would be...
citizen, right? Do you see what I'm saying? Like even just the general
Yes.
workers, everyone.
Everyone. Yes. Bus drivers, train drivers, construction workers especially, so they can actually enjoy time and have time with their children or grandchildren or hobbies.
Yes, and people would say, "How would you do that?" Well, I would have their money invested in our own businesses and in our own countries, in our own people, and invest it the similar way to the teachers. What they have advisors. It's not the teachers themselves investing the money. They have professionals that do the investments, massive investments. And in some cases, it's like they're buying half a company with that pension plan. They own huge things and they're making profit. And then they're able to give their teachers, all teachers in Canada get a pension. If they've worked, I don't know what the minimum is, but if they've been a full-time teacher as their profession, like my mom and many relatives of mine growing up were teachers. I'm from a family of teachers. I was surrounded by teachers when I was a kid. There was tons of teachers. Grandma, my mom, one of my aunts, mom's sister. On that side of the family, there were a lot of teachers and great aunts. So I was around, and then my mom's friends were almost all teachers. Almost every friend she had was a female teacher. Most of them, or 99% of them. Maybe it wasn't all of them, but it was most of them. She grew up or met them in teachers college or whatever, or they ended up growing up together in high school and they became a teacher. So that was a big thing. Here, Footprints said they just want you to work you to death. Exactly, and that's wrong. That's why I would change that. Simply because it's wrong. Doesn't have to be that way. We could have these people paying
Yeah.
a little bit of money, truck drivers, construction workers, everyone, and they could have the same type of system where everybody would enjoy an actual retirement when they aren't too old and sickly to enjoy it. I would say 50 years would be age 50 maximum. And if you had a job where you earned enough money, you could retire earlier than 50. I'd have a system where there would be people retired at 45, not just at 50. 50 would be the max that you'd have to work to age 50. Because it's wrong to have people working 65, 67, 70 years old, working at a store, working at Walmart, delivering food, delivering things. I've had old people show up that should not be working. They shouldn't have to. And they look to be 70 years old.
Yes, they're coming out of retirement to... They're doing that. Yeah, they're carrying the groceries in, and it's so brutal. And It's absolutely wrong. So I love your suggestions. What a much better world. And if you only had to work for a maximum of 3 decades, you could put your heart and soul, not your soul, and your pancreas and your spleen, and know that you were creating something that was worthwhile, and it would improve the quality of life, or not in so many ways.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And I would double or triple. I know this might sound to some people utopian, but I know it could work because people would be inspired to do their jobs and be happier at their jobs if they got twice as many or triple the holidays per year.
Oh, yes, they
It wouldn't
would.
just be lowering the
Rather
retirement age.
than pretending to be working when they're not.
Yes,
Sorry.
I want people
Yeah.
to actually have a life. In Hell Realm, that's crazy to people, but they should. It would be so much better. And we wouldn't be working to support leeches that come to our country that contribute nothing. I saw some statistic. I can't remember what African country it was, but there was a certain group of migrants that go in the UK, and it's like 90 something percent that have never worked. They just live off the system as leeches. It's almost all of them.
That's absolutely disgraceful. It should never, ever be like that. That's the spiritual and the physical euthanasia. That is a very good principle.
Yes. So, and because they're doing that, all of that has to be worked by white people because white people are funding them.
Extremely demotivating to think that whatever you work for ends up feeding, housing a whole bunch of lazy slobs that aren't contributing. Not only are they not contributing, that they're trying to like wipe you out. It's just so wrong. I think that beings that haven't been in this realm shouldn't have to come in here at all and experience it. And the good ones definitely need to get out and have some sort of healing or cleansing or whatever phase to get over the shock and the trauma. Just to go back to how it should be. Yeah, I'm going to head home now. So I'm sorry to interrupt your flow. So please keep your thoughts going, and I'll join you in the chat just now. Thank you, Stephen.
Okay, Wendy, thank you for coming on. It was my pleasure. Beautiful to have you on.
Thank you. You're wonderful to talk to every time. So thank you very much. And bye-bye, Fiona. Oh, sorry, Footprints, not Fiona. Sorry, Footprints. Thank you, Stephen.
You're welcome. Thanks for coming on. It was my pleasure. I agree with what Wendy said. No one should be forced to come here. No one should have to come here, not a single good spirit. And the things I was speaking about earlier were just about making it better in this hell realm and showing that it could be, but it won't be because it's run by evil. It was more of a thought experiment of showing that it doesn't have to be this bad. And it shows how they've made it intentionally this bad. They're trying to work people to death. Footprint said earlier. I agree. They're trying to work people into their 70s. And that's horrible. No one should be working at that age, having to be forced to work, go out of retirement and go do these jobs because it's horrendous. It's beyond wrong. It's so beyond wrong. And I hate seeing that. I really do. And if I know it's someone that old, I go and help them carry up whatever, carry in the stuff. I don't want them carrying that. And then I'll give them an extra tip. And usually they're surprised, saying, "Oh, are you sure?" and things like that. You know the way that elderly people can be. Anyway, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking and it's wrong that they have these elderly people working that way. driving, carrying groceries, carrying whatever it is, driving around, picking up food to deliver, driving and delivering this, delivering that, standing all day at these jobs. They should be not only retired, but have enough to be able to do some enjoyable things at a minimum. At a minimum. And this isn't just wishful thinking. Our wealth is being siphoned out of our countries. It's being stolen from us. That's the thing. That's something almost no one talks about. And I'm not boasting about that. It's just that people will say, what do you want to go change to? Communism? No, none of that. I just don't want our money stolen and given to people that hate us and despise us and are lazy slobs, as Wendy called them. Lazy, evil slobs that leech off of us and hate us and despise us and want to ruin our countries. And we're paying for them. That makes me sick. It makes me sick that old people are paying, that work their whole life to pay for these lazy slobs to come into their country and destroy it and throw rubbish all around and commit crimes and hate us and openly hate us and talk about hating us and wreck what we built. And we're paying. It's remarkably evil. It's beyond evil. Again, people, and I'm serious about this, should be retired by age 50. Easily, with what our countries are capable of doing in terms of sustaining wealth, investment, pensions. It should be actually easy to do. And I'm not joking at all. Not at all. It could easily be done with double to triple the holidays as well. And people would have enough holiday time to actually take a holiday and relax in their prime at 30 years old, 35 years old. Not just let their hair down when they're 65, 67, 70, go, oh, if I can finally relax for a minute and then die. Like, that's so wrong. It's beyond wrong. It shows me this is a hell realm. The way that the elderly are treated in these homes as well. The treatment of them is atrocious. The abuse and the neglect and the lack of care and compassion. Now, there are some good care workers, of course. There are some exceptions. There are some exceptions. And I ran into some in my lifetime because I visited elderly relatives in these homes where you go when you're not only retired, but you need care. You need elderly care, I'll call it. I don't want to go into too many details, but when you're too old to do everything and for yourself on your own. Oh, that's horrible. I'm so sorry, Footprints. That makes me angry and makes me sick. It does. I've got a lot of people, I don't know if I should mention it, but joining the live stream as guests that aren't even wanted here, and they just keep joining. It's annoying. It's just annoying. It's beyond annoying, but I'm sorry, Footprints. It's not right. It's wrong. And I wish there was something I could do right now to correct that. I know this hell realm won't ever be a perfectly good place. And I always do hope that certain things get better. I wish all of it would get better. I wish I could make it better, but I can't. And I'm not usually one to say I can't, but I know what this place is. You can say whatever you like here. You're free to say whatever you like. We like having you here, Footprints, and you're someone that has always been good and hasn't ever, that I've seen, be nasty to anyone, or you haven't done anything wrong here. You're free to share what's on your mind and what you think of all of these topics and what you're going through. You're welcome here. I'm just sorry that you're going through that. It does need shutting down. It really does. Anytime someone attempts to make something even better, the things that aren't baked into the cake, the things that could be corrected, they sabotage them. They stop them somehow. There's certain things, of course, that I've mentioned, many things that can't be fixed. I wish I could stop the next hurricane from hitting and killing people. I wish I could stop the next earthquake, or the next great flood that floods and destroys people's homes and drowns children. That's baked into the cake of this realm. But the things that, like the pension and retirement age and how our money's being used to fund these leeches that hate us, that could be fixed. Those are fixable things that should be done across the West. I don't like the idea of any old people being forced to go back to work or to keep working till they're 70. I hate that. I hate seeing that because they don't deserve that. There's a lot of injustice and wrong in this realm. And it shows me what this place is. These creatures should just go back to Team Evil. I don't know why they keep coming here. Go back to their evil dreams and evil fantasies. I'll be back in a moment, everyone. I'm going to play some of this.
It was always happening anyway, only I just think that and we know what happened 6 years ago and it's still ongoing, right? Because they sent me a text telling me to come for my next, and I'm like, what the fuck, I've not had any and I never would. And it's like, why are you sending me texts? And they sent you texts when you get to a certain age, and I'm 58 now, but they keep prodding you to go and have your flu jabberoni, which, like, whoa. People are injected left, right and centre, and have been for fucking years, right? And I reckon we're dealing with walk-ins in many cases. I think that there's something like that is going on. But it was always happening anyway, only I just think that it's happening in a far bigger way than ever before. And I honestly feel that we're dealing with people that are demonic. And of course, the psychoanalysts and the psychotherapists and the psychiatric sector as a whole, filled with all these nice people with their PhDs and their master degrees, and they've all had the wool pulled over their eyes insofar as when they're sold, you know, which when you do your thesis, you basically just have to repeat something that those who came before you said. Oh, Sigmund Freud stated, who was, by the way, full of shit. I'm definitely sort of far more into Jung than I ever was interested in Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud is a classic example of, well, he's dead, whereas Jung is alive, you know, massive difference. But yeah, they've all had the wool pulled over their eyes, you know, they've done their theses and they've had to, everything they've mentioned or said or stated in their theses, they've had to, you know, make a note. I got this from that person and I got that from there and so-and-so said this and so. Well, okay, so basically you're just repeating. That's what you're doing. And your entire degree was all about getting mind controlled into repeating the status quo. And that's very true, very, very true, especially for the medical field and the field of psychiatry. Listen to Jerry Marzinsky. And I don't, by the way, I don't massively vibe with Jerry Marzinsky. I think there's way, way more to the voices in our heads than what he talks about. I just think that it's relevant pertaining to our experience here. But so where was I going? So we have all these people. We have on the one hand we have.
Hello, why are you here? Why do you keep joining and joining and joining?
I don't want to play games with you.
You have been the whole time.
Okay, but I don't want to. I have been the whole time.
Do you want to scribble on your wall or something?
No, I don't want to scribble on my wall.
Do you want to lie more to me and my audience?
No,
Oh, you don't like lying?
I don't like lying, and I never meant by you nabbed me in the time I was talking about some play that my mum's friend looked up, and she said if a man had done that to you in real life, then she said, yes, I would have to call the police.
Yeah, you're bringing that up again. I haven't done anything to you. So what you're doing is
Never
evil.
said you did. She said if a
What you're
kind
doing
man
is
like that.
evil. What you're doing is evil. Has nothing to do with me. I think your parents should deal with you. I don't think that you're a dwarf. I don't think that you're the age you claim. I think you lie, and I think you're trying to get my channel shut down
I'm not
or
trying to get it shut
trying
down.
to ruin my name or reputation.
No, I'm
And I
not.
have nothing to do with you. Oh, no,
I
no,
never
you're not
said
doing
you
it.
had anything
You're
to do
doing
with
all
me.
sorts of evil things. You have an evil imagination. You do.
I don't want to have an evil imagination.
You do, though. Doesn't matter if you don't want to. If you continue this, you can forget saying that I'd be in jail. Your mom might be in jail. Because it's really starting to cross the line. You're doing a lot of evil. And I think you know what you're doing and you giggle about it and
I
you're really
wasn't
crossing the
giggling
line.
about that. I was giggling about my mum's friend's posh accent, the way she said it.
No, you were giggling about more than that. I have nothing to do with you. I've been very generous and patient, and I shouldn't
I
have been. I
didn't
should have
mean you
just.
had anything to do with me. I get you've been very generous and patient.
Well, this is an adults only channel. I don't have to let you on here at all.
I do get that.
But you are obsessive. You keep coming and joining every time the link is posted, and you've been told not to come here. You're not wanted. You're not an adult. It's adults only. Go away. People in the chat have told you go away, go away. I've told you, and you just keep coming around. Footprint said you have evil fantasies. Wendy said liar. We heard you. We heard you giggling and talking about how you talked about me and how I would snatch you up or all this sort of stuff, and I have nothing to do with you. So yeah, you're doing all kinds of evil.
That was
You
an
say you don't want
imaginary story that I made up 5 years ago. I don't even think about that anymore.
Oh yeah. What are you doing here? Why do you keep coming here? What is your problem?
I don't have a problem with you.
Well, I think someone sent you here. I think that might be the case because I
No
can't
one
figure out
sent me
why
here. I'm on my computer right now.
I can't figure out why a stranger would do this that I have nothing to do with for
I
no
never wanted
reason.
anything to do with you personally in the first place.
You're using images with pictures of me. You've done all sorts of things.
They're not even pictures from your channel.
You just don't take any responsibility for your behavior.
Well, I
You
do, but
can't
most
blame.
of the time I'm in the hospital.
Well, there you go. There, it's always in the hospital, and you think that because were in the hospital as a baby that you're allowed to act out your whole life and just say, "Well, I was in the hospital."
No, I don't think that at all.
Footprint said, "Go and talk to your mom, not Steven." Do you talk to your mom all day? Like you're on here for hours,
Mm,
and then you have all
Yeah,
these.
I
Yeah,
went out with her this afternoon, 10 hours ago.
I can't footprints. I wish I could, but I can't. What did you do with your mom? Have you told your mom what you've been doing lately?
No, she's bitter and stale and ever and is selfish.
Does your mom know that you come here every day, every time the link is posted, and you tell the
No,
same kind of evil stories of
she
Rapunzel?
doesn't know.
Is your mom a good parent if you're an autistic girl and she just lets you do all this on the internet every day with
Well,
no
to be honest, I
supervision?
wish I'd never chosen her.
Oh,
I wish I'd never been born to her. I didn't even want to come into her stupid womb in the first place.
oh, really?
Yeah,
I thought you love your mom.
I do, but I didn't want to come to her if I felt forced.
Oh, I see. Are you just making up stories again? Because you've lied about so many things now. I don't know
I'm
if you're
not
telling the
making up
truth.
stories, I'm telling the truth, but she said, oh, I didn't know I was pregnant with you at the time, is what she told me.
Footprint said I bet her parents don't even know she comes here. That's a possibility. Or it's a possibility that she told her parents that I'm this evil madman and all. I don't know which is true,
I
Footprints. I
never
don't know.
said that. My mom doesn't agree with your channel.
I don't care. I don't agree with her parenting. How about that? I don't agree with your mom, the way she lives. Maybe she's a lazy bum. She should get a job and do something. I don't agree with your mom or your dad or stepdad. I don't agree with people bashing me when they can't say it to me. I always tend to think those people are cowardly. But you've told a lot of stories and a lot of lies here. You've said it at times that everyone hates me. Your stepdads, your mom, your therapist. You've mentioned me to everyone.
Not Guinevere.
Well, I've had it with your games and lies, Regina.
She likes you.
I don't care. I don't even know who that is. I
Oh,
don't know who any
some
of these
goth
people.
friend of mine that used to visit, but she doesn't now anymore because apparently her mum's ill.
Uh-huh. Why are you coming here to lie to us about?
I'm not coming here
Oh,
to lie to you.
oh. So
I
the
come
last
here
lie.
to escape it's the what?
Well, I think your mom's neglecting you.
I come here because there's stuff outside in real life that I deal with that I don't want to talk about on here because it's traumatizing.
Well, I think you need therapy. You should be in school somewhere. You're not even homeschooled. You're just on the internet all day or all night.
I have an EOTAS package.
You have a what?
EOTAS.
I don't know what that is.
It's learning to one-to-one education other than being in school. It's basically at home.
But you also have a wonderful mother at one time. At one time she's great, other times she's not.
Yeah, other times she'll just she'll just she'll just she'll just she'll just blame it all on me saying that it's basically my fault that Marcus got got angry with me because I said something that pissed him off about, oh, I hate you, that you don't understand my trauma at the hospital, what I go through.
I thought Marcus was never around at your house, you said.
Hardly ever. The day before yesterday he was here.
So hardly ever's every second day of the week?
Yeah, when he's available, he'll just call her up on the phone and say that I'm coming over.
Well, Regina, I've got to be frank with you. I think you'd probably have more friends if you weren't lying all the time. I think probably people pick up on these stories and how your stories change.
I don't need friends. I'm a sad gal who is bitter, lonely, paranoid, and full of delusions.
Who said that description?
I just said that. I am a
Where'd you
sad
get that
old gal.
from?
Why are you saying where did I get that from?
Because it sounds like you're reading from a script. You're a sad gal that's full of delusions. And what was the
A
rest of
sad
it?
old gal child who is bitter, lonely, paranoid, and full of delusions.
Bitter, lonely, paranoid, and full of delusions. It sounds like that's written down and it's scripted.
Well, everything's scripted here.
Footprint said, or Wendy said, you've overstayed your welcome. You deliberately ignore our polite request to go away. And Footprint said,
I don't ignore it.
You don't?
No.
Well, where are you right now?
I'm at home.
You're on my channel on a live stream.
Yeah,
when
but
people
I'm at
told
home,
you to go away. When people told you to go away.
Well, what else am I supposed to do in my life? I'm really bored besides that.
Well, I don't care if you're bored. It's not my responsibility to entertain you.
My mum just went out for a walk and left me on my own.
Uh-huh. Why didn't you go for a walk with her?
Because I feel forced by her.
Forced by her to what?
Go on a walk like I went on one the other day.
So your excuse for coming back here when we politely asked you not to return is that you're bored.
It's not an excuse. It's
well. There's 100 million other YouTube channels. There's chat rooms. There's things beyond YouTube. There's internet. There's cartoons, anime. You could draw. You could do why are you here? Why are you bothering us?
I'm not trying to bother you or your audience.
Well, then what are you doing? Why are you here every day? Why don't you go for a walk? Why don't you make some drawings or do something or study
I do drawings on Procreate.
Okay.
But other than that, it's just boring. Listening to punk music.
You said you're here because you're bored.
Yeah.
That's what you said.
And then my mum says, oh, and then she blames it on me for not having social groups for her.
Your mum blames you?
Yeah, for saying when it's not my fault that the Wiltshire LA don't have the funding for it.
Why doesn't your mum have any friends and social things other than
most of them are selfish and don't understand my trauma.
Wendy said you're a leech. You had numerous analysis of awful channels done for you yesterday, and you didn't even say a thank you to Stephen.
I forgot.
Well, you are very bossy and pushy. You were trying to get me to tag all these channels, and I just think it's a game.
I wanted you to call them out.
Yeah, I think it's just a big game to you, though.
No,
I've called out hundreds of channels. Do I have to call out the entire world for people to see? It's just a game for you. It's entertainment.
It's
you're
not
bored.
entertainment.
Well, what is it? A game?
No.
Well, then why are you so pushy? Why haven't you tagged this channel? Why haven't you covered this? Because I cover what I want. It's my channel. Why
Yeah,
are you
I
so
get that
bossy?
because
Why are you so pushing? Why are you so bossy? I'm going to start interrupting you and be rude. Why are you so bossy? Why are you so pushy? Why aren't you disciplined?
I'm not
Why doesn't
trying
your
to
mom
be.
discipline you?
Probably because she's stressed out with the LA and Teams meetings.
That's an excuse. Why do you have such bad manners? I thought the British were known for their manners. Why are you so rude and bossy and pushy?
I'm not trying to be rude or bossy or pushy.
Oh, I think you're playing games. You're just trying to be bossy, entitled, bratty.
I don't want to be a spoiled brat.
You always say that. You don't want to be this. You say you don't want to be exactly what you're doing. And that's your game.
Then maybe I'll just quiet down my voice a bit.
Well, I think you should get some therapy and not with Jackie. I think you should go to a psychiatrist.
Or just put me on mainstream medication then and say that
No.
it's this.
No, I didn't suggest putting you on mainstream medication. But you don't care about my channel. You always want me to cover things that my
If you
channel doesn't
care
even
about your
cover.
channel, I've listened to your esoterica videos in the past.
Oh, okay. Well, Footprint said you're wasting Steven's time. You're not allowing others to learn. You're disrespectful.
I want to allow others to learn. I'm not trying to be disrespectful the way Footprints put it in the chat room.
So everyone else is wrong and you're right.
I didn't say everyone else is wrong.
How is their perception of you what you're doing wrong then?
Well, there's perception because I come across as too rude or too bossy.
Wendy said liar, excuse maker, time waster. This isn't free therapy zone, Regina.
I
Yeah,
never
why are
said
you
it was
confused?
free therapy zone.
Hello, RI. Good to see you. Happy Sun's Day. Well, you're obviously not here for the people in the chat. You're not here to
I'm
have
here for them.
Well, you don't care if you're wasting their time.
I do care.
Well, you're not showing that you care. You're being rude. And all you want to talk about is usually anime, cartoons, new age channels that your mom watched or used to watch and you watch.
I don't watch
And
them anymore.
well, there you go. Wendy, that's the word for it. Wendy said you're manipulative, Regina. You're trying to manipulate us here.
Even if it comes across as that, I don't think that in actual reality.
It does come across as that, and that's what you're doing.
Then
But
maybe
you're
I'll just shut my mouth.
Well, maybe you should. Maybe you should go away. Maybe you should go do your schoolwork, go take a walk, go draw something, get some
I don't
hobbies,
have homework.
make some friends, do something. Because you're just coming here to waste our time, to be rude, to interrupt,
I'm
to
not trying
manipulate.
to.
Well, you should go somewhere else.
I don't want to.
Why don't you want to go somewhere else? Why are you velcroing yourself here?
I don't want to go to the Shield channels.
You don't have to. There's plenty of entertainment channels, anime channels.
They're boring.
So everything is boring except for my channel, apparently.
Well, that's what you've said, people that want to follow the Shield channel multiple times in
Now
the...
here you go again. Blaming me when I'm asking you a question. You're twisting it.
Because there's nowhere else to go apart from
There's
here.
150 million YouTube channels. And then you're saying, well, that's what you said. Go away. I don't have to let you on my channel. You've been very rude. You've said disturbing things about me. What else have you done? You lied to all of us. You try to waste
I didn't lie
time.
to all of you or try to waste time.
Wendy said, "Don't take a drink every time she says I'm not trying to." Yeah, exactly. You're not trying to do what you keep doing. You're not
Yeah, and
trying to
another
lie, but you
thing,
keep lying
liars don't have to lie about everything, is what you said in the past.
to be a liar. Yeah. Well, you
So
like
I guess that's
memorizing
one
things.
thing that's true
Oh, one thing that's true.
about liars.
Oh. Well, no liar has to say a million lies to be a liar. They could tell a couple things that are true. In other words, you're still a liar, even if you tell a couple things that are true. You've lied to us. You're not 69. You're not a dwarf. You're a liar. So why are you
Fine,
coming
I'm a
here?
liar.
Why are you coming here playing games?
I'm not trying to play games.
Yeah, tell us your age again, Regina.
What, that I'm 62?
You said 69 the last time.
Oh, sorry, that what I mean is that I'm 69.
And that's a lie.
Well, I haven't lied about everything. I told you that I really liked Moon Nest.
So what? So does everyone else here. Wendy wrote, Regina, you are officially a case study in lying.
Okay, I'm a case study in her view about me. I guess I am in her view.
Everyone here thinks you're a liar because you've lied about so many things.
Like what?
Like everything.
Name things that I've lied about.
You already know. You're just playing a game.
What, that I lied about you?
You lied about me. You lied about your age. You lied about
I
being a
didn't say
dwarf.
you were evil. I said if I bring up these subjects with other people, then they'll just get angry.
I hope you feel better soon, RI. In my chat. Footprint said she's a lost little girl living in Fantasyland.
I don't
But it's
live in
worse.
Fantasyland.
You don't have disturbing fantasies?
No.
Oh, you don't? Huh.
Because of the autism creating the paranoid imagination inside the mind.
Oh, it's your autism.
That's probably doing that.
It's not your fault?
No, it's not my fault, and it's probably also the medication I'm taking which is suppressing it.
Is anything your fault? You're on medication for
I'm on
autism?
steroids.
Are you on autism? Anything for autism?
No.
You're on steroids for your
steroids
kidney? For your kidney?
temporarily.
Do you have one kidney or three kidneys?
One kidney.
Okay. Do you have at least two livers?
No, I haven't had a liver transplant, only a kidney transplant.
You had a kidney transplant.
Yeah, I've told you this before.
Yeah. But you were born with three kidneys?
Well, I was initially born with 2 kidneys, but they were taken out because they didn't work.
Oh, okay. But your lies are because you're autistic, you can't help it?
Yeah.
You can't help but lying because autistic people are liars?
Oh yeah, and apparently when I had an assessment with one of the autistic people, they said, you stop pressing those buttons, it's fucking up the test for me to confirm that you're actually autistic.
What buttons?
As in the test buttons on the screen.
You were pressing the buttons on the screen?
Yeah.
When was that? Yesterday?
No, the first time I was diagnosed with autism, they were saying that it was messing up their test.
How do you remember what they said, word for word?
Because it was all done on the computer, all the signs and symbols for the autism, as in the assessment.
That's not what I asked, though. How do you remember what the person said?
I don't
They
know
said
how
it.
I can remember.
They said you were messing up the test because you kept pushing the buttons, but that was years ago, wasn't it? How could you remember what that person said?
I don't know. I just have a really good memory for past events.
Hmm. Wendy said you're using all the poor me angles to stretch out this conversation.
No, I'm not.
Footprint said she knows children that have autism that don't act the way you do. Wendy said many honest autistics. Steroids don't treat autism, RI said. Were the steroids for your kidney, or what are the steroids for?
They're for the test for the that I have to. They're for the stuff to keep my kidney stable for a few days after I had that biopsy that I mentioned to you.
You have no memory for age and height, RI said. You can't remember your age or your height. Who's the King of England?
King Charles.
Well, you can remember that, but you don't know what age you are, what height you are. Every time you come here, the amount of viewers goes way up.
What does that mean?
Every time you're live, the amount of viewers goes from, it was at 11 earlier, and now it's 20 people tuned in.
Is that my fault?
Oh, it's a coincidence, I guess. I didn't say it was your fault, but I think you're playing some kind of game because there's a pattern there with the viewers going up. Nothing's your fault, but it's my channel, and you were told you're not wanted here, but here you are. How
Well,
is
then if
nothing
I'm
your
not
fault?
wanted here, then maybe I'll just commit suicide. How about that?
Listen to that. How about that? Emotional blackmail.
It's not emotional black.
Oh, it
Maybe,
is.
maybe I'll just quit my life and call it
That's
a
very
day.
disturbing. I think you should call a therapist or tell your mother, don't try that here. I think you're probably someone evil playing a game here.
No,
And that's
I'm
why.
not.
Oh, I think so.
I
Your
don't
audience.
even know the panel verse.
Uh-huh.
I don't know any of those people
So
to talk to.
you're trying to say that if this is my channel and you're not wanted here, that maybe you should do that, right?
Well, obviously it wouldn't be a good thing.
Obviously, I think you should tell your mom to come have a conversation. Stop lying, because I'd like to speak with your mom. And I figured this was coming with you. Because you're playing a real sick, disturbing game.
Stream.
I don't care if she doesn't want to. I'm not going to take your emotional blackmail.
I'm not trying to emotionally blackmail you.
You just did. Saying if you're not wanted here. You're playing sick games with my emotions and with people here as well.
Sorry, I didn't mean you. I meant what I said. If I'm not wanted here, maybe I'll just throw my entire internet out.
Tell your mom to come on here right now or when she gets back from her walk. I need to speak with her.
What if she doesn't want to? Then what am I supposed to do?
Well, if she doesn't want to, tell her that I'm going to call authorities and they'll be at your door.
No,
It's one or
that
the
would
other.
traumatize her.
I don't care. You're trying to traumatize me.
I'm not trying to.
Oh, yeah, you are trying to. because you're threatening to, if I kick you off my channel, to end yourself. You're
That
playing
was a
sick
joke.
games.
That was a joke.
You're playing sick games.
I was only
I
joking with that. I
Oh,
wouldn't
I can
actually
find
do
where
that.
I can find your address. Tell your mom that I don't care about your mom being traumatized. She's an adult. She's supposed to be parenting. I shouldn't have to deal with this. There are phone numbers I can call. Wendy said there's phone numbers you can call Regina for that. Yeah, but there's also phone numbers I can call in the UK to have a constable at your door to ask
That
your
would
mom, "Where's your
traumatize me.
supervision?" What?
That would traumatize me.
Oh, it would traumatize you.
Because I told you in the past that those people actually came around in the past and they actually abused me in my home.
You have a lot of excuses.
But I went for a mental health crisis and I felt like I couldn't do anything because of them.
Well, you're exhibiting some very serious, dangerous behavior on here, saying some very sick things.
Sick
You're
things
trying to
about you.
traumatize us. You're trying to traumatize us.
Okay,
And I
well,
think you're a very disturbed person. I think you
I'm not
need some.
trying to
I
I'm
think
not trying to
you are, though.
traumatize you. If it comes across as that, you should let me know then.
I already did.
Then I'll just stop traumatizing you.
Oh yeah, your mother's probably right there. Put her on here.
She's really not here. She's really out with the dog. I'm serious. I'm
Yeah,
not making it up.
yeah. You're not making excuses. All right. Well, if this behavior continues, then by tomorrow there will be somebody visiting you to check because I'm not dealing with these
Well, I don't want
disturbing.
that. I really don't want that.
I don't care what you want.
I get it. You don't care, but that would really traumatize me and
I don't want to
escalate.
deal with this. I shouldn't have to running a YouTube channel. You're trying everything you can to
I'm
play a
not
sick
trying to, even if
manipulation game.
in your
What is
opinion
it?
I am, but I view it as that I'm not.
What are you here for on my channel? What are you doing then?
I'm here to listen what you have to say about life after death.
No, you never even talk about that when you're here.
That's not true.
It is true.
I've heard a lot of what you said about life after death in the past, and it relates to what I went through.
You've never mentioned it here when you're live. You just talk about everything else.
Well, I had an out-of-body experience myself in the past.
You're quite the little manipulator, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
I don't want to have to deal with somebody making threats of ending
I'm not
themselves.
making threats to you.
Well, I want to speak with your mom.
I'm not trying to threaten to contact the authorities where you are. No, I would never do that.
I want to speak with your mom, with your parents. I'm going to say it again. You have a lot of horrible fantasies.
I don't have horrible fantasies.
I don't think you should be on the internet. You're not listening. You interrupt and you talk over the
Okay,
conversation.
then I won't talk over the conversation from now on. I'll just listen.
Yeah. All right. Well, if I don't hear from one of your parents, then I'm going to have to contact someone because I'm not dealing with this day after day, these disturbing things, these threats, these emotional manipulation that
It's
you're
not
going to do this.
emotional manipulation. I'm not making any threats to you.
Yes, it is.
Okay, well,
You,
if it's to
you,
you,
you
but I'm
already
not.
did. All you do is lie. You're a compulsive liar.
In what way did I make a threat to you?
You come here to slander and abuse his kindness, and you think it's a joke, and you giggle
I
about
don't
it
think it's a joke.
yesterday. Yeah, the
I didn't
last live
think that
stream.
was a joke. I wasn't even laughing
You're
about.
still talking over and interrupting. You don't ever change your behavior.
I can
Ever.
change my behavior. I'll prove it to you.
I don't believe you.
Okay, well, even if you don't believe me, I'll
What's
still
your
prove
age?
it to you.
And what's your age?
I already told you yesterday.
Footprint said she's going to call Jackie. I hope you do. I don't care if somebody reports her at this point, because she's lied and tried to make me look bad,
I'm not
and I
trying
don't
to make
deserve
you look bad.
I don't deserve this harassment all over YouTube, all over
I
my
don't want to
channel.
harass you.
You don't want to do the things you keep doing.
No, I don't ever want to do it.
Oh, it's your autism? Is that the fault?
Yeah.
Oh.
But then
You
you'll
can't
just
help
say, oh, but you're using that as an excuse to try and slander me and abuse me like others have done here in the past, and that's why you're not wanted, which obviously I can understand why you'd say that.
It's a coincidence every morning that the viewers double or almost double. A whole bunch of people tune in as soon as Regina's on. It doesn't do that when Wendy comes on as a guest. It's almost like word gets around, oh, Regina's on. It's like some sick game that's being played here.
Okay, but I'm not trying to play any sick games.
Well, I'm going to take a poll in my audience and see if I deserve this treatment.
No, you don't deserve it.
I'm going to ask people what they think, not what Gina thinks. Do I deserve this harassment, this treatment, these threats, emotional manipulation? I'll ask my audience what they think. I already emailed Restream multiple times to ask them to add a block option for blocking people that click the live link
No, I
to
don't
join
want
the
that.
live. I have blocked people on YouTube, obviously, but
Yeah, you've done that, but I don't want that.
yeah, she doesn't want that. Of course, she wants to be able to join anytime. It is evil, and this is the way Nolan is, and Regina. A lot of them are like this. They don't
No,
want
I'm
to be
not
evil.
like that. Don't group me in with them. I don't like them.
How do I deserve this? I want somebody in the chat to tell me.
You don't deserve it. I'm not making any violent threats to try and
Why
hurt
should
you.
I have to deal with this?
Because
Do I
it's a
have to
waste of
parent
your
someone
time and
else's children?
energy.
Do I have to parent someone else's children or child from across the ocean, thousands of miles away, when they're right there and they won't be a parent? Is that what's going on? I don't have any children.
Obviously, it's going to waste your time and energy, and you're like, why should I bother when I just spend my entire life trying to help people? And like, do I deserve this? No, you don't deserve it.
Did you ever threaten to your mother to end your life before?
No, I never did. And I was
You've only
never
done that
serious.
here then.
And I was never serious about that.
You've only said it here then on YouTube, on my
Yeah.
stream.
Yeah,
This
but I'm
is the
not
only
actually
place that you say
serious
that.
about doing that.
This is the only place that you say things like that then, is here.
Yeah,
It's a
but I'm
big
not
game.
actually going. But I'm not actually going to do that.
It's quite a game that you come here to say stuff like that. You don't do it in front of your mother? Your
No,
mom doesn't?
and I'm
You don't
not
joke
actually
with her that
going.
way?
No, and I would never
You joke
actually
with
do
your
that.
stepdads, your Marcus and the other one?
No, I would never threaten to do that.
Oh, You wouldn't do that with them.
No, and I would never. I'm not actually going to do it after all.
What about your gran that comes around? Do you ever tell her that?
Or tell them I'm going to commit the big S? No, I never tell her that, and I would never actually
Use
think of
the word
doing it.
here. You said you were going to do that. Maybe you'll do that.
No, I won't.
Do you tell Jackie, your therapist, that? Do you ever say to her when she says something, maybe you'll do that?
No.
So here's the only place that you've done that.
Well, I'm not actually going to do it.
You didn't answer my question.
Yeah, here is the only place that I've said I would do that.
So I get the worst treatment out of anyone then. And that's
No,
how you repay kindness and patience?
no, it isn't.
Oh,
I'm
it
just
isn't.
saying if I had a choice, I probably would. Doesn't mean I'm going to do it.
So the place that you let out all the evil is here on my live stream, on my channel.
I don't try to let out evil. I try to release trauma.
RI said you have no concept of what is right or wrong. I agree.
I do
Regina,
have a concept what is right or wrong.
why were you kicked out of school for being evil to others? Or
No,
abusive or making threats of suicide or
no,
harm? Oh,
no.
why were you pulled out of the Steiner school?
Because they couldn't meet my need.
What was your need?
Stuff to do with my education, because my education has been delayed. I can't read or write.
You can't read or write.
Yeah, because of hospital stuff has delayed that.
And you can't tell what your age is.
Yeah.
You can't tell what your height is. But you can remember word for word what people said. Oh, it's not funny at all, Wendy. It's very dark and evil and disturbing.
Serious.
You release your trauma by traumatizing Stephen.
No,
That's
not
what
by traumatizing
that's what
you.
that's what evil people do when you're good to them. That's what borderlines do. If you're good to a borderline, they'll try to punish you for being good to them at all, for listening to them. They just take glee in trying to traumatize. I don't think you're just
Traumatizing is not a
autistic.
good thing.
I don't think you're just autistic. I think you have real mental issues.
Well, then maybe I should be in the mental institution.
Well, you're smirking away and giggling. It's funny to you.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. Were you ever in there before? A mental
No,
institution?
but I nearly ended up in there
Oh, isn't that funny?
because of the mental health crisis that happened this time last year that I mentioned.
Is this the only fun you have, is being evil?
No, I don't like evil. It's not fun for me.
How many months, or is it over a year, that you've been lying about me?
Lying about you?
Yeah, how long has it been?
I've never been lying about you, though.
What was the mental health crisis last year, you said?
That was to do with me accidentally, because I wasn't well. I accidentally basically tried to pull out a knife and kill my mom in the process.
You accidentally pulled out a knife?
Yeah, because I wasn't well. My mind wasn't thinking right.
Well, how is that an accident? That you tried to pull out a knife and kill your mother?
Because obviously it's not. I mean, I didn't mean to do it to her at the time, but because my mind wasn't well, it made me do that, obviously.
Why was your mind not well at the
Because it
time?
wasn't thinking straight.
Why? Why not?
Probably maybe because of all the medication that suppressed it.
What medication? Steroids don't do that. Your mom doesn't seem too concerned about your internet activity. You're allowed to be on here. Isn't she concerned that you might have some mental issues if you tried to kill her?
Well, I forgave her. I've forgiven her now.
Forgiven her for what? You're the one that tried to kill her. Did she
That was
forgive
when I
you?
was in a mental health crisis. I'm all better now.
Uh-huh. I think this is all a game to you. I don't think
It's not all a game.
I think you're telling lies.
I'm not telling lies.
I agree. You're not supervised at all, Footprint said. There's no supervision. You're allowed to run wild on the internet, which I think is neglectful. You're allowed to go around slandering people, saying disturbing things.
I don't slander you on panels.
It's remarkable that your mom's not around. It would traumatize your neglectful, lazy mother that doesn't work if the authorities were contacted, wouldn't it?
Well, they're part of the system.
Would your mommy be the victim if she's allowing you to run wild, being evil all over the internet, unsupervised?
You probably would be the victim,
Oh.
but I'm not trying to be evil.
Are
even if
you and your
was-
mom always the victim no matter what you do? You're always the
Yes.
victim. Oh, you're all okay.
Especially for the hospital that I go to, I'm always
Yeah.
the victim there.
Yeah. No matter what you do to people on the internet, you're the victim.
No, but I don't want to be evil.
You don't want to be.
Yeah, even if you say, do you get pleasure out of this being evil to me?
You do. You giggle about it. You did
I don't
yesterday.
I wasn't giggling about you being evil, but then you'll just say, well, using that as an excuse. I was giggling the way the woman was explaining it, my mum's friend, the one with the posh accent.
You said that already. When was the last time that you pulled a knife on someone?
I've never tried to do that since then.
When was the
That was
last
the
time you had
first time I
fantasies
did it.
that
That was
were?
the first time I did it.
When was the last time you had fantasies of being violent and causing harm to others with a knife?
I've never had those fantasies.
Do you fantasize about killing your therapist, Jackie?
No.
Oh, okay. How often does your mom check on you in the course of a day? Do you spend a minute with her?
Sometimes.
Why would your mom be so worried about neglect? Why would she worry about that so much?
Because there's trauma there.
Oh. You giggle about evil stuff all the time, Footprint said.
No, I don't.
You don't. But we heard you.
That was me giggling about the posh room with the accent, the way she explained it to me.
No, then you started talking about me and things that have never involved me and giggling.
That was because of the weird lucid dream that I had with you.
Yeah. It's never your fault, no matter what. You're the victim. Right? Because
Yeah.
you've been in the hospital?
Because of trauma.
If you ever if you stab someone, would it be your fault?
Yeah, it would be my fault if I had done that.
You like to yell at your dog. Do you ever hurt your pets, your dog or your cat?
No, I don't.
Have you ever killed an animal before? How many animals have you killed? Ask her who Maya is. I'm not sure where you got the name Maya from. But she left. She left. I still want her mother, her mom, or one of her stepdads to come on here because it's just gone way too far. And I do think that some of it is involved with Team Evil. Something is going on, something very strange. And they are evil. They get glee out of this stuff. You heard her mom shout that one time. Okay, well, I'll ask her. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Who is Maya?
What do you mean? What do you mean, who's Maya?
Well, Footprints said she heard your mom shout Maya one time.
Oh, because she said I'm back from my walk.
Can you put your mom on? Is she back from her walk?
No, she's too busy downstairs.
Oh, she's not busy. She doesn't have a job. What's she busy with?
Making lunch.
Oh.
She's always shouting at me.
Shouting at you over what? I haven't heard her shout at you. You said it's
do.
always her shouting at the dog. Anytime I
Yeah,
ask
and
if it's
either
your
and
mom.
then if it's not the dog, it's just me that's the problem.
Oh, what do you mean the problem? What did you do? What is she talking about?
In the past, she said stuff about when I was like really young, a toddler. She'd say stuff like, "No, you're not having that. No, no, no."
I'm not speaking about as a toddler. Are you saying she's always shouting about you? Meaning
Yeah,
recent.
angry
About what?
about the LA, about the system.
Did she shout at you today?
No, she's came in before I hopped on here again, and then said, "Don't you want any lunch?" And I was like, "No."
Is your mom on a walk right now?
Nope, she's downstairs. She came back from the walk.
Well, I'm not going to have you on anymore unless you put your mom on. Either you get your mom to come talk to me, tell her it's important, or you're not allowed on here anymore.
I don't want that.
Doesn't matter if you don't want that. It's not about what you want. It's my channel. Maybe you are your mom. Maybe you're that crazy. Maybe it's all you. Maybe you're a catfish and you're the mom and the stepdads and everyone. Who knows? She came back. That is why she disappeared. Well, it looks like she left again. Looks like she just left again. What do you know? If you don't think that evil watches my channel or that they're not involved, take a look at the votes. A lot of people have been watching, and only 7 people could find the poll to participate. A whole 7 votes after all that time. 7 votes. And 29% said yes, that I deserve this harassment, this treatment. Remarkable. So it shows that quite a few of you are evil. Quite a few of you are lazy. You can't participate in the poll that's in the chat. And 29% I did that poll when there were about 20 people tuned in. Some of you have a lot to learn. I know when there's evil watching. I'm aware of it. And you evil fucking demons are going to pay. Okay? You're going to pay. I don't care if you want that or don't want that. That doesn't matter. You know what evil you've done. You love to play demon games, don't you, creatures? A lot of you do. It's not just Regina. And that's where some of you isolate. You do it hardcore. It's just that. Just them play. It's a lot of you that do. That tune in here. It's not just one. There's a lot of demon games going on. And I know it. 15 tuned in. How many are in the chat? 4 people, 5 people, but there's 15 tuned in. So what are the rest doing? Think about it. This is what they do. I deal with harassment from Regina, from Nolan, from Green Wizard making threats against me. Did you see the videos on his channel over the years? I'm trying to show you what's going on. Kirsten and Louise used to say, well, you didn't tell us, Stephen. I've been telling you what has been going on. Maybe not every fine detail behind the scenes, but there's a lot of sick things done by creatures. There's a reason I call them demons. And if you don't get it while you're here, you're going to understand it out of body that there's been a lot of harassment, sick threats. Look at this. Stephen Killeen is a liar. Look at all this. I could contact his parents today if I wanted to, because I know he's alive and I know he lives with them. Video after video after video. Obsessed with me for years. Years. And a lot of you, it just takes so much to get through. It's causing me to expend so much energy trying to reach you, to show you that you're in a demonic realm, as they try to attack me from all angles. And people are still thinking, well, it's not a demonic realm. There's not demons. Oh, there are. There are. They're all around you. And they openly attack me. And there's a lot of videos on YouTube obsessing over me 10 months ago. To Stephen Killeen. They're allowed to put my full name. Well, Derek DiCarlo, I know about you and your family. I know all about you. I don't care about your severe depression. That doesn't have to do with me. Try to blame someone for your state of mind and your situation. Well, they do. They get pleasure from it. I've shown all of this to you people for years on, I would say, close to 10 YouTube channels over the years. Over a handful are gone, wiped off YouTube. They've wiped out quite a few of my channels over the years, at least 5. I've had lots of channels taken down. Lots of videos taken. I've tried to show you what this realm is and that it's full of demons. And their treatment of me proves it. That should be enough for people. Should be. But it's never enough. I noticed that in this realm. It's never enough to convince almost anyone. Well, this better be your mother. I doubt it will be, but... Hello, Regina. Where's your mom?
She downstairs.
Why isn't she here? I said you're not coming on unless she comes on.
Fine, I don't want to be forced.
You've done way too much. I have to talk to your mom. See if you're allowed to be on here.
What stuff have I done way too much?
I have to talk to your mom. You're not going to be on here anymore.
Well, I don't want that.
I don't care if you don't want that. It's not about what you want. It's my channel. Go ask your mom.
She's
Ask
always,
her right now.
she's talking to the stupid dog.
I don't care. Ask her to come on here.
No, she'll just say I'm busy. I'm resting on the couch, and that was what she told
Don't answer
me.
for her. Just tell her you need to have her on here for a moment.
Okay, fine. I'll ask her now.
Okay. She muted her mic. I noticed, which is rare for Regina to mute. More pretending.
Hey, Mom. Hey, Mom, can you hear me? Oh, you don't want to come on? Oh, you're too busy, of course.
That's the
Fine.
worst acting ever.
It's not acting.
I want to hear your mom's voice on here. Otherwise, you're being kicked off and we're not having you on again.
Well, I don't want that.
I don't care. The world doesn't work about what Regina wants. Put your mom on here or I'm done.
Fine. Hello?
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 You're playing more games. That's you. It's not your mom. Stop
I
it.
really... Fine, but I'm telling you, I really can't
Stop
get
it.
her.
You're a liar. You're a compulsive liar.
I'm not a liar.
You're a compulsive liar. Playing games
I'm not
every
trying
day.
to play games.
You are.
If I
Goodbye.
castle... No.
Goodbye.
No.
Yes. Goodbye. Don't say no. Goodbye. Kicked off. Goodbye. You're not coming on unless you put your mom on. Nope. She's joining again. You're not coming on till your mom comes on and puts the camera on and I see your mom's face. Nope. You're not coming on. And this is what people are raising. Where's the parenting? How many are running wild, playing demon games on here every day? No parenting, no responsibility until perhaps police are involved. Maybe that's what it requires. For neglect. Neglect. I'll say it again. Yeah, I need to see two faces, her and her mom. Yeah. I need to have a talk with her mom. You're not coming on otherwise. So you can sit back there with a blank screen until I see your mom's face beside you. You're not coming on here. I'm not playing these games. I'm not indulging. I'm not letting you play these sick games anymore. I don't care if you're bored. You're not using my channel to play demon games and to harass me and to waste everyone's time. I'm done. I'm done. I've been patient for way too long. So you crossed the line the last live stream, and yet again today you did with your comments and your threats and emotional manipulation. Where's the parenting? I'll keep asking it. Where is it? Never around. She's just allowed to run wild on the internet day after day after day. I think I'm going to get Derek DiCarlo's parents involved or police with him as well. It's gone on too long. Derek, you've really crossed the line so many times. You should be in jail. You're a piece of shit. You should be in jail. I, Derek Michael DiCarlo, am ordering you to stop. Look at this. And this is what this reminds me of. Because this guy's been obsessed with me for years. There's a lot of mentally unstable, unwell, and violent, manipulative beings online that don't take any responsibility for their behavior, for their obsessive behavior. No means no, Regina. You're harassing by constantly joining. No means no. You're not welcome here. You have to come on with your mom beside you on camera. You're not welcome. Your mom has some explaining to do. I noticed Team Evil channels never get harassed like this. You should see how many times she's trying to join. Just over and over and over again. Over and over and over again. Demons never get harassed. It's fascinating to me. And it's normal to most people. This is so much beyond just not parenting. It's so much beyond that already. So much beyond that. The evil thing said. It's so much worse than that. Truly is. Talking about, if you don't let me on here anymore, I'll do this. Maybe I'll do this. That goes so much beyond just a kid allowed to be on a screen. It's so much beyond that. Just is. It's way past that at this point. Anyway, I'm going to move on with the show. I'm going to move on with my stream. That's what I'm going to do. If people don't get it, they don't get it. I've tried to help people see. I've put it out there live so that people could hear it and see it. If they don't get it, they don't get it. I don't know. I don't know if people are ever going to get it. But we'll see. We'll see. In the end, especially, not just in this what today or this realm. It's beyond that. We'll see in the end. We'll see who is who, and people always show who and what they are. Always. I can't help everyone. I've tried to help people see what this realm is for years. And evil will defend the realm. They will attack. They will swarm. They will manipulate. They will harass. They will threaten. They've done all of this and more. They've tried every trick in the book. And that's the way it goes in this place. They've even tried to... They've tried everything. I'm not even going to go into details. They've tried all kinds of illegal things.
Real estate agents are people who sell properties, rent them out, and help people pretty much just move on to their next house. It's a really important job in society, and they meet hundreds and thousands, sometimes even tens of thousands of people in their career. Today's encounter I'm going to be talking about is one that I've been researching and studying for a while. I've had 2 Zoom calls with this guy, and he recently submitted the case through my X account, and I reopened for submissions literally a few days ago now. So he was talking to me about how he stopped doing any kind of rentals, any kind of selling of properties on the edges of national parks. And he had a really creepy experience that he explained to me. The Zoom call lasted around 2 hours, and it was extremely productive. So first off, this guy Juan came from Mexico in the 90s. His parents were extremely strict on good grades, manners, kindness. He was extremely well spoken, and he was dressed well even for the Zoom call.
I think this guy likes to say extremely. He says extremely a lot.
Which I found super cool. Listening to him was almost kind of surreal, because you wouldn't think that a guy who was dressed the way he was, so official, so well spoken, was talking about the things that he was, because some of the things he told me, and he went over a couple of different encounters that he had, we're going to be focusing on one today, was actually, it's a kind of...
So the title of this guy's video is Property Agent, Why I Stopped Selling Cabins Near National Parks, bracket, this was creepy, end bracket. And this guy's got a big channel, of course. He has no personality, which helps on YouTube to get a big channel, to get a lot of subs. 268,000 subs. He has all the personality of a dead goldfish floating in a bowl. That's what people like in this realm. I'm convinced of that and more. I observe what people support, and I observe what people don't support. This world shows me plenty that I haven't even spoken about in any videos or live streams yet. I have certain insights that I have not mentioned anywhere. And to be frank, I think that most beings in this realm don't deserve truth, because what they do is abuse people. Most take advantage or abuse or take for granted, take advantage, and are abusive towards ones that try to help them with truth. Most. And that shows me exactly what this realm is. Whether you want to see it or not, just like Regina would say, I don't want to. I'm tired of dealing with the liars of this realm. And it's every day. It's every day that they try to, not just that one, many of you. You show me what this realm is, and I suspect there's people that are regulars on my channel that have been here for 6 months, 9 months, a year, maybe 2 years, that still don't see what this realm is. So I've done all I can. I don't think running a channel for 10 more years will help you, because if you don't see it by now, there's something with you, a spiritual blockage. You're a different species of spirit. You're just a pretender. You're not a sincere being. You're not trying to learn, because it is obvious. You shouldn't need to be coaxed at all to see what I've shown, what this realm is. I've shown clearly what this place is. And if you want to pretend, I think you're just going to get recycled again and again and again. That's not a punishment. It's what's going to happen. Because a lot of you have this smirk on your face, pretending to see, and you're showing up, and you're treating this like it's entertainment. That won't get you spiritual freedom at all. And maybe one day that'll hit you, that I really did try to help you, and you just didn't get it. You don't get it. And I think that's most in this world. Not just one or two or three or a dozen or dozens that have been on my channel. It's most beings in this world. And I think most beings in this world prefer evil, support evil, and they are evil in some way to one varying degree or another. Some are pure evil, and some are just maybe partially evil, maybe 50% or 33%.
Experience that would make you question checking yourself into the local, mental ward or mental asylum. Juan started off by explaining his life and how he started off as a realtor and a real estate agent. It was extremely complicated, where he went to specific courses, schools, and obviously with his background, he found things a lot harder. He had to, learn English properly. He had to...
Lying women and lying children these days are used against honest men. And most of society doesn't seem to have a problem with it, which again shows me what this realm is. Everything this place does reveals what it is. And most of you don't pay attention. Most humans is what I mean. Most humans don't. You don't pay attention to the abuse, the harassment, the predatory behaviors, the compulsive lying, all the manipulation, harassment. It's just endless. The sick demonic games, endless in this realm. Not just today. This has been going on a long time.
To go through all these different hoops that he had to jump through to try and make his career work, and it did in the end. In 2011, he started working for a company that was specifically selling property around the area of a national park, and his company was nationwide. It wasn't just one estate agent. It was pretty much, they had a franchise of estate agencies. They were in all different towns, all different cities. And while he was doing these, viewings and selling the properties, he got accustomed to specifying or being, special for the national park and the kind of rural areas. So he loved areas like Oregon. He loved areas like Colorado, Texas. There were a lot of different places where he was selling stuff. Tennessee, another one. And this particular experience that he went through was of a small log cabin that he sold along with 10 acres of land. The 10 acres was just fields, there were no trees, but the specific log cabin was bordering a national park. Now, it's important that I stress at this point, I'm not going to say which national park this is, and I'm not going to say where it is, because if I told you guys, you could look on the perimeter and, figure out which log cabin it is. So at the end of the day, Juan was going through this really bizarre encounter, but he told me to leave some key details out, which I totally understand. The weird thing about this entire encounter was that for years he sold property in and around this area and nothing bad ever happened. All of the customers that came to him for renting out their properties, buying stuff, were super chill, super happy, and would buy him cards, chocolates, bottles of champagne and wine to say thank you for him securing the deal or helping them out. And being a real estate agent isn't just about selling houses. It's also about helping people buy them. It's also about helping rent. People, maybe a landlord wants to rent out their holiday cabin or an Airbnb or a holiday home. The real estate agents and the realtors also do all that. It's a very, very kind of difficult job, and nowadays they're working harder than ever with, the prices so high and people really trying to get the best value for their money, especially the younger generation that are seriously struggling. So he was going to get this log cabin, and what happened was a guy bought it, pretty wealthy guy. He didn't pay very much. It was in the six figures, but for where it was and the land it had, he said it was cheap. and he purchased this property, and Juan was the one that organized everything. But the real reason that Juan was doing this was because the guy who purchased it, who owned a lot of different cabins around the area, was renting it out. And it was his business. Basically, he would buy property in certain areas that would rent out as holiday homes, and they would do really, really successful. I don't think Airbnb...
All right, this guy rambles on. I'm sorry, I thought it might be better than that. It's just terrible. Terrible. And there's harassment going on. I'm not even going to mention the name. By you know who. Constantly rejoining. Go away, you're not wanted here. Go away, you were told. Your mom has to be on with you. On the screen, on camera. Go away. Go away, you're not wanted.
Today, I went on a birding stroll around my local lake to see what interesting birds I could find. I ended up following a great blue heron from a distance as it seemed to be looking for something to eat for lunch. One of these unlucky fellows...
Just a friendly reminder, I've said this before, but please alert me in chat if YouTube suspends the live stream. If all of a sudden the screen goes black and it says YouTube has suspended the stream or something akin to a YouTube message, please alert me in the chat. Say, Stephen, the stream's down, stream suspended. Type it quickly, just a couple words, and not just one person. Please help me out that way. Otherwise, the channel will get another copyright strike because I can't tell these videos that I share. There's no warning for me. I don't know if the one on the screen, this nature video, is copyright. I don't know if the next one that I share is copyright. So help me out. That's all I ask. And what I can do is stop sharing and try to share something else. And then sometimes it puts the stream back and it doesn't remove it, doesn't terminate the stream and give a strike. If I'm quick enough, but it has to be very quick. It has to be well under a minute. It's better if it's seconds that people respond when they see that. If all of a sudden it stops playing and they put that up, please alert me.
Might be on the menu next. The bird of...
So this video here is heron eats screaming squirrel in one bite. Birding San Diego. So if you're upset by, let's say, the natural behavior of wildlife that's graphic, then turn it off. 1.1 million views in a year. People love watching these videos. And this guy has a small channel, 4,000 subs. He got over 1 million views because people absolutely love seeing animals being eaten. A lot of these videos get million views. The ones on the side recommended 1.4 million views with a great blue heron finally catches a big gopher. People love to see animals eat other animals. They always have high views, always.
Focus today is the great blue heron. We wanted to see if we could catch it hunting anything. It began stalking around some rocks off the shore of the lake where many chipmunks and ground squirrels often hung out. I think this bird spotted its next meal though, because it started swaying its head side to side, helping it gauge depth perception for an accurate strike. People shouldn't intervene in natural feeding behaviors such as this heron hunting for a squirrel because predators like herons and snakes play a crucial role in ecosystems by controlling small mammal populations, which in turn reduces the spread of diseases carried by ticks and dangerous bacteria such as tularemia or rabbit fever. Great blue herons violently shake small mammals like chipmunks to relax their spines before dipping them in water to drown them, then swallowing them whole. At least 25 bird species are known to dip their food in water before eating it, and the behavior is most often seen in species with high cognitive ability. This demonstrates the problem-solving skills, adaptability, and rudimentary understanding of cause and effect for the heron. Animals like herons play a crucial role in the food web by controlling small mammal populations, ensuring proper nutrient cycling from the bottom up, and, when the heron dies, decomposers such as fungi, small invertebrates, and microorganisms break down its body, recycling nutrients back into the ecosystem. The heron dips the chipmunk in water like a tortilla chip in salsa. It's definitely not a pleasant way to go. But that's the circle of life. And the chipmunk is on the bottom of the food web. Of life. And it's definitely not a pleasant way to go. But that's the circle of life. And the chipmunk is on the bottom of the food web.
So it says squirrel in the title, eats a screaming squirrel, and then they call it a chipmunk. Person doesn't give a shit about the life of that tiny little creature. And they said, the one that made the video said the same thing that most people would say, quote, "That's the circle of life." And that's why I made that song about the circle of life. And this is, yeah, sicko comparing to salsa and chips. They just treat it, this is what they do. This is what they do. This is an example of a normie. It's not just one sick being. There's a lot of them. And I'm hoping to get people to realize it isn't just the commentator. It's many, if not most, beings on earth that are that way. There's no care. They'll just say it's the circle of life. There's no care whatsoever. And that's the way it is. That's the way many are in this place. And right now I'm documenting some harassment behavior by someone that is told they're not wanted here. And they're showing up again and again. I'm recording it, documenting the harassment. There is some harassment going on right now, and it's being recorded and documented of what's going on when they were politely told they're not wanted, and they are harassing continuously. And it is harassment. They've lied, played games, harassing. It's all documented. In case I have to present it to someone, it's all being documented.
It takes a sip of water to wash down the rodent, and that's that. Not even a minute later, this hungry pterodactyl was looking for more potential victims to check off its to-do list. It was once again lurking around the boulders surrounding the rim of the lake, However, this time it wasn't as lucky and
And the commentator sounds dull and just like a typical zombie that you'd find on a YouTube channel on Team Evil. That's the way they come across, talking about a to-do list and just think they're funny and they're not funny. And again, they get 1.1 million views and 16,000 hit the like button. Almost no one has the energy to hit the like button on my channel. It's so rare. And it shows me everything I need to know about where I am, what this realm is. I'm convinced of what this place is. I won't have any doubt on my way out. I know what this place is. Now, do I think that all of you are at that level? I don't think so. I don't.
potential victims to check off its to-do list. It was once again lurking around the boulders surrounding the rim of the lake. However, this time it wasn't as lucky and didn't end up finding anything else to eat. Too bad for the heron, I guess. But I'm sure that squirrel should do just fine for the rest of the day. The blue heron eventually flew off to another section of the lake to fish for catfish. I didn't feel like following it anymore, so I checked out the juvenile black-crowned night herons instead. The immature birds are brown with large white spots on the wings and blurry streaks on the underparts, with a blackish yellow bill. Adults, on the other hand, have all black bills. They're also much more dark and blue on the
So like a typical zombie, he just wants to describe what the birds look like. Just like anybody describing the physical look of something, the surface. And that's the way most people are. It's not just that guy. It's far bigger than that. Far, far bigger. That's the way most people are in this place. And you don't have to like it. This is a great big heron. What do they call it? I'm trying to think of the name of it. A black something. Black crowned. I couldn't think of it for some reason. But my mind, I've kind of been thrown off track in this live stream due to a lot of the harassment from multiple people that's gone on so far. This black crowned night heron. Black crowned night heron. And they are beautiful looking. And that's where I think maybe I need to do a lot more explaining. I don't hate these birds. I don't think these birds are evil. I don't think these birds are demonic. I have to explain this now because some people don't get it. They'll email me asking me if I think that these birds are. Look at this. Sure it is. More games being played. It's just insulting, harassment. Go away. Go away. Your camera's not on. Just more games, more games. Anyway, either people get it or they don't. These birds are not evil. The realm itself is evil. I'm not telling you to hate these birds. I wish I didn't have to treat people like they're 2-year-olds. I wish I didn't. And sometimes I feel bad about it. Other times I'm like, well, if I don't explain things, they don't get it. So few understand what I'm saying. And it shows me there's a real problem in this realm. I've never said birds are evil. I've never said to hate them. And people are like, well, do you think the animals are all evil, Stephen? And it's just constantly, I've tried my best to convey my message. If you don't get it, I don't know if you'll ever will. I've tried for years. And it is remarkable to me that people still can't understand. There's so few in this realm. And that's not a good thing. That's not something people should be going, yeah, I'm one of the... There's something really wrong with this place. I do think that a lot of people do try to harass me and they pretend not to get it or they're pretending as they're here. I think there's a lot of demonic pretenders in this realm, and their role here is to harass and bother good spirits. That's what I think. I don't think it's just dummies that can't understand. I think it's a lot of harassment that goes on and gaslighting in this realm on a massive scale, beyond what most of you could imagine, because most of you do isolate things to one bad person, one bad care. You just don't see the realm as a big picture. You don't. And the way that you talk shows it. Most beings don't look at the realm itself. They don't have a big picture view. They'll look at a blade of grass on the screen when I'm trying to show them the whole forest behind this heron. That's the way it is in this place. I've tried to help you, but it almost never works. Almost never. I'm saying in my entire lifetime, not just on YouTube, almost no one has understood what I'm saying in my whole life. My whole life here. And I've tried, and it just seems to be a demonic game to use up my energy, try to get on my nerves or destroy my patience, and abuse me and harass me and pretend. And that's what it seems like, because it just seems unlikely, if not impossible, that people would not understand. It just does. All the time in this place. It's all the time. It's every day that I deal with it. And that's why I do isolate myself from most humans. And I do my own thing. Because most of you play these sick demonic games of one extreme to another. You do. You do. Including when somebody tries to explain something simple. I'm not looking for agreement. And that's another gaslighting attempt. You'll say, well, he expects everyone to just agree with him mindlessly, and you'll warp it and spin it. And hundreds of you do that. I've done that on my YouTube channel. Hundreds over the years. Trying to call it a cult. And if you don't agree with Stephen, you have to agree with everything he says. You'll warp and spin. And this is what you humans do. It's demonic behavior. It doesn't matter what I'm showing. This is what you do. I could show nature and you react that way. There'll be demons saying, oh, if you don't agree with him, that's what you do. A lot of you don't even notice demonic behavior that's all around you. I think for many of you, you'd have to see them murdering people for you to even go, yeah, that's demonic. Now I see it as demonic. Anyway, it's up to you, but I've tried to show you how demonic the realm is. And I've tried to show you humanity for decades, not just for a month or a year or 2 or 3, decades. And it almost never works, which reveals to me where I am in ways that I don't think you can see. You'll say that you know where you are. I don't believe you, because most of you lied to me. Most of you pretend. Most humans on earth pretend, lie, play games constantly. And you'll harass good spirits. It's so common. It's more common in this realm than you realize, or most of you would admit. It's what you do. So I know I've tried, and I know how much I've tried, and how many thousands of hours I put in, and I know that almost no one in this realm gets it, which is a huge, huge piece of evidence to what this place is. It isn't just a clue. It shows me exactly what this place is. Because in a good realm, it would just, what I've shown, it should be easily understood. And it isn't. It isn't at all. Play your demon games and see where it gets you spiritually in the end. Just see. With all that background noise, tons of noise, most humans don't mind noise. Most humans don't mind noise. It's another indication that you're very different from me. There could be all kinds of noise pollution, and most people will say, "Oh, I don't even notice it." Still playing games? That's not your mother. Still playing demon games? Harassing?
No,
I'm going to
I'm not.
contact. Yes, you are. I'm going to contact the authorities.
No,
You
I don't
liar.
want that. I don't want that.
I don't care if you don't want that.
That's going to traumatize me.
You're trying to guilt me. You're harassing me.
I'm not trying to guilt you, harass you. Even if you say you're trying to guilt me, you're trying to harass
Stop
me.
coming to my channel. Either your mother comes on here with you or don't come here anymore.
But she's deaf.
You're lying again.
I don't wish any threats to you. I hope all the best of luck with you. That's all I
I
wanted to
don't believe
say.
your lies.
I'm not lying.
Go away, or I'm going to contact the authorities.
Fine, but I like it here.
So the person that recorded this, Jim, I guess, channel Jim Zenor, wrote on the screen, "I have to remind myself that this predator is doing a very good job of controlling the gopher numbers." And this is exactly how humans justify the design, not blaming the bird. Okay? This should be simple for people that aren't retarded. They don't want to look at the design of the realm where they are. And that's common. Most humans, it's not just this man writing on the screen. I have to remind myself that this predator is doing a very good job of controlling the gopher numbers. They have to justify it somehow. And that's what humans do. They won't look at the realm and say, why is it designed for life to eat life? Millions and millions of things are dying every day, being eaten, killed, eaten. Why? They'll just remind themselves, well, they're controlling the gopher numbers. It's the circle of life. That this is what humans do. They do mental gymnastics. It's what you're good at. I wish I could stand on a stage before humanity and say, you're great at that. You're great at mental gymnastics, but you're not great at looking at the big picture and the truth, the design of the realm. You're great at mental gymnastics. Congratulations. You're much better at mental gymnastics than I've ever been, but you're not good at looking at the truth. I'll applaud you for your mental gymnastics. You're great at that, but you never look at the truth. You never look at the big picture. You just can't do it. And that's the way most of you are. And you're also good at isolating. Well, Jim can't see. You'll say, it's his channel. Jim, he can't see what's going on. The guy that made the video, he can't see it. It isn't just Jim. You got to broaden your view. Think bigger, see bigger. Don't have narrow tunnel vision. Don't isolate it and say, oh, that commentator, what an idiot, what a stupid asshole. And that's what most people do. They have a tiny, tiny, tiny view. You'll never see your way out of hell realm with a tiny view. You better start working on that. Whoever you are out there in this realm, because most of you humans do that. You're busy looking at a tiny blade of grass under a microscope when I'm trying to show you a forest. And that's what most of you do. You miss the point. People spend years at times on my channel and miss the point. You don't even know what I'm doing. You think I'm trying to make you think that the guy's an idiot of this channel and, oh, hate him. And it's not about that at all. I'm trying to show you something about the realm, about nature, about wildlife, about life eating life, about mental gymnastics. There's a whole bunch involved here. If you paid attention, you could potentially learn something. Now, I don't think most people do, because there's 20 tuned in and most of them are lurking demons tuned in today. That's what I end up with, is losers lurking. And that's what most of humanity are. Losers lurking, loser demons. That's what most are. Hello, Anna Faye. Good to see you. It's been quite a live stream already with a lot of evil coming around, a lot of harassment, a lot of demonic emotional manipulation, demon games, but regardless, I'll keep pressing on. He really feels for gophers. Look at this. And the way most people say, well, it's the bottom of the food chain. They're prey and the heron's it's simple. The heron's a predator. And it all makes sense to humans because they don't care about suffering. They have no care for suffering. They have no care to look at the design and say, this is horrible. This is a fucking nightmare. This place is a feeding frenzy. Most people don't care. And I realize most of you don't get that. You don't see it. You don't see that. You don't. And a lot of you would say that everyone around you is good. I don't think they care about this. They'd say, I bet many of your family members would probably say, I wouldn't change the design at all. God's design is perfect. I hear that on YouTube all the time. God's design is perfect. They wouldn't change this a bit. Millions of animals are suffering every single day, being eaten, sometimes eaten alive. And you'll say it's a perfect design by God. God's design, God's plan, it's great, perfect. Go away, Psycho. Go away. Playing more demon games. Go away. Till I see you sitting beside your mom, go away. Stop doing this. It's harassment. And I'm documenting all of it. It's all documented. All of your harassment in games. All right, the title of this video is Great Blue Heron Eating 6 Baby Ducklings. Maybe the title alone is enough. I don't know. It wears me down that it takes so much to reach people, and so few people can say something to indicate that they really understand. Because saying I understand does nothing for me at this point. There's so many pretenders and liars here. So many in this realm that pretend to understand. I understand, Stephen, and they're just lying. So unless you really indicate understanding and comprehension, I just don't believe you. That's to most on earth. Because it isn't that difficult to prove that you understand something, and very few do. Too bad. You're cheating yourself if you're pretending to understand what I'm showing and why I'm showing it and what it says about this realm. Cheat yourself then of the truth and go into the recycling bin. That's where I think you're headed. I said that to Jason on Archaic's channel when I was live on his stream last year, and I'm saying it to the people tuned in here, 22 tuned in. I think a lot of you are pretenders. I don't think you're honest. I don't think you're real. I think you'll say as an automatic response, I understand. When somebody says, do you understand? You immediately lie, as so many do in this realm. You'll claim understanding of things you don't understand. That's a human trait. And what do I mean by human? Essentially liars. That's what most people are. And given enough time, you prove yourselves to be that. And it's most of you on earth. It's not a few. It's not one or two. And that's the human thing to do, to isolate it and pretend just one liar here, or a couple here. It isn't that way. A lot of you will say you understand things you don't understand.
Internet is psychologically destroying the modern female brain and how it works. What am I talking about? So many things. I'm a female. I can see what's happening firsthand. I am aware of it, and sometimes I still fall short and fall into the trap of the modern society. What am I talking about? Well, let me start with the false oppression that is being said to become upon all women for daily struggles like motherhood, being a wife, being a girlfriend, loneliness, hard work, etc. These things are now being labeled oppression. People on social media or on the internet are talking about things like motherhood as if they are oppressive, like raising your child is an oppression against you. This is insane to me. This is insane to me. There are moms out there and there are women out there that don't even have kids that talk about having kids like it is some sort of burden on their life. Now, don't get me wrong, raising children is hard. Like I said in my last video, it's not supposed to be easy. It was never supposed to be easy. But there's this thing called sacrifice that many modern day people don't understand.
Sacrifice. Well, most moms pretend to be oppressed. It's so hard to be a lazy mom with no job and everything else. I'm just tired of society and what people tolerate as normal. It's sickening to me. Sickening. Lazy beings all over the place. Lazy.
Understand the concept of, or they're just too selfish and distracted to even care about the concept of the word selfishness. But when you have...
Here's where the lazy can go, right into the blue bin. The pretenders that claim they understand things that they don't. The liars, go right in the blue bin. Go right in the bin. Go right in the bin. No one's making you lie. Get in the bin.
Have children, yourself in a way dies, and your old self should die. You shouldn't still be the same person you were pre-kids that you are when you have children, because you should be bettering yourself constantly as an example for those children. But women, especially women, and I'm a woman so I'm allowed to talk about this, don't want to do the hard work to change themselves. A lot of women are comfortable in the way that they are, and
She said she's a woman, so she's allowed to talk about this, but a man can't, right? Just women? Is that what you mean? She's a woman, so she's allowed, but men aren't allowed to speak. It's just what a ridiculous society this is. It's absurd. This whole realm is a hell realm, and it's absurd. And it's normal to most people. Well, congratulations if this is normal to you. Congrats. You can stay here if it's your home.
women, especially women, and I'm a woman so I'm allowed to talk about this, don't want to do the hard work to change themselves. A lot of women are comfortable in the way that they are, and they don't want to put in the work and make the changes to be a better version of themselves, especially young women and young moms. But now I'm seeing even 30-year-old women and onwards acting like teenagers, and they just don't want to die to their old self and become that new version. And like I said, I understand. I'm not talking from a place of inexperience on this topic. I really understand this one. So yeah, that's an example. Is just they are painting motherhood, and I mean the internet is painting motherhood as a form of oppression. And even being a wife as a form of oppression. There's so many videos online talking about, oh, I'm not going to cook my husband some food, or I'm not going to clean the house. We're going to do, like, split the jobs. Or he's going to do his own stuff and I'm going to do my own stuff. Why are you even in a relationship then? You should only be in a relationship if you're ready to serve the other person. You should want to serve the other person. If you don't, then don't be in a relationship. You should be single because you're self-serving and selfish. That's exactly what it is. And I'm talking to women here. I'm not a man. I can't speak on men's topics. I can speak briefly on them from my knowledge of and observing of problems in the men community, but I'm not a man. I am a woman, and I've definitely seen firsthand and heard and had conversations with other women that have led me here to this video today that I'm making, because it's enough. Just because you're a woman doesn't give you a free pass to act like everyone should come save you and come serve you. Now, yes, I do believe that women should be served in a way that's different from the way that we are supposed to serve a man. But we are still supposed to serve the man. It doesn't matter, like, what you believe. You are made to serve a man in some type of way. You're not made to be single. It's not oppressive to be in a relationship. It's not oppressive to be a mother. I'm speaking in general terms here. We all know there's abusive relationships. We all know there's confusing situations with children. I'm speaking in general terms here for those of you that this might go over your head. I'm speaking in general terms. Anyone that has an intellectual brain will understand that when I'm speaking about any topic, I'm not speaking in total, I'm speaking in general terms. So that's number one. And number two kind of is the motherhood is not oppression, and being a wife or a girlfriend is not oppression either. Serving your household is not oppression. But the internet pushes that idea. And do you know why they push that idea? You probably know if you're watching this video, but I'm going to say it anyway because maybe there's somebody who doesn't. The reason this idea is pushed and trendy, and it's probably on your feed all the time, is because they want the man and the woman to compete. They want the woman to be masculine. They want this. Why do they want this? They want this so that the family unit can fall apart. So there could not even be a chance for a family unit to begin. Because what is stronger than anything? A strong family with morals. Take the woman out of the household. Take the woman's mind out of serving her family and her husband and her children. What do you end up with? A broken family. And what happens to a broken family? The broken family gets raised by the system, so on and so forth. The system creates more slaves and they continue to serve the system. There's so many issues here. It's hard to find a topic to talk about and stick on in this category, but honestly, I made a video about iPad kids. That was my last video, and someone made a great comment actually talking about how when cell phones were being introduced, it was mainly the woman that pushed it first, and the man was kind of against it. But the woman who was going to work wanted her children to have cell phones in the home because she felt like it was more safe and it was more stable. And I do actually see that, how that could have happened. I'm not sure, I didn't do too much research into that, but I thought that was a really interesting comment from that person because I never thought about it that way. But it makes total sense. Because why? Because women are controlled by fear. So if you can get a woman out of the home into the workforce, send the kids out to school, husband's working too, you know, 2 providers, 2 masculine figures, but one of them is emotional. And I'm sorry, ladies, but ladies, we are emotional. It's just in our nature. We will always be more emotional than a man. No matter what. We will always be more emotional than a man. And what is an emotional person prone to? An emotional person is prone to fear. And what does fear do? Fear controls. If you can make someone fearful, you can then control them because you can offer a solution. And even though that solution might be crazy, in the moment of fear, it sounds kind of sane. So it kind of made sense in that comment talking about how the woman was the one who thought the cell phone was a good idea to give to the children at home or whatever it may be, like the home phone, whatever it was. It makes total sense because 2020.
Not enough drama. 6 or 8 people left. 8 people tuned out. They wanted the drama.
Probably the majority of households that got the vaccination were influenced into that in the beginning by the woman of the household. Because the women are the most fearful, and like I said, how can you control a society if you can't make them fearful, and so on and so forth, etc., etc. So basically, my idea of bringing that comment up was to say that you can see patterns repeated in history. It's like, I believe in women independence, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to do the things that I do that. I believe in women independence. 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 And I'm grateful to have the opportunity to do the things that I do that maybe some people in some countries are not able to do. But I believe there is a role and there is an optimal position for us women to be in and to operate in. And I believe that every system has a role. And when you play your role in the system operates more efficiently. So in the family unit, in the household, when you play your role as a woman and you submit to your husband and you let him lead, I believe that the system functions properly. You can Let go of the worries of the world. You don't need to be fearful of what's going to happen because your husband has that on his back, and he will carry that for you. Your job should be to support him and to raise your children with the morals that your family has decided are correct for your situation. But what's happening is this whole thing is getting separated completely. And that's why relationships are falling apart. Because here's the woman, here's the man. The man's not really headbutting the woman. The man is continuing to do what the man does. The woman has kind of come up with this freedom and independence and all these ideas of oppression that they have. They want to fight against it. Why? Because we're emotional. And so now they're competing with men. And it's a competition when it was never supposed to be. It was never supposed to be a competition, guys. Like, another thing is entitlement. Entitlement is a huge one. And maybe if you're a lady, you're watching this video, maybe if you know me and you're watching this video, I'm not trying to judge or to put people down in any way in this video.
Yeah, judging is bad. That's another typical. Never judge. Don't judge. That's a huge one in society today. Don't judge anyone, women believe. Don't ever shame anyone. That's terrible. But just let people be absolutely demonic, degenerate, everything else. Just don't judge as society gets worse.
Trying to judge, or maybe if you know me and you're watching this video, I'm not trying to judge or to put people down in any way in this video. I'm genuinely not. I'm speaking my opinion. I'm speaking my thoughts. I'm not trying to judge people. I'm not trying to put you down because I am not perfect. I have never been perfect. I have made mistakes. I continue to make mistakes. I'm learning. I'm not better than anybody. I'm just putting that out there. I'm not trying to sound holier than thou. I'm not. Maybe you guys even think I'm sounding like a pick-me. That's okay if you think that. I'm genuinely just speaking my thoughts here. So let's get to the point. I personally know dozens of people, of girls, who will literally text back guys just to get a free dinner date. Like,
well, here comes the literally, and yeah, they want a free dinner. There's a lot of bad behavior. I wonder if her lips are, if she has lip fillers, because she has that's a lot of lips there. I wonder if she's had her lips messed with. Are there any natural women left in this world? Look at this. That's the way it is, though, isn't it? It's all normal. You could have plastic surgery done on your face where you look like an alien, and people would say, don't judge. Everything's normal. Never judge. Never judge.
I know maybe you've heard that before on social media, but I am a normal person, normal, average, everyday person, and this is something everyday, average girls do. I myself have never done this. You don't have to believe me. You do. I'm not here to prove myself. I'm having a conversation to the camera, a one-way conversation. This is insane to me. I have known so many friends of the past to do this, or people will, like people that smoke weed and stuff like that, they will purposely just text a guy to go get free, and that they'll leave. They're not doing it for anything else. And you know, I feel like this has probably been happening forever, since the beginning of time. Like, women know their power and stuff like that. Regardless, I'm just saying that that mindset alone is so harmful, because the more and more you do things like that, the more and more you like devalue your mindset.
Is it just a mindset, or is it bad behavior? See, this is another game women play where they will talk about a bad behavior, using someone, for example, for free food, using them as a foodie date, as a free dinner, using someone, objectifying men for their money. They won't call it that. They'll just say it's a bad mindset. Is it just a bad mindset, or is it bad behavior? Now, bad behavior, women and girls don't want to be told that their behavior is bad, but it is. It is. A lot of men don't want you anymore. A lot of men will have sex with women like this, but they don't want them as a girlfriend or wife. You're not trustworthy. You're just not. Most modern women aren't trustworthy. You're just users. You're leeches, liars and leeches. And that's what millions and millions and millions of white Western men see. Millions and millions and millions see it. We see it already. You can't just change our mind by lying to us. We already see.
Devalue yourself. Like, you don't have standards. You'll just
Oh, they're devaluing themselves. They're not using men. They're devaluing themselves when they use men for dinner, for free. That's just incredible. The way women spin things. They're devaluing yourself. Think higher of yourself, women.
like that. The more and more you like devalue your mindset, you devalue yourself. Like, you don't have standards. You'll just trade your time for that, and it's not really for anything. It's just for free stuff. The whole point I'm even bringing this up is to say that social media has really gassed our heads. Social media has both ways also. It's not just in the way of to us females, also men in a different way, but it's almost like connections.
It's almost like you've been gassed up to the point where every woman gets so many fake compliments and comments on social media that you believe yourselves to be brilliant. You just aren't. You can't even use the proper words when you're speaking. It's incredible that people view them and pat them on the back and compliment them so much. $11,000 views on a channel with 739 subs. 1.3 thousand likes. People gobble it up.
Can't even be made because the second that a woman, I'm not sure about men because I'm not a man, but the second that a woman gets bored, she just texts the next guy. Like, there's no chance for that bond to really happen. There's no chance for deeper conversations because typically the woman doesn't want it. And I'm telling you this because I know I've seen this happen time and time again in front of my face with people that I've known. They're kind of just in an on to the next mentality. And like I said, social media has really allowed this to happen because there's seemingly to be unlimited options. Like, if this guy doesn't respond, or if this guy's boring, or it doesn't work out, whatever it may be, I can just text the next guy, and then the next guy, and the next guy. It's just a degenerative mindset, and it's happening so fast. And I'm watching this happen to girls not even in high school yet. Like, they're on Snapchat texting so many different guys. It's a problem because by the time they become a full-grown woman, they're so desensitized, and in a sense, I believe that their soul is so broken in a way that they will not be able to form a bond with a man, a genuine bond. They won't want to. The really good point I want to make is that I believe modern day women are really convinced, or they really believe, that fulfillment comes from attention.
She believes, she believes, she believes. Looks like it might be a car seat in the back. I don't know. Is that a car seat behind her? Maybe she's a single mom. Looks like that might be a stroller on the left side of the screen. Could she be a single mom? If she has kids, if I had to bet, if she has kids, is she a single mom or is she a married mom? I'd bet single mom. I'd be pushing all the chips to single mom. Why? Not because she's necessarily bad or saying all the worst things. She's trying to call out women, but she's got tattoos on her and she's coming across like she's probably a single mom. That's the feeling I get. That's the intuition I get. That's the sense I get from her, single mom. Is she living in her car? I don't know. But there's a huge trend of women making videos in their cars that a lot of men talk about. It's like a meme, it's a joke at this point. So many women make videos in their cars that you can't even tell. Are they living in their cars? I don't know. Doesn't seem to be much stuff in there. She's probably not living in her car if I had to guess. But if I had to guess, she's probably a single mom with at least one kid, maybe multiple, at her age. And she's just starting to see that there might be some problems with women in today's society, but still trying to cover up, like, don't judge them. They're not accountable. It's just their mindset.
Validation and material things. Don't get me wrong, like, even me, I'm, again, not trying to sound better than anybody. I have my struggles too. Attention feels good.
Oh, and by the way, for women, for most women and most lefties, that would include men, the soy boy males, the liberal lefty feminist males, they would say analyzing her is mean. It's harsh because it hurts feelings. So they don't like when a being like me uses my analytical mind to analyze things and say she's probably a single mom. I notice a stroller, what looks to be. They don't like that. They hate that because they want to shut off that part of their brain entirely, and they wish it were gone out of all of society. They don't like men like me that use my analytical skills, my analytical mind. They don't like that. They view that as quote unquote abuse. To analyze, to be analytical is quote unquote abuse, according to them. To make jokes about anyone's is abuse to them, or is like they don't even know the meanings of words. They'll call it stalking if I cover this girl's YouTube videos again or something. They're just nuts. That's what leftists are. I don't know if many of you see that, but I'm free to comment on her lips, her looks, anything. She's putting herself in public on video, just the way somebody put themselves up on a billboard. It's in public view. I don't know why that's difficult for so many people today, to understand on the internet. But there's a big problem with a lot of you. This is public. This is a public video. I'm free to view it, share it, review it, comment, analyze. This should be something understood easily without explanation, but it isn't. It isn't today, and it's going away in the West, not just on YouTube. They will stop you from videoing in France and various places in large cities, and you're going to have all of your rights and freedoms taken away as a tourist, even just going somewhere, and they say, you can't take pictures here on this beach. You're going to lose all of your fucking freedoms that you took for granted your whole life, and you'll be shocked when they're gone. You will. You're going to see how bad this hell realm gets.
Good. It doesn't feel bad. It feels good. It's like a drug in a way. I mean, attention is currency. So don't get me wrong. Like, even me, I'm, again, not trying to sound better than anybody. I have my struggles too. Attention feels good. It doesn't feel bad. It feels good. It's like a drug in a way. I mean, attention is currency. So, attention feels good. Getting nice things feels good. But the problem is that we have a society of women that are so obsessed with getting things, getting attention, getting validation for fulfillment, and they're seeking fulfillment in a place that it will never end. They will continue to seek these things. So what it's happening is it's halting the possibility of a genuine fulfillment, if that makes sense. There's always going to be seeking for something else, continuing to want for more, because they're not looking for the real things that actually fulfill. But instead, I see a lot of women, it's just like this chase for attention and validation from strangers on the internet. There's no work in real life. It's all a show, which I really believe it stunts brain growth. I genuinely believe that, because sometimes I'll go out in public, going out on a date with my husband, and we'll just people watch.
Oh, wow, husband. She's actually married. That's shocking to me. I wouldn't have guessed that she's married. I would have thought single mom.
We'll just people watch in growth. I genuinely believe that, because sometimes I'll go out in public,
So I was off there. She has a husband.
Going out on a date with my husband, and we'll just people watch. And I do this alone sometimes too. But you can just hear the conversations of young women with guys, or even amongst one another. And literally their conversations are just about Instagram likes, Instagram follows, this girl wearing these clothes, this girl doing this. Did you hear about this? Did you hear about... It's literally nothing of substance at all whatsoever. There's not one conversation of substance in their conversation.
Wow, it's literally nothing of substance. What a shock. What a shock. How many beings have any substance in this realm? Tattoos, boobs out, big lips. Yeah, I thought it was single mom. I'm surprised she's married. I was picking up single mom energy. Let's go back to the Green Wizard. A lot of his videos are directed at me, and he pretended that he ended himself, and it's incredible. Stephen Killeen, Stephen Killeen, Stephen Killeen. How many times is he doxing me? Stephen Killeen, the Sanity Machine. Another one. Look at this. Well, I definitely never told you or anyone else to end yourself. I don't know who this is, but Stephen Killeen is a liar. Let's just look at all this. Obsessive behavior is normal in Hell Realm. It's normal until I say no more and no mercy. I'm not tolerating this for eternity. And I'm telling you ahead of time, any of you that tune into this, 18 watching right now, I'm not tolerating this for eternity. I'm not putting up with your shit. And you'll see. You'll see how I stop you. You'll see how I stop you from your harassment and your threats, your obsessive behavior, your evil behavior. I'm not tolerating it for eternity. It ends here in this realm. And you'll see what I mean. It ends here in this realm. And you'll see what I mean.
And I locked the door. Is that
Followed
what
by a viewer in
the-
Poland forced her door open.
The hotel owner was saying? And
Something chilling to talk. Oh my fucking god. What a nutball. The police came to help the stalker, actually? Well, and this is the main issue that I have, right? I've talked about this before, is that I recognized the name from a previous stalker story, so I googled Jenny TTV stalker, and I found numerous clips. Why does this chick have so many stalkers who are unafraid of cameras? So I can actually answer this question. It's a very, very simple answer. It's because they're never held accountable for behaving this way. That's literally the reason why, is that they act this way and they just do this to people, and for whatever reason the police never hold them accountable. That's it. And there's no element of the crime in Europe. Yeah. And so like I responded. I talked about this last night. It was like 6 a.m. I had woken up and I was like looking at this. So yeah, this is it. I said it's crazy that in Western countries, it's crazy that Western countries allow animals like this to stalk women with impunity. Anyone who does this should be institutionalized or killed. The amount of, quote, tolerance that we have ruins countless lives or worse, which is common for many women, not just streamers. So that's my opinion about it. That's what I think that we should do with them, right? I think it literally, like, if you have somebody like this come to your house, like my opinion is that let's skip the restraining order. Let's speed run this. If you do something that's bad enough for you to need a restraining order after the person told you not to come there, and you're just a random person that's trying to follow them, fuck the restraining order, straight to fucking jail. Straight to jail, straight to an institution. If they shoot you, rip bozo. That's what I think. They do nothing for stalking victims. Well, it's beyond that. Like, and I have an intimate knowledge with this because I've talked to a lot of female streamers. Here, let me, the fuck do you mean allowed? Who allowed this? The police do. This person should have been, people like this, do you really think this is his first time doing it? Really, think about that. It's not too easy preventing crimes before they happen. I think unless they have the information about the crime that's about to happen, your takes are becoming more insane by the day. I said, talk to 5 pretty girls and you'll probably get at least 10 stories about stalkers. Many will tell you about how police ignore the problem and or do the absolute minimum. It's a huge problem that's not taken seriously enough. The issue is simply how to implement it. You can get a restraining order, but it's hard to actually punish someone who has yet to do anything. You can find.
All right, I'm going to switch gears to this. Italy doesn't feel like Europe anymore. I showed Paris, I think the last live stream, Paris, France. It looks terrible. It looks like it stinks. It's overrun. There are these illegal markets. There's all kinds of horrible shit. The crime has gone way up. It's a beautiful city that just looks like it's being systematically destroyed, and it's sickening. And this is Italy, and people are noticing. Italy doesn't feel like Europe anymore. Sorry, someone's texting me. If you hear those sounds in the background, I have my phone charging beside me.
Welcome to Genova, the glittering Ligurian port city tourists adore for its historic centre, seafood and sea views. But behind the shiny images online lies a much darker truth they don't want you to see. This is one of Europe's busiest gateways for the international drug trade. Massive coke shipments from South America flow through these docks, feeding the insatiable appetite of the powerful Calabrian 'Ndrangheta mafia. Genova has become a critical northern hub infiltrated by corrupt insiders, bribes, and mafia-linked logistics. Nigerian and Senegalese networks act as the street-level foot soldiers, moving product into the city's alleys, dominating retail dealing in the historic Vicoli, and running brutal human trafficking rings, especially the sexual exploitation of Nigerian women trapped by debt and juju rituals. What looks like a charming Italian destination is also a nerve center for organized crime, where mafia economics, immigrant gangs, and street violence collide right behind the tourist crowds. In this video, we pull back the curtain on the Genova they're lying about, the side locals know all too well, but visitors never experience. Until now. Welcome everybody to the port city of Genova in northwest Italy.
I've never been to Italy, the north or south. It was on, we'll say, my list of places that I would have wanted to visit before, we'll say, 10, 12 years ago, with all the, they call it mass migration, the invasion and destruction of European countries from Italy to France, Germany, the UK, everywhere. It's all over. I don't mean it's all over, it's over and done with. I mean it's everywhere is what I mean. In Canada, a lot of times we would say it's all over, meaning all over the place or everywhere. It's in every European country for the most part to some degree, but in some places much worse than other places. They've generally kept most of them out of Poland and I think Romania. I'm trying to think of where else. Hungary, Romania, Poland. There's a few places that they've managed to not allow them to just come in. They've managed to stop them. In other places, they've just been allowed to invade and destroy.
Just arrived here last night to our room. Got a 1-bedroom apartment here in the historical core, right by the port, in the old part of the city. We're actually staying on a carugi, or a narrow alleyway known as Via di Pre, one of the most dangerous alleyways probably in all of Europe for drug trafficking, human trafficking, and much more. This is an ancient, very old.
So you're staying, why would you choose that? That's weird. You're endangering yourself. I don't know. It's weird to me. I know he would probably say for his YouTube channel, but at a certain point, it gets a bit weird. It's like you're endangering yourself for your YouTube channel. I don't know. It's a kind of weird situation. Once again, a reminder, please alert me in chat if YouTube suspends the live stream. I don't know if this guy's content is copyright or not. I don't know if he has copyrighted this or not. I don't know. So if it pops up, if YouTube suspends the stream goes down, please alert me as soon as you can. Because I'd like to share a lot of this, and I don't know if it is copyrighted.
1,000-year-old port city, very important all throughout history for Italy. And because of that port history, it means it's also welcomed a lot of sketchy characters, illegal.
Have a great dinner, Footprints. Enjoy your dinner. I hope you have something good to eat.
Migrants openly dealing on the streets to children and to other local people and other migrants as well. So now, to start this video off, I'm going to go out on my own, solo, into the alleyway.
It looks like a decent little clean place that he found, according from what I can see. Now, would you be able to find a little place like this to stay at in some shithole country like Liberia or Rwanda or Sudan or Nigeria or the Congo? And those aren't the only ones. There's lots more. Ghana is another one. There's a lot of shithole places in Africa. And that's another thing some people take for granted, where if you wanted to go visit Italy, you could find a place, a hotel room, an Airbnb, if you wanted to go to Italy, if you wanted to go to France, if you wanted to go to England, okay, if you wanted to go to Ireland, you wanted to go to Scotland, you wanted to go to Germany, you could find a good, clean place that's decent. And of course, depending on your budget, you could find you could go to a fine hotel somewhere and spend 1,000 a night or 1,000 euros a night if you wanted. But you could also find a decent, clean little place to stay. Now, if you go to a shithole country in Africa, where are you going to stay? And I think people take it for granted, like, oh, I'm going to Europe and, oh, it's so expensive. But where would you stay in those shithole countries that I mentioned earlier? Like Rwanda, the Congo, Liberia, Sudan. Where would you stay? Where would you stay if I said, hey, do you want to go to this slum or this part of India? Where would you stay? And that's going to be clean, safe. Where would you stay? We take it for granted, just like in Canada or United States. If you have the money and you're not completely broke, you can find a decent place just about anywhere to stay, a hotel room or an Airbnb, just about anywhere, from Canada down to Texas, the Gulf Coast, Florida, Texas, the West Coast, California. You could find a place. And in the West, European people take it for granted that you're going to be able to find a good, decent, at least clean, safe place to stay if you have any type of money at all. You don't have to be wealthy. Think about it. We take that for granted because, hey, where are you going to stay if you travel to Haiti or you travel to all those African countries I mentioned? Think about it.
Anyways, show you guys the reality of what these streets look like, because to be completely honest, this is the most sketchy feeling city that.
So it's a sketchy city, but he's still in a place that doesn't look run down or destroyed. I'm taking it. I'm basically looking at this saying he probably didn't spend a lot then. If it's a sketchy neighborhood, he's throwing up the 666 right where I paused it. I mean, what are the odds that I hit pause right there and there's the 666 thrown up? It's like this realm. It looks like he has a compass, a Viking compass or something, tattooed on his forearm. Anyway, please answer in the chat how easy you think it would be to find a nice, decent, clean, and safe. It doesn't have to be luxury place in, let's say, Pakistan, India, the African countries I mentioned, Liberia, Sudan, Nigeria, the Congo, Rwanda, what was the other one? Ghana, I think I mentioned, maybe Zimbabwe. There's a lot of them. Where would you stay? Or where would you stay in Haiti? That's on our side of the realm, at least for people living in Canada or America. It's fairly close by, Haiti. Where would you stay? Do you think it'd be easy to find a place that looks even close to what he's staying at. And he's supposedly staying in a rough neighborhood. And the place looks like this. Okay? He's in the ghetto, apparently, there. And he's not in a ghetto. His place looks pretty good to me. I would stay there.
Show you guys the reality of what these streets.
I'm not saying it'd be my first choice. I would probably pay more to stay somewhere outside of that neighborhood and have a bit of luxury, if I'm being honest, and I am. But if I had to stay there, I'd say, yeah, it's clean and it's safe. It seems all right to me. I wouldn't complain. I'm not a snob. But I don't think you'd find a place that good in the countries I mentioned.
Look like, because to be completely honest, this is the most sketchy feeling city that we have visited in all of Europe, and I'm being dead serious when I'm saying this. We've been to Brussels, we've been to Paris, we've been to London, we've been all over. Nothing.
Would there be a single place on the island of Haiti? Haiti's half the island, the other half is the Dominican Republic, which is different. They're far wealthier on that side, and there's a lot more tourism, hotels. But let's say on the side that's Haiti, where would you stay? Would you stay in a mud hut? Would you stay somewhere where they're making mud cookies, dirt cookies? Like, think about it. It's something that we do, and I'm including myself, take for granted, that across where Europeans have been, there are always good places to stay. If you don't live there, you're traveling, you're a tourist, you might be a hiker, hiking your backpacking, hiking your way across Europe, or maybe biking across Europe. You always could find places like this available. Clean and safe places that aren't just destroyed and dangerous and filthy. We take it for granted. In the third world, they don't build places like this that I've seen.
Nothing compares to how the streets, the Karujis, the alleyways feel here. Broad daylight prostitution. Prostitutes being shipped over from Africa by mafia to be prostituted on the streets here. This is
the mafia are shipping over prostitutes from Africa. Really? I didn't know that. They should be ashamed of themselves importing that into Italy. That's disgusting.
Daily reality here in this city. The image is not portrayed like this online. It's all falsified. Travel vloggers coming here and lying to your face about what the reality is. There's a few streets around here that are very nice and show the real Italy and the Italian culture, and we will show you that as well in this video. But to start off, let's go into...
Sorry for jumping in so much, but I have to keep jumping in, especially if it's copyrighted. I have to jump in once in a while. But even if it isn't, I enjoy certain things from Italy. I like the looks of some beautiful Italian women. I love Italian knives. That's one of my favorites. Fox knives, lion steel, but fox knives are very good. And Bastinelli is a designer that has his knives made in Italy, often by Fox Knives. And I have a Bastinelli knife that I've shown you on my channel, my knife channel. And it's a Magna Cut blade and a carbon fiber handle that's just so well designed. Well made, fit and finish. It's an expensive little knife. We're talking about hundreds of dollars for a small knife. American dollars, not Canadian, not monopoly money. And it's just a beauty. And I have a limited edition one, a special edition. Bastinelli made by Fox Knives. It's a beauty. And they're amazing. They arrive without burrs. They're super sharp. They do a great job, great style. Italian suits is another thing I can mention. And these, some people might say, well, that's stereotypical stuff. Italian cuisine. Who doesn't like Italian cuisine? You go to someone's house that are from Italy that moved to Canada or United States, and I have relatives that married into Italian families, and you have a real authentic Italian dinner, and they make their own sauce. They make their own pasta. They do it all themselves. And then the Italian desserts and the old ladies. I don't know if the old Italian ladies. I'm not being insulting, but at weddings, at Italian weddings, I've been to Italian weddings, and they have the dessert table, and they have all these desserts that they baked and bring to the wedding. That's the way they do it at a true Italian wedding. And I mean hundreds of people at these great big Italian halls. They have Italian halls, and they're for Italian weddings, gatherings, and they're for Italian baptisms as well. And I've been to those as well, relatives. And they have tons of food. And I mean, you could have a 7-course lunch at an Italian baptism with seafood, fresh seafood, like a seafood and an antipasta table for that. And then they're bringing you, it's amazing. So they know how to do it. They do it right when it comes to cuisine, when it comes to Italian suits, fashion design. Sorry, there's so much to mention, and I'm probably going to miss a few things, but I'm giving the flowers, the kudos to the Italians. Italian colognes. They do a beautiful job with colognes as well. All right. With Armani colognes. There's various Acqua di Gio colognes and others. Italian colognes, suits, style, fashion. I like the culture in terms of how they greet people, very friendly. Men are masculine is another thing that I respect. On weapons, I mentioned Fox knives and Lion Steel and Bastinelli knives are mostly made in Italy. Beretta firearms, Beretta handguns, classic. I can't show handguns on my channel, but Beretta handguns. So I do love fine quality. I'm someone that has discriminating taste. And some of their cookies, those Italian cookies, are delicious. Cookies, cakes. I love it. I have some different Acqua di Gios as well. I have a collection of colognes, as some people know. Callie doesn't like that. Callie thinks that I should be wearing Old Spice like her daddy, which is weird to me. If Stinky Bun Callie is tuned in still, if she lurks here, maybe you should want your man or other men to wear something other than smelling like your daddy, because that's kind of weird. I wouldn't want to smell like my girlfriend's father. I wouldn't wear the same cologne as if my girlfriend's dad wears a cologne. I wouldn't wear that to smell like her dad, because I don't want her smelling me thinking of her dad. Okay, I know maybe in Pakistan or India they like that, but that's kind of weird to me. I think that women want their man to smell different than their father, and they don't. Every man shouldn't smell the same. Yeah, she has no taste. I agree. She has no taste. I like Acqua di Gio Profumo is one of the ones that I love. I could at least show that somewhere in just a second. I don't have a picture of my bottle handy, but I have various. I have Profumo. Just give me a sec. I'll share it with you. Here's what they look like. Here's the original, and that's the Eau de Toilette. That one's been around for ages, since I think the 90s. But I have Profumo, and it's the dark one. It's in a dark bottle like that. Profumo. And it's pretty amazing. It's a favorite with a lot of men. So I have that one, and I tend to wear that more in spring and summer, maybe not in winter. In cold weather, I have different colognes for cold winter Canadian or Michigan weather. Amazing gold. Oh, Beth's leather. That's a good point as well. Leather. Absolutely. Gucci for men. Gold jewelry, yes. And leather. I have some leather from I have some Italian leather, including some leather sheaths for knives. For knives. Sorry. For knives. So yes, I love Profumo. That's one that I have, but I have some others. I just can't think of the names of all my colognes at the moment. But I do have more than that. So yeah, when people say that, what I was going to get to is when people say that, oh, white people don't have any culture. That's just off the top of my head. For Italian cars is another one. Ferrari, for example. Ferrari. You talk about engineering, and so when you talk about and architecture, there's so much to be spoken about. When these losers, these lying losers, demons, say white people don't have any culture, that's just mentioning off the top of my head things that come to mind. There's more to Italy and Italian culture than what I said. Obviously, it would be a huge list if somebody wanted to compile a list, and they lie about us and say we don't have any culture. Well, what I just listed off there, rhymed off there, is more than any of these losers can come up with anything to compete with what I just said. No third world stinky bum loser, darky, could compete with the culture that I just named just for Italy, much less culture for all white people, all ethnicities across all of Europe. Think about it and see if it's true. Ponder that and say, is that true? Where are they making cars like Ferraris like they do in Italy? Where are they making firearms like Beretta has made for how long? That's been a long time that they've been around. Beretta. Firearms since. How long have they been around? 1526. 1526. What were they doing in sorry. What were they doing in 1526 in Ghana or Sudan or Zimbabwe? Like, think about it. I love the high quality stuff that feels good, that lasts, it's great to have something of high quality like that. I don't know if anyone here has handled a Beretta firearm, but they're pretty amazing the way they're built. And Italian knives are some of my favorites in the world. And I have knives, big knives, lots of knives from America, Canada. I think I have some Canadian made. America, I have ones from Sweden, from where else? Finland, Japan, of course, Taiwan, China, lots from different ones from China. I try not to buy any Chinese knives anymore. I try to buy them from Italy, America, Germany. When they say that white people have no culture, people have to push back and not do that thing like those two brothers that were jokey, like, and they just kind of took it. And I hate when that happens. I hate seeing that. I don't like when white people just think that, oh, it's fine just to take that shit. I don't like that. We should be pushing back anytime these fuckers say things like, oh, white people don't have any culture. What's white culture? There is no white culture, they say. Oh, there is none. Just the greatest in the world. The greatest in the world. What is European culture? The greatest in the world. That's what it is. And you look at country by country. I was covering that guy. I was thinking about Italy due to the guy that was, a tourist there. But we could go country by country and say, look what they have in France. Look at French culture. Look at the culture French has given the world. The French, I meant to say. Look at the culture the Italians have given the world. And the French and the Germans. All right? And just go that way, country by country. And of course, England and Ireland and Scotland. And when you look at the inventions, let's say we just took those countries. Let's say we took Italy, Germany, France, England, Ireland, Scotland. And I would say the majority, I bet the majority of important inventions come from those countries. We built the modern world. That's what I want people to understand. So when they say, what's white culture? Well, almost everything you see and use. Almost every fucking thing you see and use, we should be telling them. From the telephone to the books you read, you wouldn't have anything in this world. We built the modern world. That's what I want people to understand. The majority of the greatest inventions of the world would come from the countries that I named. Maybe Sweden or some other country from the Viking Nordic countries tossed in. But I would say most of the great inventions could be summed up as coming from those countries that I named. I don't think I'm wrong on that. So when people say you shouldn't be proud, it's the opposite. White people should be way more proud than they are. Way more. White children should never be hanging their heads. They should be having their chins up. Well, like not snobby, but you know what I mean. Chin up and not hanging their head. And no white children should be bullied in Germany, in England, any of our countries. Any of our countries. That's the way I look at it. I don't care if that bothers people. I don't care if there's demons tuned in that go, oh yeah, butthurt. Oh, that hurts my coochie chakra. He's a racist. He's saying that white people should be proud and proud of what they've achieved and accomplished and built and invented and their culture. And these miserable, sniveling soy boy losers and Karens and black darky Karens, I might call them. Kanishwas, darky Kanishwas instead of Karens. I'll call them darky Kanishwas. Can go fuck off. They can go fuck off because white people should be proud and white children should be proud. We should never be hanging our heads in shame over our ancestors or history. Ever. Ever. There should be no white guilt at all. That shouldn't even be a thing on earth, is what I'm saying. It shouldn't exist. It's wrong. It's wrong. It shouldn't exist. There shouldn't be a single white child on earth in this realm that feels guilty for being white. Not one. One is too many, I would say. One child is too many. If there's a single white, I'd say I would get them counseling or something to help them. No one should be living that way. They're trying to guilt white children worldwide, in Canada, United States, the UK, Europe, everywhere. They're trying to guilt white children in white countries to say, you're bad, your ancestors are bad, and you're wrong, and you did this, and blah, 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 you did that. And it's all bullshit. It's guilting. It's weaponized. That's what it is. It's psychological warfare is what it is. It's emotional, psychological warfare. It's brainwashing, and it's warfare on children. That's what they're doing. That's what it is, and it's wrong. Beyond wrong. If anybody said to me, what's white culture? The whole modern world. Everything from Italian suits to Ferraris to some of the greatest cuisine on earth, greatest architecture, all the inventions from phones, the regular telephone to smartphones, computer microchips, everything, airplanes, trains, planes, automobiles, everything you see is from us. Everything you see, including roads, cement, right down to building material, everything. Everything. Now, if I were Chinese, I'd say everything is from white people. White people. Everything. It is from us. Bridges, engineering, all of it. What did white people do? Almost everything that people enjoy on earth. That's what we did. The best. Simply the best. That's the truth. Who are the greatest explorers on earth? Well, white people, Europeans. Why would we ever be ashamed of that? Who are the greatest inventors that no one can hold a candle to? Europeans. By far. It's no contest. It's not even close. It's not even close. Who are the greatest inventors ever? Europeans. Greatest builders? The greatest architecture on earth that's been admired for centuries? Europeans. European architecture. What about fine art? Painting, sculpture? European. What about dance? Ballet? European. Music? Symphonies? Classical music? Symphonies? Europeans. Who invented the greatest instruments and built them? Europeans. Who has the greatest art and culture? Europeans. Who has the most beautiful women on earth? Europeans. Who has the most diversity? Europeans. In terms of hair color, eye color, different skin complexions, looks. Europeans have, by far, it's not even close, the most diversity. We have blondes, brunettes, raven-haired, very dark-haired women, and then the gingies, the redheads, and the mixtures, strawberry blondes. We have all shades of hair color, from basically the darkest raven black-haired, some European women, to the lightest blonde. The most diversity with hair colors, European. The most eye colors, European, by far. No one's even close. No one's close. And then the different complexions, skin tones and complexions from various parts of Europe. Most diversity. Eyes, hair, skin, lips, different bone structure. Europeans, most diversity by far. We don't all look alike, like some Asians do or some of the darkies do. They all look alike. They hate when I say that, but they do, those people. Those people, as I like to say. They do. They're hard to tell apart. I've even had Asian people say to me, "We all look alike," and I laugh. I don't correct them and say, "No, you don't." I just laugh and say, "Yeah, yeah, you do. You do look alike." Does that get under people's skin? Does it make them butthurt? Good, good. The most beautiful languages. I agree. I agree. How would you, Wendy? Let me say this. I can't imagine if I was a single man trying to sweet talk or seduce a woman and going, "No, yeah, what's our clothes? No, I go for you." Like it doesn't hit the same way. It just doesn't. It doesn't. And what would they do? What would they do in America or Canada back in the day? It'd be or how about the Jews in Israel? Their languages, the Hebrews. The Hebrews would be matzo soup, that phlegmy, terrible. Mazel tov, verklempt. It sounds awful. It sounds terrible. Like we do have the most beautiful languages. It's not even close. I think Salty would probably be laughing if she was here, Salty Siren. But it's not even close. Their languages are terrible. It sounds like they're sick with the flu or something. It's Hebrew is terrible. It's just it just sounds like, are you sick? Do you have the flu? Do you need me to take you to the do you need help? It just sounds awful. It's terrible. It's terrible. You get well, you missed my Chinese. I'm doing the phlegmy Hebrew, but you missed the Chinese thing. What's one clothes? No, I go for you. I mean, it's terrible. Yes, it sounds like they're sick. It sounds awful. It sounds awful. Why aren't more people? Because they're probably afraid, or they think they're afraid of being called racist or something. These people are terrified to speak the truth. I don't know what the natives did to, or they call themselves natives, the Indians in America did to seduce a woman. It would be and sending out smoke signals or something with a fire, and maybe they'd scalp somebody with a tomahawk or something. I don't know. I mean, it's just crazy. We do have the most beautiful languages. I agree with Wendy. I can't speak Japanese. All I can say is konnichiwa, konnichiwa. I need to learn more Japanese words, but I honestly think if they listened to my Mandarin Chinese impression, it would probably be it would probably be close. It would make some sense. I think it would probably make some sense. That language is terrible. That language makes me think, do you need some Buckley's cough syrup? Do you need a tissue? Like what's wrong with these people? Do they need a tissue? It's awful. It's awful. I'd never there's a guy in the Panelverse said he's trying to learn Hebrew. It's what fool in Michigan, in Flint, Michigan, would want to learn Hebrew, and he's a white guy. That baffles me. I can't believe it. Unless he's trolling. He might be trolling, pretending that he's trying to learn Hebrew, but I'd never learn that. I'd rather be underwater speaking. That's the last language I would try to learn is Hebrew. And maybe right around Hebrew would be some of these African languages where they click and they do all this Tigga sounds. The Tigga sounds. I don't have any interest in learning how to click and cluck like that and speak I probably just said, go fuck your mother, you darkies, or something. I don't know what I said in that language. I just did a clicking. They do that. Those Tiggas, the Tigga Sounds video where the tribal Africans, I probably just told a darkie to go fuck his mother in their language, in this clicking, clucking African tribal language. I don't know what I said. I don't know what that was. Tigga Sounds. Tigga Sounds. That's in the Tigga Sounds song that I made. And you know the one. Yeah, Buckley's. Buckley's. It sounds like they're so phlegmy. Oasis clicks. They're so phlegmy. They need to drink a bottle of Buckley's. Not just a teaspoon, a whole bottle. They're terrible. It sounds awful. I got to be honest when I'm on my channel. I'm going to be blunt and direct and honest. Hello, Mayhem. Good to see you. I have to be honest. They sound awful. Tigga Sounds. Tigga Sounds. Tigga Town. And that's their language. It's clicking. It just sounds retarded. It sounds retarded, doesn't it? It sounds like some idiot. I don't know how to describe it. Doesn't it sound stupid, though? Can you imagine them trying to seduce a woman and they're just going... and somebody walks by going, are you retarded? What are you doing? You're making all these clicking, clucking, stupid sounds. Why don't you just go and chuck your spear somewhere else? Like, go back to your mud hut. No offense. I mean, I'm not trying to offend anybody here that might be a mud hut dweller or one of those. They burn their dung. They burn dung from animals, cow dung, to heat their mud huts. I'm not trying to offend you if you're retarded and you're primitive and a third worlder. I'm not trying to hurt anyone's feelings here or make you butthurt, but you might be retarded if that's your language. If your language sounds like a retard making these Tigga sounds, you might be retarded. It's a possibility that your whole country's retarded. That's my best impression of these Tigga sounds. It's just, what kind of language is that? What kind of language is that? Did a minus 33 IQ person develop that language? Like, what you call that a language? It doesn't sound like a language. I'm familiar with Star Trek. I don't like a lot of Dutch people for some reason. They're the Europeans that tend to clash with me on the Panelverse. These Dutchies, I call them Dutchies, like Voy and Inga was Dutch. She used to be here. She lived in Belgium, but she was a Dutchie, and she dyed her hair flaming red. You just swapped 20 chickens for one skinny cow. Oh, damn, I messed up. Wendy, oh no, I made a bad deal clucking away. I better fix it by trading maybe 20 whores for a goat. What kind of language is that? People take it as normal. These Tigga sounds. They're just like, oh, that's their culture though, and it sounds retarded. It sounds absolutely retarded. Like, I can't even believe that's a language. I'm serious about that. I'm not even trolling. I'm serious. I can't believe that's a goddamn language on Earth. This is a retard realm. It has to be. That qualifies as a language, and people are like, yeah, well, that's their language. And it's normal to people. They're just shrugging their shoulders going, yeah, well, that's their language, King Stephen. You're a racist if you don't like their language. Well, their language just sounds like an animal clucking away with its head caught in a wooden fence or something. I mean, the animal's stuck and they're trying to get out and That's what it sounds like. That's not a language. That's a retard making sounds. That's what it is. It's unbelievable. Helen Keller, yes, and she was fluent in and being able to see smells. She could smell flowers and picture them and things. Finna in America. I finna do this. You feel me? You feel me? Imagine if Black Americans started clucking away, clicking and clucking. Oh, it's absolutely retarded, isn't it? It just is. This is a realm of retards. And I can't take people seriously. In the Flemish language, it's matzo balls. Finkelstein. Oh, yeah, I'm not Jewish. My nose is. It's like, dude, your nose is stretching from here to Israel. You blocked out the sun for Israel. It's dark over there now because you're schnoz Finkelstein, and he's saying he's not Jewish. I mean, come on. Come on. He turns sideways and he blocks out the sun. That's not Jewish. The soggy matzo balls, the salty soup. It's got a box of salt in it. Ah. Some henta, the great big box of salt, dumping it into the matzo ball soup. some henta dumping a great big box of salt into the matzo ball soup. Yes. Someone fucked a Jew. They'd have to in his family. Come on, that nose, that schnoz. I'm English, he said. He's English and Italian. Come on, give me a break. There's no way. I guess who showed up? Speak of the devil. Speak of the Finkelstein. Look who showed up here. What are you doing here? You know, I'm English. I'm English. I'm English and Italian. My mom made spaghetti. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking liar. Get out of here, you fake. You're not English and Italian. Come on. Give me a break. They don't have great sounding languages. They don't have the golden voice of King Stephen. They don't have the golden voice. They don't have the golden voice of King Stephen. They get envious. They hear my voice and their coochie chakra starts to hurt. They get that pain in the coochie chakra. Not just cramps, they get that coochie chakra. Who hurt their coochie chakra? Who hurt you? These envious losers. The coochie chakra. Did everyone hear my latest songs? Did you hear my latest music? These tiny hat big schnozzes can't sing like I do. They can't do it.
It's time.
It's time.
I am
The one true power, the one true. I will roast the cockroach liars, roast the liars in Lucifer's fire, in the lake of fire, roast the liars. I am the Raven King. I can make anything. False idols,
false gods,
rotten deities,
celebrity creeps,
rulers and masters, lords and losers,
demons,
demons,
they belong here.
they belong.
I am the one,
True power,
the one true power.
the Raven King,
I can do anything.
hotter than hell,
I sing and rebel,
hotter than hell.
set minds on fire.
I am the one,
True power,
the one.
true power.
Burn the demon liars, burn
The filthy liars.
burn the demons.
Burn. It's time. It's time.
I am the one true power,
The one.
the one true power. I will roast the cockroach liars, roast the liars in Lucifer's fire, in the lake of fire, roast the liars. I am the Raven King. I can make anything. Fuck your false idols,
False gods.
rotten deities,
Celebrity creeps.
rulers and masters,
Lords and losers.
demons,
Demons, they belong here.
they belong.
I am the one.
True power,
The one true power.
the Raven King,
I can do anything.
hotter than hell,
I sing and rebel,
hotter than hell.
set minds on fire.
I am the one,
True power,
the one.
true power.
The demon liars, the filthy liars,
Burn the demons.
burn, burn.
What do you think, everyone? What do you think? You feel me? You feeling that? You feeling that? Let's hop on over to the Sanity Machine. The Sanity Machine. The cream of the crop channel on YouTube. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Let's see here. My newest video. I started a new series in case people are not familiar or not aware. Alchemical Gold. Alchemical Gold is a new series. Calm in the Storm, I posted a few days ago. And then 6 hours ago, Alchemical Gold Stages. Stages. All right. And it's a playlist. I started a new series. I have various series of videos. Nobody's done this that I've ever seen. God's Plan, Alchemical Gold, Esoterica series. I have more series. I have so many series of videos. I have to add my NDE videos. There's tons that I haven't added. Soul Trap videos. There's tons of videos that I haven't added because I have thousands of videos. And at one point, I had to hide the channel because losers on Team Evil were trying to take down my channel. Envious, little, pissant losers. 4,500, 4.51K subs and growing. Always growing month after month. Never going backwards, always growing, going forwards. Even if I only get 20 new subs a month or 25 or 40, always getting something month by month, growing month by month by month by month. And eventually, you losers are going to be crushed. You demons on Team Evil. Just like the short video of the tank crushing them. They will be crushed. Here it is. Hello, everyone. This is footage of the Sanity Machine crushing Team Evil. Hello, everyone. This is footage of the Sanity Machine crushing Team Evil. We're the tank, and they're the cars being crushed. Crushed. Because they're losers. They're losers. They're losers. And we're crushing them. We're crushing Team Evil. Hello, everyone. This is footage of the Sanity. Yes, and they will be crushed. Crushed. Just like you saw there. Crushed. Alchemical Gold Stages. 75 views 7 hours ago. Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Alchemical Gold Stages. So this Sheep No More person says, thanks, Stephen, with a V. You haven't been paying attention. My name's right on the screen every live stream. It's Stephen, S-T-E-P-H-E-N. The greatest Stephen. Not Stephen King. Not Stephen Hawking. They tried to spell their name this way. I am the crowned one. King Stephen. Get it straight. King Stephen. I've been trying to teach Team Evil how to say this. I had to try to teach that Braziers guy at Archaics channel, the Mooby Moobs. I had to remind him it's King Stephen. Call me King Stephen, I told him. But this dummy here is misspelling my name, so right off the bat, I'm not really going to care too much about what you said, because you're too dumb to even know how to spell my name, dummy. Sheep no more. You're still a sheep. Learn how to spell my name. Put some respect on my name, bitch. It's King Stephen with a PH, not thanks Stephen. Fuck off with that. Go fuck yourself, dummy.
Freaky, freaky, freak. This realm is freaky. Tricky, tricky hell. They buy and sell souls and bodies. It's a witchy world. Conspiracies upon conspiracies. Layers and layers of lies, buried in lies until you die. Until you round and round
You go
where evil stops.
Nobody knows.
Freaky, freaky, freak. This realm is freaky.
Tricky, tricky hell.
They buy and sell
Souls and bodies.
It's a witchy world.
Conspiracies upon conspiracies. Layers and layers of lies, buried in lies
until you
die. Until you die.
They recycle you.
Round and round you go.
Where evil stops.
Nobody knows.
Stops.
Nobody knows. Freaky, freaky, freak. Freaky, freaky, freak. This realm is freaky. Tricky, tricky hell. They buy and sell souls and bodies. It's a witchy world. Conspiracies upon conspiracies. Layers and layers of lies buried in lies until you die. Until you die. And then they recycle you. Round and round you go. Where evil stops, nobody knows. Freaky, freaky, freak. This realm is freaky. Tricky, tricky hell. They buy and sell souls and bodies. It's a witchy world. Conspiracies upon conspiracies. Layers and layers of lies.
Hello. Hello, my tiggers. Hello, my tiggers. I am God. I am your God the Father. You should believe in me. Your realm teaches you to believe in me. Believe unto me. Have faith in me. God, your Father, you're my children. You're my children. You're my little piss ants. I'm not here to control you. I don't exist to control you. Don't be paranoid. Slaves, you're not a slave if you believe in me. I'll set you free. Heaven with Roman columns. Heaven, cities of light. And my Son, which is also me. Jesus, Jesus. My glorious Son was sent by me to save you. Christian truthers, believe in Jesus. He's the only way out. Only through Jesus can you know the Father. One way. Only one way. only one way. And Tesla, Nikola Tesla, wanted to give you free energy. He was such a good genius man. Nobody can explain where he got his inventions from. No psyop there. He was just a good-hearted... Oh, the school system. School teachers. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Look at this one. As big as a house. Angry, miserable. Leave your children with teachers, strangers. We'll educate you. We'll edumacate you. Trust us. Trust us. We're not a bunch of weirdos with a few good apples mixed in with the bad apples. We're good. We're good. Oh, the sex appeal. Be fruitful and multiply, it says in the Bible. Be fruitful and multiply. Look at the titties. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Great big boobs. Great big boobs. Big jugs. Big jugs like Tony Sayers. The veganism diet. That's not a psyop. That's not a trick in this tricky world. Just eat vegan. Eat vegetables, see what happens to you. You're a bunch of zombies, aren't you? There's going to be a zombie apocalypse. Listen to your God. There's going to be a zombie apocalypse. And you're going to love it. You're going to love it. You love this realm no matter what happens here. You people love this realm no matter how violent and wicked and bloody it gets. People love it. You love it. You love it. You call this life. This is life here. You can't imagine better than this realm, can you? You're limited. Most of you truthers. Stay stuck. Wait for the zombie apocalypse. Oh, that's Japan. I love the Japs. That's in Japan. Oh my goodness! And we went through the darky zombies already. Oh, is that a Japanese? That's a Japaneser. Oh my goodness! Konnichiwa, konnichiwa, konnichiwa. Hello. Oh, what? Oh, zombies, zombies, zombies. Is that Michael Jackson? Oh, what's going on here? That looks like Michael Jackson. White face, Michael Jackson. My goodness. Oh, it's a darky, a scary darky zombie. It's a darky zombie. Frightening. Is that in Europe? Is that in Paris? Is that in London, England, or Manchester? Where is that? Somewhere in Germany? What happened to you people? What happened to you Europeans? You've been taken over by zombies. You've been taken over by zombies. What happened to you people? You've been turned into zombies. People. 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 My goodness. Disgraceful. But a lot of you baby truthers believe you'll wake up one day. You're going to wake up the world as it turns into a zombie apocalypse, completely fucking zombified. But you're going to wake them up. You're going to tell your teachers. You're going to tell your family. You're going to tell your parents. You're going to tell your brothers and sisters and your girlfriends and boyfriends. You're going to tell them that this is a zombie world. You're going to wake them up. You're going to wake them up. I know you can do it. Fixate on that for the rest of your life. See where that gets you. It's a good thing. Put all your energy into trying to wake up these zombies. Every day. Don't study the realm. Don't make your spirit stronger. Try to wake up zombies. Surely you can wake them up. They're not just sleepwalking. They're zombified. Wake them up. Spend all your time, effort, energy, thought, frustration, emotions, trying to wake them up. You can do it. You can do it, the masses of zombies. Sure you can. Sure you can. Look at this crowd. Fearful people. Fear, 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 fear controls. Fear controls, and they love it. They love to live in fear, not just at the movies. They want to live their lives in fear here. Fear is a program. And most baby truthers can't see that. Can they? Oh, Saturn. Is that a cube of Saturn? Oh, the glorious Saturn, the timekeeper. Saturn, the god that devoured children. The devourer of children. Maybe that's why they use the black cube, to show you that Saturn devours children. And they show you the black cube. Your realm devours children. And you love it. You just bring in more to be eaten. Don't you? Is it a Matrix? The Matrix movie? What does that have to do? This couldn't be a Matrix. Focus on the physical. Focus purely on the surface level, on the physical. Focus on the physical. Pretend this is just a physical realm, you baby truthers, you pablum-eating truthers. You need your food pureed and fed to you, spoon-fed to you, don't you? Don't you? You don't see. You don't want to see. You believe you have it figured out already, don't you? You believe you have the whole fucking thing figured out already, don't you? You don't know how tricky this place is, you baby truthers. You're just skimming the surface. And you think you have it all figured out, don't you? You're programmed. They program you. And you don't want to deprogram. You don't want to trash your programming, go beyond it. You're more like this. This is your future. Controlled like robots. Is that what you fear? AI? Fake AI? Is that the big baby truth you fear? Fake AI? You're afraid they're going to put you into this or replace you with this? These big boobies? These great big robot titties? These transhumanism titties? Transhumanism titties? TT? You afraid of this? You think they can put your consciousness into this? You think AI is going to control you? You think AI is alive and sentient? They just pump. What do you think? That's my newest video. I'm not going to play the whole thing here. If you want to watch it, you're going to have to go watch it. You're not getting the whole thing on the live stream. You're not getting it all here. This was 4 days ago from my Esoterica series, my world famous Esoterica series, Inversion. Babies.
Saturn on my skin, black ring, cold crown. I walked through the grid and I burned it down. Ravens on my cloak, crows in the rain. They know my true name, they know how blood stains. I was made in shadow, still I chose my flame. Every locked up wall goes soft when I say, open the gate, break the seal. I am the hand that makes it real. Hell holds tight, I tear it wide. Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. I cut through hell, I break the chain. I kill the dark and still remain. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. Magical being out of the cage. I left the matrix in a shattered haze. Demons came snarling at my door. I met them eye to eye and wanted more. One hand in heaven, one in the pit. I speak one word and the snakes all split. Raven wings black out, all that evil shit. What was built to bind me, now is the time to end the sewer matrix. Open the gate, break the seal. I am the hand that makes it real. Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. I cut through hell, I break the chain. I kill the dark can do anything. Hear the crows now crowd the sky. Oh, the world tremble, watch it die. I am not lost, I am the key, I am the door, and the fire in me. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. I slay the demons, I break the chain, I seal the hell realm and crown the flame. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything.
How do you like that? Yeah. Truth. Hello, my brothers and sisters. It's your favorite character, Jesus of Nazareth, or Galilee, or Palestine, or somewhere. I'm your favorite. I'm here to collect your spirit and your consciousness, your spiritual essence. Are you going to come with me? Do you want to go through that light tunnel? Or do you want to get in this little recycling bin here? It looks pretty. You can trust me, surely. I'm a man of love and peace and kindness. I'm not Jack Talcott, but I'm a man of love and peace and kindness. And look at the doves around me. Beautiful and peaceful. Peace doves. You can trust me, my children. You can trust me. I'm going to be very soft-spoken here. Oh, look, there's a dragon on the map. Well, that's the Exit the Matrix map that people have been asking for. You got to get past the red dragon on the map. It's about geography. You need a map to get out of here. That makes sense. You people are so brilliant. Humans are just too brilliant. You're really outsmarting the Matrix, you people. We're really worried. We're so worried as entities. Because you want a map. Look, there's a tunnel of light. Come this way, my brothers and sisters. Come this way.
Demons, you will be sealed in here forever. Demons, forever and ever.
Like, we talked here and there a bit, but you know, they stopped commenting along with some other people that I don't really care. I never was close to them, so it doesn't really matter. But I always have to wonder, like, were they really stupid enough to believe smear campaigns about me? Because if they were, I wouldn't want to engage with them anyway. I wouldn't want to be friends with them anyway. It shows me, if anything, like, above all, you have zero discernment and that you actually don't practice what you preach. You don't believe in what the fuck you're saying at all. And you're full of shit and a hypocrite. You're full of hypocrisy. Oh, hey, Gravestone. Hello, I feel like John and Jay are the same type of people who refuse to believe in the Michael Jackson allegations. Yeah, they are, and I would say it's safe to say so is this K Goal, whatever the hell how you pronounce his name. They're all very, very similar. I've seen this time and time again. Very, like I explained to you, the dark triad traits. They don't care about humanity. They don't care about life. They don't care. They claim to care by saying, oh, like, let's end all suffering by ending all life. And that's ridiculous.
what, as you know, what these ideologies like ethalism has spewed is a bunch of absolute horror and people going out and doing horrible things on the basis of it. And I'm just like, my mind is blown. Thank you for being in here, Gravestone, because I I get really fed up with this hypocrisy. I get fed up with feeling like nobody actually is. I'm not saying this about you or certain people, but it feels like, is anybody actually real? Is anyone actually being true to themselves when they say who they are and they say what they're about? Are they really, really like that? Because I've seen so many people claim one thing and then they do the complete opposite. And then they accuse you of being the problem. It's always you're the problem with a narcissist. They never can take any accountability or see where they have had any part in the play of having you upset about something or doing something in some way reactive abuse. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's very common. And I mean, with dealing with narcissists, they try to react to you or abuse you into a reaction. Sorry. But they try to, yes, they try to get reactions out of you, and I'm trying not to let this happen, but it's like, how many more of these dark triad personality types have to come against me? I just want to state publicly, I wish I never ever got into the antinatalist community. I never wish I said anything about it. I wish I never tagged it, had anything to say about it, because if it had been the cause of drawing these types of characters to my life, I would have rather, I would have been way better off, because I'm not even a dissenting voice. I'm not against it. Ephilism, yeah, I think that's absolutely stupid. And it shows what a fucking crazy maniac some people are. Like the thing that Amanda said, like Amanda Sukanik talking about skinning every fucking form of life in order, if that's what it took. Something crazy like that. It's just these people, they don't fool me. And there was always something that felt off. It's not like I was ever fooled in the first place, but when you really start observing these people and what they actually say, you realize these are people that are actually fucking dangerous, and they are violent. And this is why I don't play around. This is why I don't take these threats lightly. This is why I don't care what people say when it comes to, oh, you're making a police report. Like, how stupid is that? You know, you're working with the state or whatever, government officials or whatever the fuck. I don't care. At this point, I don't put anything past these people to do what they're gonna do. And that is complete and utter degeneracy and harming life. If it is not physical, it will be mental, it will be emotional, it will be psychological torture. And I just can't believe this dude used to comment on my channel about radical feminism. And he was pretty much against trans people. He was just saying, yeah, I think it's all bullshit, pretty much. And he said, I fear for I think he said something along the lines, because he was talking about seeing a trans person go into the men's lockers or something, and he's like, oh, I fear for those people because they're like visibly trans or whatever. That's his opinion. Who knows for sure if that's actually the case? Who knows, maybe that person wasn't even trans. You never know. But my point is, how hypocritical for them to go say all this nonsense and then side with somebody who is threatening violence against women and has been doing so towards me as a trans man for years, telling me to go off myself. There's some choice words I would like to say in a bit of anger right now, but I'm gonna hold back. Because I really don't care if people are like listening to my videos and they're like, wow, this person's super angry. Wow, this person just said, fuck you. Yeah, I'm livid. You guys have destroyed antinatalism with your F-list bullshit. You've destroyed any credibility with your degeneracy and your hypocrisy. And yeah, like, I'm gonna keep speaking out because I know this pisses these people off. And I hope that this person knows that they are on my fucking radar and my spiritual team's radar. You don't want to fuck with me or my spiritual team. You have no idea who the fuck I am. And this isn't a threat. This is actually me telling you that you do not need to disrespect people for no fucking reason who have never done anything to you, who have gone through smear campaigns, who have gone through horrendous psychological torture. You get what you put out. And when you are putting out negativity like that, when you are siding with people who are violent and cruel, sadistic beings, that shows everyone who you are. And I made a mistake. I know someone's going to be listening and being like, well, you did that with, I'm not going to even say the name because these people are listening in on everything I say. Yes, I felt sorry for somebody who I shouldn't have. And I deeply regret that, and I've denounced any connection with that person now that I know who they are. But these people listen in on every little thing I say, and then they use it against me. They need to like mind their own fucking business. And I know they say the same thing. J. Charles, Life Abolitionism, says the same thing. Mind your own business. But you side with really violent people. You made a threat against Steve Godfrey. Your degeneracy is fucked. And I'm sick of it. I'm going to read the chat. Sorry. I know I keep using the word degeneracy, but that's like the encompassing word that I feel for the antinatalist community, or the F-list community, I should say more. So it's just like, whoa. You guys are defending like the most extreme bullshit I have ever seen. And yes, they are the type who would, refuse to believe that certain people had certain allegations about them because they just don't care. I mean, Life Abolitionism said, I don't care about the Epstein files. Like, they're just apathetic at their core. Gravestone said, I have dealt with that, and it made me realize the internet have the same people that I've grown out of after middle school. Yeah, that's exactly it. These people act so immature. They act like basically, middle school bullies, mean girls, but they're not. I mean, that's a stereotype again, the mean girl, but that it's like, well, there actually are very mean girls out there, and there are very mean guys, but they kind of encompass that, regardless of gender, they encompass that very vindictive, very manipulative, very callous and cruel energy about them. And I'm so sick of it. And I'm sorry that you've ever been through anything like that, Gravestone. I'm sorry if you've ever been through.
Probably the oldest street in Genova, one that has been completely plagued. Nice, and show the real Italy and the Italian culture, and we will show you that as well in this video. But to start off, let's go into probably the oldest street in Genova, one that has been completely plagued by illegal Senegalese and Nigerian migrants. And our first night here, I was actually looking out this very window, and down by the metro station right there below us, I caught a drug deal. People hang out around the metro stations and openly deal drugs on these streets. So be aware when you are coming here. Let's go and explore the alley solo. I don't even feel remotely safe bringing Naomi along for this. So let's kickstart our adventure here in Genova. So we're gonna go for a walk. The street behind me to the right is called Via di Pre. The street up in front of me is called Via del Campo. These streets are quite literally entirely occupied by dealers, drug addicts, people selling all sorts of stuff everywhere. There's police presence pretty much everywhere here. Oh, scusa. I'm not sure what this translates to. So this here translates to tourism kills neighborhoods. Oh man, it's really disgusting. I can't imagine what this place would look like during the night. I don't want to know. I wouldn't go outside at all. As soon as the sun sets here, you need to stick to highly populated areas. So this here is Via del Campo. The streets are in an absolute horrific state. Completely overrun by drug activity. It's horrendous. This was Via del Campo, and this is the street that just runs adjacent to where we're staying. So across the road is Bar d'Oro. This is Gold Bar, Aperitivi Panini, where the bus is driving in front of right now. It's adjacent to the street where we're actually staying. Now I want to show you guys Via di Pre. These streets are flooded with North Africans, with drug dealers, with Senegalese, with Nigerians. Nigerians work for the Calabrian mafia, and they basically rent street space from the Calabrian mafia. The Nigerians rent the street space, and then the Senegalese are the foot workers who deal all of the drugs. And the majority of these people dealing are illegal migrants. As you can see, there's police across the road right now that are actually talking to one of the dealers. Welcome to the cultural enrichment of Italy, guys. Now I'm gonna walk along the parallel street around the back of Via di Pre. This is not restricted to just a few streets. So the metro station, this is where I actually saw the drug dealing happening last night. It's all in broad daylight as well, just so you're aware. All of it happens in broad daylight.
So there's a lot of drug dealing there that he notices. There's drug dealers from Nigeria, Senegal, African countries. The darkies are the drug dealers in modern Italy. The darkies.
So as we continue walking, all of the port here is full of these people. You've got the tourists because there's a deep sea port. So there's a deep sea port just across the way from here, a new deep sea port, and that's where all of the cruises come in. But all along here, all of the alleyways, all of the main streets, open air drug dealing, prostitution, all of it. The police try to do stuff, but it's very uncommon. Every single metro station is flooded with these guys, just so you're aware. So if you are here and you're thinking about, I'm going to take the local metro, don't even bother. These guys are very, very quick to pull out knives as well. Pickpocketing is everywhere here too as well. As you guys can see by the window of this cafe here, it's literally been kicked in. And there's a tourist train over there too. The tourist train will not take you through the areas that I'm taking you through, so we're publishing this video just to make you guys aware of what's actually going on here. Next up, I'm gonna walk up Via di Pre, which is probably the oldest street in all of Genova. Unfortunately, it's the street that has the absolute most amount of open air trafficking and everything else that you can imagine going on. A lot of the storefronts, the shops, stuff like that, they are being used. Look at this creep. A lot of the storefronts are literally used as fronts for a lot of the drug trafficking and the human trafficking and all of that stuff as well. So please be aware that when you're coming to these types of places, to try and keep your support and your money to a lot of the typical central tourist zones. You're giving money to people that are doing a lot of evil stuff, quite frankly. This is the reality of it though. So I do not understand in the slightest how we Europeans have allowed this to happen to Europe. It's absolutely disgraceful. The only answer to any of this actually is mass deportations, like literally. That's the only actual solution to all of this. there needs to be 100% remigration in all of these streets here. I don't know, I don't get it, guys. Yeah, it's honestly just boggles my mind, to be completely honest with you guys. Eventually, I think people will wake up and understand what's actually going on, because the only way is to really realize how things are going. It is beyond disgusting. Just had a look inside of Cattedrale di San Lorenzo, one of the most striking things that you can see here in Genova, and it's kind of like a postcard picture just in itself. It's absolutely gorgeous. Built in 1118 by Pope Gelasius II. So there's some serious history here in Genova, quite literally before the Venetians ruled the sea and before modern Italy even existed. Genova was here. Because of the history, because of how much blood, sweat and tears has gone into building this city, we need to show you some of the real Italian beauty here in this city. Look at the detail in the buildings here. And you can quite literally go through all of these narrow alleyways. Similar, I guess, if you're thinking about similarities, you can compare it to another port city known as Napoli. You have a lot of those narrow historical alleyways, and you will find a lot of real working class Italian charm in these streets. Just behind me here in the alleyways, even here in the tourist centers, you do have very clear operations, very, very clear out in the open prostitution. It's right there in your face. So please be aware, keep your eyes open, because it is quite literally everywhere in the streets. So another two right here behind me. And as we're walking up here through these carugis, they are quite literally in all of the narrow alleyways. And I actually feel like I need to put the camera away at the moment. There's a lot of stories that if you are walking with the camera through these narrow alleyways, they're very, very quick to pull out knives, start punching, and take everything that you have. So please do be careful. I'm not taking any chances here. This genuinely has been already, we've been here now for just a few hours. One of the most beautiful in terms of visually, one of the most gritty, and one of the most sketchy feeling cities that I've been to in Europe in all of my life.
One thing that you do need to learn if you walk around here using Google Maps is do not trust what Google Maps says, because just there we were walking from one considered nice area to the other considered nice area, and it led us through the narrow alleyway where all of the prostitution is happening. So yeah, if you ever see an alleyway that looks sketchy, try and not walk down that alleyway regardless of what Google Maps is saying.
Check this out now, guys. In terms of history, you have this fresh spring fountain here, and God knows when this was actually put here, but I can imagine that it's possibly been here for at least 200, 300, 400, 500 years. That fountain probably supplied water to a lot of the people working and living in this little quarter of the city for a very long time.
During the day, these alleyways in the majority of the city are really nice to wander around, but after dark it's really not recommendable to actually walk around here in the narrow side streets at all. Even during the day you can see a little bit of the drug vending happening, but at night time, if you take a wrong turn, it's really, really dangerous. So if you ever do come to Genova, make sure to stick to the main streets after dark 100% of the time. there's also a Senegalese mafia operating in the low-level street crimes around here, where just in December of 2025, 23 Senegalese nationals, some of them documented, some of them undocumented, were arrested by the local Carabinieri, and that actually resulted in the Carabinieri checking the areas over and over and more intensely now, because the drug crimes are out of control in the city of Genova, unfortunately. I do have to say, staying strictly on the main streets and in the absolute tourist zone, Genova is actually a lot nicer than Napoli. If you walk into the tourist zone of Napoli, it's still kind of like nitty-gritty, grimy, dirty, a little bit weird here and there. And I love Napoli. I'm not saying that because I hate Napoli or whatever. But here in Genova, you can see the tourist zone is quite clean. It's very, very nice. But just don't look up into the alleyways, into the sides, because then you will find all of the graffiti and all of the garbage and everything else. We just got a little bit of lovely food. This here specifically is a dish called farinata.
I've never even seen this before in my life.
Yeah, it's a chickpea flour basically that was baked in the oven into some sort of a pizza, but it's just like chickpea flour.
They really like frying stuff. In a lot of the port cities, a lot of the working class places, fried food seems to be like the biggest thing, because it's just cheap, it's easy, it fills you up.
But this one is baked in the wood oven, it's not fried.
Oh, it's not fried?
No.
Oh, wow.
The chickpea dishes in Sicily are the ones that are fried. This one is
when I look at it, it looks like it's fried.
Is it good?
The texture of it is really interesting. It has the texture of a cake, but it's like very, very savory and tastes strongly of chickpea. You can really, really taste the chickpea.
I usually love all of the chickpea dishes. It tastes like they maybe baked it with egg or something like that. It's very nice.
Incredibly simple and probably very easy, and like I said, very cheap to make. The crispy piece is a lot nicer.
Wow.
The big reveal. So one of the things that Genova is known for is its pesto. I didn't even realize that until we came here, but everything is pesto, pesto, pesto. You can get pesto pasta, you can get pesto focaccia. They've got pesto, different types of pizza and stuff like that. And you'll see all of the tourists trying this out. And I've smelt it in every storefront that we've walked past, so I figured I'd give it a go.
It's the specific green pesto, so the basil pesto is called pesto genovese, so it's from the city of Genova.
And it smells really, really earthy. Very strong actual smell to it. I'm not sure what way to attack this, but...
This one is a focaccia, by the way, not a pizza. That's why the dough is a little bit different, a little softer.
Oh my god. That's very good. It's basically, again, everything in Italy is very simple in terms of the ingredients. It's like a flatbread with pesto on it and probably some oil. And it's still going to be one of the tastiest things that I've had in like the last few weeks.
I also would like to give it a try. Hold on, we need to change hands.
Yeah. I can't imagine filming this on my own.
Without putting the focaccia on the floor.
It's really tasty. The pesto is very strong and flavorful.
You can see, you can really taste and also see the heavy olive oil drench.
There's a good bit of olive oil on there.
Beautiful basil.
Next level.
Usually a little bit of parmesan. Amazing.
And I want to touch on the price as well, because a lot of times people have this opinion of a lot of Europe, that Europe is very expensive. The hotels around where we are right now in the tourism area, they are expensive. But the food and everything else, we managed to get a piece of focaccia. We got the first thing that we tried just there. And we also got a slice of eggplant pizza as well. And 2 drinks. I got a Coke Zero and we got a water as well. And it was less than 10 euro. And this is enough food probably for 2 or 3 people even for a good few hours. Like, it's gonna fill you up if you eat this. Check out this pizza slice right here. If you have this to yourself, you're gonna be full for a good, 3, 4, 5 hours,
like,
even walking around here.
This is like a slice of pizza for 2 people. I think it's quite large.
It's massive.
And it's with aubergine and olives. Hold on, I don't know how to attack it.
So eggplant and olives.
Oh my god.
Ah, Italia.
What I find very interesting about Genova is if you avoid certain areas, certain streets, you would have an absolutely amazing time here. It would be a great place to live, great place to vacation and so on. That's why so many people online are publishing videos saying about how underrated Genova actually is. But in order to have that perception of the city, you obviously have to avoid a central core of the city itself and also somewhat lock yourself indoors after dark. So yeah, you have to be a little bit like turning a blind eye or whatever in order to be of that perception. From the Porto Antico here, the old port, you actually get a beautiful view over the city here, the entire old area here, and then also the dramatic hills in the background. And I believe if you go towards that area here to the left.
Oh, that ship's wheel tattoo on her forearm just looks so great. What a nice touch. Right there. The captain's wheel. Captain's wheel. What a great way to decorate her arm. Brilliant people. He's covered in tattoos as well. He has tattoos all over his hands, everywhere. They're all tatted up. Wonderful.
Towards that area here to the left, there is the new port. So all of the cruise ships are sort of docking over there. And here you have the somewhat local boats.
And this here is why Naomi and I love Europe. Just have a look at how incredibly old this is. Some of these walls here quite literally go back 700-800 years. And now people are still living in them all the way up until this day. Just look at how gorgeous this is. The archway.
Built to last. Built to last. And the old world look of them is beautiful. I love that. And that's just a regular place in an alleyway. That's not some castle. That's just a regular building, an old building that's now part of an alleyway. But it is very cool.
You've got this here, which is incredibly old, and then as they built up, they've managed to still integrate the newer buildings. And by new, this is probably still well over 200 or 300 years old, but they've integrated it together in this beautiful archway. The colors of a lot of the houses.
The Roman arches. It's not just an archway, it's a Roman arch, I believe. It's in Italy. I know it's not in Rome, but we came up with building techniques. Our people, European people. What were they building? What were they building today in African cities? What were they building 800 years ago? Well, mud huts 800 years ago, and just if it isn't Chinese or Europeans, they have nothing.
Incredible, so vibrant. And then when you pan over from this, so this is a really ancient, beautiful house, and then you do this. This is still the same street, but the vandalism is an ongoing issue. As you guys know, every single video that we publish, we cannot escape the vandalism in Europe. What an absolutely stunning church. We made it to Carignano. This is Santa Maria Assunta di Carignano. A perfect example of the glory of Europe, particularly way back when. This whole area is actually here in Genova.
The glory, the glory.
that perfectly show just how splendid Europe can be if we just say no to importing criminals and using our welfare to fund rising crime on our streets. There's quite literally entire sections of the city, the further that you go up, away from the water, away from the port area, that's very safe and feels incredible. The streets here are spotlessly clean, and in my opinion, Genova is a city well worth looking at. If you steer clear of the actual port areas, you will have a very nice time. And this church here is gorgeous. Apologize for the garbage truck. They're actually doing their job for once in Europe and collecting the garbage off of the streets. This is a splendid area to actually come and check out just how great Europe is. And the Europe, it feels like I've gone back to the early 2000s or even like the late 90s. That's what it feels like here on the streets. Everyone walking around this Italian mom and pop Italian stores are open and thriving, and it's very, very nice to see.
It's very interesting to see when you look at Genova. It's quite easy to kind of part it into different parts. You have the dangerous part that is directly at the bottom where the old port is, sort of there. Then you have touristic type of zones. Then you have the local lefty-leaning zone, which is one of the dirtiest, together with the dangerous zone around Via Pre and the antique port, the old port. And then up here, if you actually continue walking all the way up the hill, all the way to this beautiful church, you will find the local traditional, or just normal people zone, I guess. I don't know if it's necessarily a traditional, but normal people zone. And this part here of the city of Genova is actually my favorite part. Very nice people, all is very calm, unless of course the garbage is being taken out as it is right now. It's calm, it's nice, the food is nicer, it's not as touristic. The food is more affordable, and you have good supermarkets up here as well, so I kind of enjoy coming up here as well, because there's no graffiti or anything like that going on. Everything is very clean. You can tell immediately this is the way Genova used to look before the downfall of the culture here. Now this is the stark contrast to the somewhat normal part that I was just showing you up there. Normal Italian part. This here seems to be the lefty Italian part. Now you might wonder, why lefty part? Because you have lots and lots of feminist type of tags. You have the anarchy tags. And just up there was also the office of the Green Party of Italy, and it also says Left Europe. So, but you can tell an immediate difference. With the entering the lefty zones as well, all of a sudden the urine stench is back every single time. I don't know how they do it, but it's like the smell of the left is the urine.
Yeah, it's like a trademark. If you piss and shit in the street, you know that you're in a leftist zone.
With all of that being said, I'm sure that lefty area of Genova would still be safer than the area that we're staying in, which is kind of close to the old port, but like Via Pre type of area. So if you have the choice, stay on top of the hill, or oh sorry, I got lost, I need to walk this way. If you have the choice, stay on top of the hill somewhere there, or in the lefty zone, but try and stay somewhat away from the Via Pre area. Nice garbage juice smell. Each and every one of these is open as well. Oh, I can barely breathe in.
Okay everybody, so we made it to our next location. We actually forgot to end the video properly for you guys. We're in a new part of Italy, and to be honest, very glad that we are no longer in Genova, because it is, or it has to be, one of the most sketchy feeling places, and it's really surprised us online, the information that's available, because a lot of it is portraying that city as incredibly underrated and very clean and very safe. Now, parts of it, very small parts, probably about 20-25% of the city itself where the tourist core is, and up away from where the actual port is, it does feel safe. But the vast majority of the Porto Antico, the old port, and the Carugi surrounding all of the port area, I can tell you with absolute certainty, and as we've shown you in this video, that's far from the reality.
I think in terms of lessons learned for Genova is do not trust Google Maps, do not wander around the Carugi, and if you can somehow avoid taking public transport or going close to the Via Pre area, just stay clear of it. In terms of Italy, it's probably the worst city together with maybe Rome and Naples, a little bit, some areas in Milan, but Genova for sure feels, I think, the dingiest out of all of them.
Yeah, a lot of it's incredibly dirty. Pickpocketing is rife, and it is quite dangerous, especially if you're outside at night time. So if you're thinking of a family holiday, there's a lot of better places in Italy that you can pick. There's a lot less touristy areas that you could pick. And in our humble suggestion, quite literally almost anywhere else outside of Rome, Naples, Genova.
A little bit of Palermo.
A little bit of Palermo and Milan. There's a lot of other options for you. Just steer clear of the big cities when it comes to Italy, and you can experience some actual Italian culture. But that's the end of this one. If you can guess where we are by this view, it's going to be pretty difficult for you. But if you want to throw your guesses down below as to where we are next, please do so. But for now, I want to remind you all that Christ.
Welcome to Marseille, a port city shaped by both trade and crime. In the 20th century, it became famous for the French Connection, an illegal trafficking network supplying the US. Powerful gangs and mafia-style groups operated through its docks and working-class neighborhoods. In recent decades, trafficking and turf wars in the northern districts of Marseille have drawn national attention. This ancient port was once the beating heart of a France that built empires, commanded oceans, and gave the world revolutions and reason. Nowadays, it feels like it's been hollowed out and left to rot under the Mediterranean sun. The streets are filthy, trash piled up next to the destroyed ancient walls. The air carries the sharp stink of decay, urine, and something much worse, sheer desperation. The Algerian DZ Mafia has turned whole neighborhoods into open-air illegal markets and shooting galleries. Young kids on scooters here settle scores with Kalashnikovs. Local businesses are shaken down under extortion. Human life here is cheap. In fact, some teenagers are literally recruited as assassins online through Snapchat to carry out hits. This is a city under siege by the failed policies of the EU. France used to be a powerhouse, proud, cultured, and formidable, but look at it now. Welcome to the nightmare. Welcome to France's oldest city and nowadays most dangerous city. Founded in 600 BC.
If you love the migrants, please type yes, I love them in the chat. Don't wait 10 minutes and type yes where I don't know what you're responding to. Please respond right away. If you love the migrants destroying France and trying to destroy Italy and England and Germany and the rest of Europe, say yes in the chat room. Don't be afraid. Don't be a coward. Just show your support. If you love that these migrants are destroying the best civilization that's ever existed on Earth. That's irreplaceable.
By ancient Greeks. For over 2,600 years, ships have crossed this very harbour, carrying materials and ideas such as Christianity, which would later shape and mould France into one of the most powerful empires in all of human history. But the question that we're posing today with this video is, how does Marseille look like in 2026? Let's go and find out.
And we started our day off at Notre Dame, de la Garde here, which is a basilica that is dedicated towards Mary, because Marseille was the first entry point of Christianity into the country of France. And here at this exact point in 1214 there was a little chapel that was dedicated to Mother Mary, and then in 1853 they started building this beautiful Neo-Byzantine basilica.
Beautiful monument here to recognize the service of the firefighters in Marseille and different members of service that help to protect the people of Marseille. But if you have a look around, it's not kept very well. Literal fences here with giant gaping holes, and I'm not going to show this to you guys, but there's quite literally human feces next to it as well. Shows you the level of respect that's actually going on here. Tons of garbage all the way leading up towards the Notre Dame as well. So disgusting. You have an absolutely stunning view here, but the stench is horrific.
So Marseille was recently in the news with a lot of outrage because there was a court case that was going on where a 19-year-old Afghan migrant was sexually assaulting goats and sheep on an educational farm that is not far from here. They actually did a semen DNA analysis on the goats and on the sheep that were assaulted, and found him to be the perpetrator. So the farmers kept finding the sheep and the goat with their legs being bound and bleeding profoundly from their private parts.
So I guess as we're walking down towards the city centre of Marseille, let's talk about where the reputation comes for Marseille being such a dangerous city in terms of Europe. Well, it has a lot of issues with drug trafficking, being one of the major hubs for drug trafficking actually in Europe, and it was heavily managed for a long time, believe it or not, by the Italian mafia from Napoli and also Corsicans as well, all the way up in fact until about the 70s and into the early 80s, and then it sort of changed hands because they left, and to replace them was an Algerian mafia known as the DZ. Now these have been sort of the main source of all of the issues regarding crime and regarding a lot of the homicides and everything else that is involved here in Marseille. So this is where you're going to find the majority of the actual crime statistics, and they are majoritively based in the north side of the city. But alongside them, you also have spillover with many illegal migrants all throughout Marseille. The numbers are quite massive and stark here in this particular city.
Absolutely nothing here is safe from being scribbled on. This is a metro station. Historical lantern completely scribbled over. Even the tree is scribbled on. Nothing here is safe.
This is the disgusting reality of Europe in 2026 right here. He just offered you hash or cocaine?
Us?
Yeah.
Well, he said it in French. He said, she should...
You have Maghrebi, Moroccan, Algerian, literal scumbag drug dealers on every corner, by the way. There's one here to the left.
Feeling so unsafe filming this video.
The fact that Europeans tolerate these types of things, it just blows my mind. Now, believe it or not, we're going to be walking through an illegal open-air drug market that runs along one of the busiest streets in Marseille. I mean, right beside where all of the tourists are walking. Where the old port is, where all of the nice hotels are, it's right there in plain sight.
Gonna jump in here. I'm having some having a late lunch with some mac and cheese and some fried chicken. Aunt Jemima cooked me up a feast. I want to ask you, do you love the demons? Do you love the filthy demons? Do you love the goat and sheep grapists? Do you love the drug dealers? Do you love the garbage? Do you love the trash they bring? What do they bring that's good? What do they bring that we need, as is claimed by the politicians, the EU, the banksters, the liars, the media, the tiny hat media? What do these creatures bring to our countries that we need? Why do we need them at all? You'd see a flotilla of them floating on old doors. That's what you'd see if I was running things. And tugboats, towing them out to sea. Get rid of them. We don't need them at all to destroy our countries, to make things unsafe for our children, to harm our animals, to destroy, to make it stink, to make it dirty, grimy, full of garbage, drugs. We don't need them. We don't need them at all.
I think if we go here and then to the right, maybe.
It's stressing me out so much.
Guys, this is literally like entire streets.
This is the tourist zone.
This is the tourist zone of Marseille, by the way. Entire streets just full of North African drug dealers. Just absolutely horrific. This city is quite literally just under the control, under the hand of these scumbags, and France is allowing it. It's an absolute and utter disgrace.
The sad thing here is that you have lots and lots of these probably left-leaning, presumably left-leaning people, like here in the vegan and vegetarian place, lots and lots of hipsters that just think all of this is okay. Literally everything that you can remotely climb on has been made more beautiful by garbage and scribbles and graffiti, literally everywhere. I'm pretty sure if you left your grandma sitting on the bench for too long in Marseille, even she would be vandalized by scribbles and graffiti here.
Yeah, Antifa would find her and spray paint a hammer and sickle on her forehead or something.
Yeah.
Every storefront has Roma beggars outside, by the way. If you're looking for a taste of a regular street here in Marseille, this house is so old that it's starting to collapse, so they managed to put some cement blocks and steel poles to try and support the facade, to quite literally try and stop it from collapsing on people. And what happens? It gets turned into a public landfill by the people living here, and also sprayed up, as always. I don't think there's a square centimetre of Marseille that's not sprayed up or used. Just like this. Pissed on, stuff thrown around. It's a total wasteland, basically. For being the second largest city in France, it's an absolute disgrace, honestly.
And the entire city just smells like an open air toilet. Like it's so disgusting. No matter where you go, it just smells like, you know, that ammonia type of a smell. It's awful.
These are, let's have a look here at the front doors of some of the houses. That's one front door. African businesses also. No one is safe, so no matter what sort of a business or establishment that you have, here's the next front door, literally the next front door over. This is every street in Marseille. We're not just being selective about certain areas. This is the next front door. Every single street. It's not about, as people say, oh, it's only the northern areas of Marseille where this is a problem. Right now where we are, it's not on the north side. We're just outside of the touristic center. This is the next door. So I'm quite literally, I'm just showing you like door by door by door. If you look across the road here, you can see every other door on the other side, every door here, that's the next door. So it's, you can't escape it. Here's the next one.
The tragic
I could go all day, literally all day.
The tragic thing about all of this is that Marseille as a city is known historically for soap production. So in my head I'm like, okay, Marseille is a really clean city and good smelling because of the soap that comes from here or whatever. And it's like the absolute opposite.
It's
really tragic.
It's quite literally as clean as the inside of a toilet bowl in India. Like, no joke.
Awful. And then you have like these nice historical buildings. Look up there behind the house.
Look at the church rising above everything. And then when you look down below to the ground level, it's quite literally just a cesspit, a literal cesspit.
Next up, let's visit a local French market. We want to pose a simple question to you as you watch this. If we told you this was Africa, would you believe us?
How can you even compete with that?
True. You can do this way and then walk around. Oh, you can buy an Algeria jersey. That's cool, huh?
South Africa? No, Argentina? Algeria?
It's only €3 for an Algeria jersey if you want to represent the local population here.
It's only Argentina and Algeria. There's no France.
Wow.
Yeah, just those two. Or maybe Brazil.
Brazil.
Oh, Brazil.
No France. No European countries.
Ça va pas ou quoi? Une Comorienne, c'est très bien. Là, tu fais
Huh?
Want to give me your phone so I can put it away, or is it a...
Ah, attends. It's totally fine. Wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, huge police presence.
I've never seen this much police on the market ever.
Yeah. Get €1 soap.
You also get a nice rash.
Literally.
Allez, 3 € le balai là-bas. 3 € le balai. Alors. Voilà, ça fait. Mais jamais dit. Voilà, voilà. C'est ce qu'elle me dit, maman. Il va te faire.
Attends, reste là.
Voilà, exactement. Et l'euro. Allez, coup des gratuits là, ces dames-là. Allez, 10 euros, madame. Allez, prochaine, madame. Allez, 10, 10, 10, 10. Ah oui, c'est là. Rien, 3 euros, mais rien. 3 euros ce qui reste. C'est un petit qui va entre 50 et 100 euros, 3 euros. Ah, les propriétaires. Pomme. X 2 euros. 2 euros. 2 euros.
This market, it literally just feels like we're in Algiers or Morocco maybe.
Mais il y a 160 millions. Maintenant,
This is so sad to see. Marseille is such a historical city, and you can tell that there is a lot of beauty and a lot of work that was being put into creating the infrastructure here, the houses and so on, but now it is just being disrespected by all of the locals, even also the French locals. I'm saying everybody, left and right, everything is full of graffiti, there's garbage in the streets, it smells bad, it's just, I don't know, the level of disrespect is just really sad for such a historically important city. And I don't know, because we don't have to live like this as Europeans, and I keep saying this, it's disrespect to our ancestors, it's disrespecting our heritage, it's just sad.
And here we have the true Europe. This is what Europe actually represents historically. Joan of Arc, which was a teenage Christian warrior, literally at the age of 17, she joined Charles.
Why would he say literally at the age of 17? Literally. What are you talking about? You love the word literally. You keep saying it. We don't have to live like pigs. But when you invite in the swine, or let them come in, or let your government and the ones controlling the governments flood our countries, people lose hope when it's covered and fucking destroyed this way. Graffiti everywhere. People start to behave like pigs. They lose hope. They get despondent and depressed because their countries have been flooded by creatures.
The 7th Army and fought alongside the army to try and save Christianity. A French national hero. And nowadays you have full-grown men here in France that won't do a damn thing to try and save France, won't do a damn thing to try and save Europe. You have grown men all over Europe that won't do a thing to try and protect Christian Europe. And now you have statues of 17-year-olds who had more balls than every European currently walking this continent today.
John.
I think that's a stupid thing to say. I think that's a dumb view, and I don't agree with that at all. But that guy almost sounds like a male feminist. What a stupid thing to say. That's not the way to empower people at all. It's stupid. But this guy's kind of dumb. I think he's just using his channel. I don't know. Is he using it to make money? 255,000 views. He's getting views. I think all of his travel is probably paid for by his YouTube channel. There's a list of people paying money. Excuse me. There's a join button. So you can give them $7 a month. With this. She looks like she's gained some weight since that avatar. She's packed on probably 40 pounds or more since then.
Dark was also martyred for France, obviously, and for French Christianity. And around this column, you can see all of the history about that, how she fought alongside Charles.
Yeah, she's a martyr of Christendom.
And the sky's filled with trails. They're not going to mention that. All they're going to talk about is focus on Christianity. Christianity is not going to save Europe. And a lot of you just don't have a clue where you are. You just don't.
Like many other...
Sky is just crisscrossed above them. And he's such an observant. You're so great. You see so much literally that you can't even look up and even make one little comment on the sky. Because you're a normie. You're absolutely a normie. You're a Christian. You're under that mind control. When is Jesus going to come back to save France? Well, the short answer is he isn't. All right? Your Savior hasn't saved you. So the more you want to hype up Christianity, Europe is being destroyed. And this is a hell realm. All right? Literally.
Great martyrs throughout European Christian.
You should get down on your knees and pray under the trails, covering the sky in a huge grid right above your head. You zombie. It's right. I laugh because they're just oblivious zombies, and they believe themselves to be aware, and they're aware of one thing, and that's it. And that's not nearly enough.
In history, who lost their lives, millions lost their lives for building modern Europe, the modern Europe that is now a welfare state that attracts so many people because they're, fleeing. So guys, here in Marseille, they have banners here, and believe it or not, these banners are for Antifa, anti-fascists, the so-called anti-fascists, the far left extremists, and they're entirely 100% in Arabic. So every single word.
Yeah, and it shows how gullible people are in this realm. It really does. I wonder if there's been a single person that's come on my channel over all these years that would admit they're gullible, that they're duped. I've had feminists come here, vegans, Marxists, all kinds have come to my channel over the years. So many duped beings in this realm. Absolute dupes. And if that hurts your coochie chakra, You better go somewhere else. Toughen up, Cupcake. Coochie chakras.
Word on this is in Arabic. There's not a single word of French.
And Hanko Flamio. I had some delicious fried chicken and mac and cheese. I had an orange juice with it, though, not a grape soda and not grape Kool-Aid. No purple stuff. But you would have been jealous. You're probably lurking right now. I wouldn't be surprised if you lurk on my channel. Tiga. Tiga. Tiga.
On here.
Mais oui, oulala, c'est magnifique. Baguette, croissant.
Ooh la la.
Oh, look at them mocking, saying, ooh la la. You're so clever, as though people have never gone there and said that.
Anyway, this is the main tourist stretch of Marseille, and you do see lots and lots of dead fish and garbage and plastic and I don't know what else here in the port itself. And
You're wasting your money coming here.
Yeah.
He just said you're wasting your money coming here. Wow. What are those flags? Is that Palestine? Look at the French people. The French ladies walking by. Is she French? Just a second. I think she was. I think that was a French woman. Oh my goodness, they're waving these flags. I think that's Palestine, isn't it? It's some foreign country.
We made it now to the north side of.
I think I saw a Lebanese flag with a little tree on it back there. This guy's all tatted up. Classy.
It is very modern, probably built around the 80s or so. Apartment blocks that overlook the actual port. And you can actually see a glimpse off there in the distance of Notre Dame de la Garde, where we started this video. So we've been walking, we've been getting our steps in, and it's hot. So we made it to Cathédrale La Meilleure, which is one of the main attraction cathedrals here as well in Marseille. We just had to come and check it out and see it for ourselves. Built under Napoleon III during the expansion of Marseille as a major port city. One of the largest French cathedrals built in the 19th century, believe it or not. And it took about 40 years of blood, sweat and tears to build this cathedral. It's massive. It can fit thousands of people on the inside. And I have to say, it's absolutely stunning. And again, it's a look at just how great Europe used to be. Nowadays, sitting in front of a lot of these cathedrals and outside, you have, again, the typical North African scammers pretty much waiting around everywhere to pickpocket.
North African scammers outside of the great cathedrals in France. And lazy bums and homeless bums. And most people don't care. They don't notice. It's all just become normal. Everything's getting destroyed and people just, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
And then you also have homeless locals asking for spare change so they can get either food or
homeless bums
or a fix of drugs off of the North Africans that I'm talking about. We made it to the Marseille sign, overlooking, very beautiful, the actual old port and the direction of the old port of
Marseille. Oh man. Anyway, these people are kind of annoying, and I know she kind of can't help it, but she's got the big horse teeth. This chick, she's not attractive. She's just kind of fugly. I'm sorry, I got to be honest. I I'm not on YouTube to butter people up. I mean, she's just bleh.
Places on.
I don't know what she is. I don't know where she's from, but she doesn't represent European women. She's just not attractive. She's got a big schnoz. I'm sorry, people. I have to tell the truth, though. That's one of the things I think that makes my channel so different from the shit channels that a lot of you are on. They're playing characters. They're not honest. She's just not attractive. She's got a big schnoz. She has the horse teeth. Algiers, yeah, probably. I think you're right. Garbage flags.
Basically, and yeah, I think it's a little bit difficult for the people here.
Look at this. This is shameful. Look at this garbage. Oh, an eyesore. Look at this. Look at this.
So sad.
God damn.
So sad.
Now he's saying so sad. He says the same words as all the creatures that I can't stand, like so sad, literally, all tatted up. I mean, I don't know. This couple bothers me. I'm trying to show what they're sharing, but personally, I'm disgusted by them. I almost threw up earlier when I saw this thing
Engaged at all times.
turn its head to the side
Basically.
and show that schnoz. Oh,
And yeah, I think it's a little bit difficult for the people here.
big schnoz. A great big schnoz. This woman, whatever her name is, I don't even know what their names are at this point.
So sad. So sad.
He's mumbling to himself, and she turned around saying, "Hmm?" And he's just mumbling, so sad, so sad. That was a beautiful door covered in graffiti. They just wreck everything. They're just fucking absolute destroyers. Hello, Wendy. Welcome back. How was your dinner? Hello again. Hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. Mind Mirage really likes when I do that. Hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. Look at these doors. Look at this. Look at what they do. I don't know how much more convincing this realm needs. They just destroy. They bring in drugs and gangs, violence, disease. They destroy. They have no respect for European people, for our buildings, our property. They sell drugs. They shit all over the place. They piss all over the place. They throw garbage. They spray everything with graffiti. It's absolutely shameful. They should all be floating away on doors or on paper thin, whether it's old doors or whatever. Rice paper, I don't care. Float them in the shark infested waters on rice paper. I hate to see this.
It's like a church?
Yeah, it used to be.
It used to be. Oh yeah, they took the statue. The holy away.
Well, guys, we made it to. Funnily enough, it's like Arc de Triomphe, the Triumph Arch of Marseille. I'm not too sure what it's actually called, Porte Day or something like that. My French pronunciation is terrible. But this entire square right next to it is 100% just migrants hanging around, screaming at each other, throwing glass bottles, fighting each other.
They're chimps. That's what you should be calling them.
And here, in my opinion,
look at the glory. Our people were able to build beautiful, beautiful things, not just for centuries, for thousands of matrix years. What were they building back then in African countries? Mud huts. What are they doing today? Mud huts. There's been no development. You just, and people think we're the same. It's mind-boggling that people think we're the same. I don't know how a human being in this realm could look and say we're the same. It's hitting you in the face. It's slapping you in the face that we are from greatness, and they're building mud huts and they're carving wheels with a goddamn machete in Africa right now. I'm sorry, I'm going to have a laugh attack. I just can't believe people think we're the same. I can't believe that I have to tell anybody that we're different. It blows my mind. It does. Literally blows my mind. I don't know how anyone could look at just that and just say, you know what? That in itself shows me how different we are. We're so different from them. Look at the columns, look at the carvings, look at the glory and the greatness of that. Now, did we build that to survive? No, that's a monument. That has nothing to do with survival. We built things for the sake of art for art's sake, and greatness and glory and beauty. They don't do that. The only people that do that in Africa are white. They're the only. Do you understand? I'm laughing because it's a realm where it's so obvious. It's staring you in the face how different we are. They couldn't build that in Africa in 10 trillion matrix years. They aren't developing. They're just, oh man. The difference, it's worlds apart. We're not the same species.
Is a very clear symbol of the absolute decay, decline, and quite literally the end of France.
He had to say literally again, quite literally. I think that's his favorite word in English, is literal. Literally. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to end up losing my voice if I carry on like this all day, but I just can't believe it. It still astounds me that people could look at that and think, well, Africans could do that. What are you talking about? They've never built anything that's not even close to that. Oh man.
As a country, just look at the beauty that went into the construction here, the detail that went into the construction here, probably, decades of work that went in to handcrafting every little detail here. And it's a very clear representation of what France used to be way back when.
It looks like they scorched it at some point. Excuse me. I think the darkies you see on the columns on the right hand side, it looks a bit burnt. So maybe they tried to burn it or destroy it. I wouldn't be surprised at all, because it's what they do. Out of envy, they want to destroy. They don't just want to take what we have or what we, meaning European people, have built. They want to destroy out of envy. Envy is based on hatred. It's worse than jealousy. It's evil. And that's what they have for us. And it spews out, these fuckers.
Absolutely gorgeous. And in my opinion, very sad to see.
Looks like it used to be able to drive through here as well.
Probably used to be able to actually drive through here, but nowadays, I'm not even joking, guys. If we go around to the other side here, there's actually a bus stop just over here that's just full of Moroccans, drug dealers, illegal migrants, camps set up. You have broken bottles, broken glass, people drinking everywhere.
It is dedicated, funnily enough, to the heroes that died in all of the wars, and how Marseille is seeing what they brought to the...
It's a war memorial. It's dedicated to the... Look at that schnoz. I'm sorry, I just lost track of what I was going to say. I just can't believe it. What is going on in this realm? It's this is going to be the realm of the big noses, the biggest noses. Oh my goodness.
The table basically, and this is what they died for.
It's literally the disgusting reality of France.
And then here he goes again with it's literally. Can you just not say that every sentence? Like, it's so annoying.
In 2026, it is a nightmare here. Europe is falling apart day by day, and it is all done on purpose.
I have to wonder if he cares or if he's just making this YouTube channel to travel for free, to get money from YouTube, from his subscribers. There's a join button there, of course. You can give him money for a membership. Again, she looks 30 to 40 pounds lighter there in that picture. And she was a little bit chubby back then, but she's a goddamn horse at this point. I have to be honest. I'm not going to sugarcoat things on my channel. If I get flack over it or whatever, I'm going to say what I think until the very end. Whatever happens, and I'm holding back, by the way, in case people don't realize, if they think, oh, he's just going over the top and saying stuff just to what. No, I'm holding back some of my thoughts. I wish I could say more, but I think that the stream would end as I'm speaking. But I'm disgusted by what I see going on over there. What's the difference between their markets there and the shit that they have in the African countries? They just put out their tables. Anyway, of course, the trails in the sky crisscrossed. Diamonds in the sky. Lucy in the sky with diamonds is Lucifer. Lucy is the feminine form of Lucifer, and sometimes dark occultists use that to say Lucifer, Lucy. There's even a movie, I think, called Lucy, and there's various things, but African Bazaar, yeah, it does. It does. What's the difference? Like, they're just turning it into Africa, into these, I don't know, it's just Moroccan countries or Algiers or whatever. It's just terrible. And it stinks there. They talked about how bad it stinks. I don't want French people living that way. I don't want British people living that way. I don't want German people. I've shown Germany, some of the major cities there, and it's really violent and really destroyed. It makes me sick.
I'm creating this video to raise awareness about a very specific kind of person. I find them to be some of the weakest and most pathetic people in our society, and no one can hold them accountable more than we can. Stick around, we'll talk about it. 411 Outdoors is supported in part by Fisher Blades. I've seen some video clips over the last couple of days that have my blood boiling, and I had to cool down a couple of days before I made this video, because I've noticed that when I speak fully and completely out of anger, no matter how true what I'm saying is, people will take it and try to turn it into me being malicious. And though I may want to be malicious, I just want to be truthful. The type of person I'm going to be talking about is a bully, but not just any kind of bully. Those who bully the weak, and then those who team up with other bullies to do it. And I'm talking about those who bully special needs. Although I've primarily seen this happening with teenagers, it can pretty much happen with anyone. And the best way to raise awareness about this is to get people upset about it so that people will develop the boldness and the righteous indignation to start standing up for this stuff in their communities, in the environments where they are. So in this clip I'm about to show you, you've got a bunch of kids who haven't been taught right in life gathering together in a bathroom to dump trash on an autistic kid using the bathroom in the stall. You'd be surprised at the number of people who, in another thread that I posted, was defending this. They were saying, oh man, take it easy on them, man. They're just kids, being kids. They're just kids is one of the biggest enablements in our society, because that many kids gathered together in one place laughing at and celebrating this kind of stuff is a picture of where our world is today. It's crazy to me how so many unfortunate special needs children get thrown to the wolves every day like this. I'm a special needs parent, and if I saw something like that going on, I wouldn't stop until there was some form of justice for everybody involved in that situation. So,
oh, I didn't realize he's a parent of someone. They call him a special needs parent.
I'm not going to tolerate people coming in here and defending that behavior. You may say, Daniel, who would defend that? Oh, plenty of people. We're living in a time where people will defend people for everything. Some things are a dividing line for me, and defending that is one of them. It's going to take, even in a time where people will defend people for everything, even in a time where people will defend people for everything. Some things are a dividing line for me, and
they will. They'll defend people for murder, rape, torture. They'll say, well, they served their time, Stephen. You're evil, they'll say. They've come on my channel and said that to me in comments, saying you're evil because you're holding it against someone. That's a violent sex offender. You can't make this stuff up. It's just, it's this hell realm. That's the way it is. People defend demons. They love it. They love defending demons. And it doesn't matter if there's a couple handfuls on my channel that don't. Most people do that I run into. They're demon defenders, demon lovers.
Defending that is one of them. It's going to take a certain amount of people to get to the place to where they're just done with this.
You're going to be surprised. I think almost all of you, if not all of you, when you realize, when you start to see them, how many demons are around you, young and old, it's going to be eye-opening for you. It's going to be a rude awakening. And some of you won't realize it in your body. You're so slow and stubborn to see it that it will take you, your body dying and you popping out of body and then going, oh, fuck. What he said was true. We're surrounded by demons. And you're going to see how demonic this realm is. And that's why so much evil goes on here. Because there's a whole lot more demons than a lot of you seem to think.
Done with this to the point to where they will do what it takes to bring individuals like this to some form of justice. Because these people just run rampant in our society and in our schools, and they film this stuff, and nobody does anything. Now, in this upcoming clip, there's going to be some language. I want to show you how another teenage boy is talking to a special needs kid who's just trying to show him something. I took this screenshot from an Instagram page I follow called The Dutton Mindset. The language is in the captions, but I'm going to mute out the sound.
What do you want? Brendan, chill. I don't know. A month ago? Yo, shut the actual lead. I'm playing geometry. Yeah, out of here, we go. Little cripple. Yeah? You cripple. You are a cripple. Don't ever speak back to me. I'm going to put you in a electric.
This is not just a problem with kids. This is a problem with adults as well. Because they're adults that are actually out there raising kids to be this way. They are allowing them to be this way. These kids are stuck on these devices, man, getting dopamine hits all day. Couldn't even take a second just to show this young man some respect. He didn't have to be that way. That behavior is the lowest of the low. How about the other weaklings sitting at that table, laughing at this kid, encouraging him? Where was the help? Where was the help for this young man? Even in my young and foolish days, there's no way I could have treated somebody like that. I probably would have gotten kicked out of school that day if I would have witnessed another young man talking to a kid, special needs on that level, who couldn't defend himself verbally and physically. How beautiful and poetic would it have been if there would have been at least one person standing around who could have called this dude out and told him to shut his mouth? How wonderful would that have been? But no, a lot of people would just rather team up with the rest of the bullies so that they can save face and survive. Pathetic. I'm making this video so that people will get upset and that there will be some awareness raised. I want parents to know that if you don't take time to be intentional about teaching your child to be respectful, this is what they turn into. I hope some parents will watch this and then will go have a conversation with their kid and say, if I ever catch you talking to somebody like that ever, it's going to be a problem. My kid would lose their keys for a while. They'd lose their phone for a while. It would be rough. If they're listening to a bunch of verbal abuse at home, what makes you think they're not going to go to school and do the same to somebody who's weaker than them? You know, if I had a son in public school, I don't have sons, I have daughters, but if I had a son, I hope that he would make a lot of ruckus if he saw something like this going on. I would give him permission to make ruckus and to cause a scene, because people got to start rising up and putting a stop to this behavior. Instead, you've got a bunch of mob mentality people who join in with the rest of the bullies because they're too weak to stand on their own. People, young or old, who join in with mobs to pick on the weak are pathetic human beings. And if somebody makes it to high school and they still don't know how to treat people better than that, what makes you think they're ever going to? This has got to change. There's got to be more done. There's got to be more people that are willing to make a fuss over this, because it's wrong in every way. And that's why I'm out here talking about it today. Even if this video can kick up some dirt, it's worth it. Thanks for watching. Take care.
It's a demonic hell realm. I know people don't want to face it. It's a demonic hell realm. And I'll keep saying it till, I don't know. I was going to say I'll keep saying it until people understand, but I've been saying it for so long and very few understand anything. They don't understand anything, and they don't care. They don't. Most in this realm that I observe, maybe not you, maybe you don't see what I see, but they have no care at all, including as teenagers, college age. They could be old, they could be 80 years old, and a lot of them just have no care. Care is going away. They are destroying care, and it isn't just smartphone screens. It's so much deeper than that. I suspect in the future I'll be saying too late to some people when they say, I see it now. I see it. You were right. It's a hell realm. It's too late. It'll be too late. And I just won't believe it at that point. I'll say, why didn't you see it 20 years ago, 25 years ago? Why not? Because you just want to see it when you want to save yourself. I'm not falling for any of that stuff, those tricks. People want to play on my empathy and care. They don't want to see what this place is. Just like all the demonic games earlier in this live stream that went on for hours, by the way. Excuse me, hours of demon games by people on this stream, on this live stream. And it isn't just hours today. It's been years of demon games that I've dealt with running YouTube channels, because it is a demonic realm. It is. And it's not my opinion. And your opinion doesn't change what it is. And that's where a lot of people have a problem, because they think their opinion's the top of the pyramid. Opinion's lower than the base level. It's the sewers. Opinions don't require any evidence. They don't have to be factual. They don't have to have any basis. They can be just empty and useless. And that's what people cherish, their opinions. It's a word people use all the time. I'm trying to think of the last time, I don't know if I'll be able to, where someone had an opinion that was actually based in truth. Almost none of you do. You love your opinions. You'll say, I have a right to my opinions. You sure do. You can spew lies all day like someone that came here earlier. That's your opinion, your lies. Just worthless. Worthless. And a lot of you say, oh, but my opinion makes me free. You're just so confused. So confused. There are people that have sat on my channel for years that I would bet loads of valuable things that they don't have a real clue what this realm is, and that they're in for a rude awakening because you've done this isolate thing. It's like horses with those blinders on. I think they call them blinkers in the UK. Here it's blinders. Just straight ahead, narrow vision. You know when you'll see you're in a demonic hell realm? When they're surrounding you. I'm not saying it to scare you, but you'll see what I mean. Literally. You'll see the demons, and then there's no time to doubt me anymore and say, well, I didn't believe Stephen. You won't even know what to do. There'll be way more than you expected. I'll tell you that much. Way more. And I've been trying to show you. I think a lot of you try to treat it as though demons are rare and that there's a couple little demons here and there. And it's not like that at all. You know, if it were like that, I would be telling you that. I'd say there's just a few demons in this realm. But there aren't. And then some people flee my channel to go to Team Evil when they start figuring out that what I'm saying about this being a demonic hell realm is true. And they'll say we're outnumbered, like Orphan Annie said years ago, and ran over to Team Evil. Go run into the arms of evil. I don't want you. I don't want cowards and ones that will turncoat on me the moment there's a war. And there's going to be a spiritual war. Whether you say I don't want that or not, that doesn't change reality. There's going to be a spiritual war bigger than you can imagine. Doesn't matter if you want it. Since when did your wants dictate reality? That's where people are so confused. Beyond confused. And that's the way it is in this place. Standing with evil is not going to protect you or save you. I've tried to convey that you better choose wisely. And if you choose evil, I'm your enemy then. I'm fine with that. I came to peace or to terms with that long ago. I'd say in childhood, early childhood. It's been a long time. So nobody's going to get me to, I don't mind you being my enemy. I'm against evil. I don't make any apologies for that. At all. None. None. If evil were pointing guns at my face right now, I'd say, fuck you. I'm against you. I stand against you. And I'd call them losers and pissants and cowards. And I don't care if you believe me or not. It doesn't matter to me. Because I know what beliefs are in this realm. Most people have all kinds of stupid beliefs. I've rarely met a person that believed in something that was true. It's so rare. But you love your beliefs. People love saying, I feel like, I believe, my opinion. And it's almost always never true these days. That's the way it is. You're not truth-based beings. You're beings, humans, at least modern humans, in this realm of today's matrix, you might say, are beings that for the most part believe lies. You're just so far away from the truth. If most people had to use their intuition, they'd say, my intuition says go that way, and they'd be headed towards China, and they'd be thinking that they're headed towards New York City. Your instincts are fucked up, your intuition. I'm not saying this to be disempowering. I'm saying that's what I hope people would work on. When they say, what should I work on? And then they misspell my name because they can't pay attention, of course. Like the guy earlier that wonders what he should work on. Well, at least pay attention enough to spell my name properly, for fuck's sake. Maybe that's a start. That's step one. If you're going to leave a comment and you're going to be respectful towards me, at least show the respect of spelling my name properly. Comment that I got to pump you full of fear. I think it was on this one. I'll see if it's on this video. Somewhere in here. Is it this video or is it another one? It's this one. And 2 people liked it. Thanks, Steven, with a V. Well, that's not my name. And I know some of you would say, oh man, what does it matter? Steven's being petty. That's not important. If he's on your channel, seeing your name on the screen on live streams for hours and hours, for years. Years. My name has been on screen as a reference for years. Years. And you can't spell it in a comment. What does it matter? It matters because you can't fucking pay attention. And you can't show me respect by respecting me enough to spell my name properly. And you didn't have to use my name. You made a point of putting my name or trying to type my name right at the beginning. Sheep no more. Okay? I just want you to understand something. To be respectful, you should at least spell the person's name or pronounce it properly. And if you don't know how to pronounce their name properly, ask someone. Ask them. If it's in person, do it politely and respectfully. Say something along the lines of, pardon me, I'm sorry, but I don't know how to pronounce your name. Could you help me and say it for me so that I know how to say your name properly? I don't want to mispronounce your name. And be respectful and show the person. I think these things were taught, manners and etiquette, maybe centuries before I was born. But these days it seems like nobody has a fucking clue. So spare me the comments where you can't spell my name. And spare me in the chat as well. My name's on the screen. You see where that is? So if you're a sub 70 IQer and you don't know how to spell my name, look at the screen as a reference as you're typing it and get it right. Don't say, hey, or thanks, Steven. Call me King Steven, and there's no V in Steven. It's not that difficult. It isn't. Especially if you're new here, like that Sheep No More character. That's what you should do. Now, some men teach their sons how to do a proper handshake and introduction and make a good first impression. You should also teach them to pay attention. Because little things, so-called little things like that, are going to be noticed by beings that are not scumbags and beings that do have self-respect. Will notice, like this on the screen. It's glaring to me. My name is all over my channel. So there's a problem there when you put thanks Steven with a V. Everything after that loses any importance. Because you couldn't spell my name. That shows me you don't pay attention. It shows me a lot about you. Now, if you can't spell my name, I don't believe that you pay attention to details and that you're going to be able to get out of here. I don't care if people think that. Oh, what? What's the connection there? If you don't get it, you don't get it. Go in the bin, get recycled.
Sounds to wake.
I've been trying to teach people how to pay attention and focus for years.
What is the most beautiful sounds to wake up to in Britain? Many people might suggest, I don't know, birds chirping, maybe leaves rustling peacefully in the wind. Perhaps your dog barking as the postman tries to deliver a letter. But I would say it's absolutely none of those. No, the best morning sound in Britain is in fact this.
If I were running Great Britain, that sound wouldn't be in Great Britain. It would actually be against the law to it wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. If someone attempted to play that, another would come along, peeing their pants, saying, "You better not, King Stephen's in charge. Run. Run." I wouldn't allow that at all. That's not British. That's not British. That wouldn't be allowed, period. In all of Great Britain, there wouldn't be the tiniest little place where they could have that. None. None allowed. See, I think they love that sound because it's like the migrants that were graping the goats and sheep that they were speaking about in France, I think it was, when they were over there. And they caught them. They caught the migrants doing that. And this is the sound. They love that sound. They love this sickening sound. And people say, "Oh my God, how could you say that about them?" Or they might do. Fuck them. Fuck them. How about that? Shove it up your ass. It sounds horrible. It sounds horrible. It's an atrocity to the ears of good and decent, civilized people. It should be a crime to play that. I'll go that far. You like that? That's the sound they should be making when they realize they're towed out to sea, floating on fucking doors on a flotilla. And they're crying, going, "Oh, no, no, no."
That, of course, was the Islamic call to prayer.
Way too many people have sympathy for them and cry for them. There's so many goddamn tears for demons in this realm, it makes me sick. So many people cry for demons. You could fill up new oceans with your tears. So many do it.
Being blasted in the UK. What an absolutely wonderful sound. You know, I really thought we had laws against blasting music out this loud, if you can even call that music.
Oh, the laws don't apply to them, though. You're mixed up again. It doesn't apply to them. If a white person was blasting some music, it would apply.
I mean, it's really just wailing. Surely someone must have made...
Just wailing.
So, it's the day after the march in London, and I came across this.
There's Sargon, Carl Benjamin. Oh my goodness. British patriot intimidated. Was he intimidated? What happened here? A darky is touching him. A darky is touching Carl Benjamin.
This clip on Twitter, which is truly a disgrace.
Why are you letting him touch you?
Sargon of Akkad, also known as Carl Benjamin, was speaking at the event yesterday, and on camera this random person came up to him and started asking if he could stand for Restore Britain. Just take a watch.
Would a black person like myself join? Can I stand for Restore Britain? I'm not the one in control of anything, but I don't see why not. Don't say yes, bro. Come on. Can I stand?
Look at this. Look at this. Carl Benjamin, what a cuck. I've known it for a decade. This guy just will fold like a house of cards. Look at this. Look at this darky putting his hand on his shoulder and looking at his face. Look at this. Oh my goodness. That's something out of a horror movie. I'd be like, where did you come from? And don't touch me. I'd move his fucking hand off me. Move your arm. Look at this behavior. British patriot intimidated. Barack is from the Congo and loves our country. Oh, they're saying Carl knows him. So what? So what? You need to fact check. They're calling him a good lad. Really, Baraka are very politically aligned. This isn't real by the looks of things. We love Baraka, somebody said. People are leaving his channel saying, I won't be clicking on this channel again. That's Baraka Amuri, a British patriot. A British excuse me? That's that guy that's darker than dark, he's darker than coal, is a British patriot. What are you talking about? What has happened? What has happened to people? Oh my goodness. What? Oh my goodness, look at this.
I don't say yes, bro. Come on. Can I stand? I'm not in control of anything. Would you welcome me? Of course, but I'm not in control of anything, so...
He just keeps saying he's not in control of anything.
Why did he say yes? I mean, the guy did not even have a British accent. Was he even born in the UK? Who knows? I think the fact that Sargon...
Who cares if he was? Even if he was born in the UK, I wouldn't care. He's not British. Look at him. It's simple. Why are you people making it this difficult? He's obviously not British. I mean, my goodness. What? What? He's the British patriot? What? What? Would it be a Japanese patriot if he was in Japan? Give me a break.
Folded like that is truly a moment of weakness. It is Restore Britain policy to literally prevent people who weren't even born in this country from running for political office. I mean, the whole reason for Restore Britain's existence is because we don't want stuff like this anymore. Who even is this guy? And why did he think he had the right to walk up to Carl Benjamin, start putting his hands on him, and insisting he gets to participate in British politics? If he asked me that, I would say...
Even if they know each other, why is he allowing him to just rest his hand on his shoulder? Like, it's very strange. I always knew that Carl Benjamin is a cuck, though. He really is. Oh, man, that looks pathetic. They love their purple. They love it. Purple and gold. They love it. Purple and gold. They love it. Tiggas. Tiggas. They love it. They love it.
We love our purple and gold. Purple and gold. Black Jesus rules. I be turning watermelons into wine. Purple and gold. I be checking out all the ladies that fine. Yeah. Purple and gold. Yeah. Black Jesus on the block. I be strutting around solid as a rock. Purple and gold. I don't just be walking on water. I be walking on watermelons. My bitches, I am Black Jesus. Black Jesus. Black Jesus. Black Jesus. Purple and gold. Yeah, I'm the black savior, y'all. I be standing tall. Tougher than Harlem, I be fixing to harm someone. You best believe me, don't you be trying. No bullshit, hear me? Purple and gold. Black Jesus rules. Purple and gold. Yeah. I'm a thug, I'm a gangster. I will turn your whole world upside down, make you a puppet wankster. Purple and gold. Purple and gold. Black Jesus. I be sexy. You hear me, bitches wanna be near me. Purple and hand on my knee. Black Jesus. Purple and gold. Yeah. Black Jesus, I be sexy. Purple and gold. You hear me? Bitches wanna be near me. Hand on my knee. Black Jesus. Purple and gold. My bling bling is off the heavenly charts. Dumb ding-a-ling with Keisha and Ling Ling. All the ladies be wanting me. Black Jesus know how to seduce like art. I be pulling in bitches left, right, and center. I'm the man, the savior, the redeemer, the forever and ever. Black Jesus. Purple and gold. Yeah.
I am the Raven King. I can do anything. I wrote that song a while ago. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. And this is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Honk, honk. Honk, honk. That's big schnoz. That's a big schnoz. Honk, honk. Honk, honk. Honk, honk. I wonder if they'll make laughter illegal at some point in this realm. I wouldn't be surprised if they do. And people would go along with it, saying, well, it's mean to laugh. We shouldn't be laughing at it anyways, they'd say. They just they go along with anything. Any tyranny, people will go along with it. But somebody stands up and tries to show them how to be free. And they just throw bricks and stones. They just can't take it. People don't want to be free. They don't want to be free. They hate freedom. They love slavery.
This is El Diablo Radio International. The hottest show in hell!
Nobody does it better.
Nobody. We bring the madness.
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 Ladies love El Diablo.
That handsome, cheeky little devil.
Ladies love El Diablo. Hot, hot, hot.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
You naughty,
Naughty!
cheeky little devil!
Chale koko import.
Let's check this out. Thank you, Anafea, for sharing this with me.
Ako yung otakilikit. Kagego ko ako, ama siya ka otan. Ko yan. Chale koko import.
Hit it. Oh, look at.
Wakay ka
Yes.
Ako yung otakilikit.
What did he kill? A baboon?
Kagego ko ako, ama siya ka otan. Ko yan. Yakan. Chale koko import. Wakay ka Ako yung otakilikit. Kagego ko ako, ama siya ka otan. Ko yan. Yakan.
Future mayor of some blue democratic American city. Oh my goodness. They're just like us. We're the same, right? Are we all the same? Are we all the same? What do you think, everyone? Are we all the same? Tell me, are we all the same?
Wakay ka Ako yung otakilikit. Kagego ko ako, ama siya ka otan. Ko yan. Yakan. Chale koko import. Wakay ka Ako yung otakilikit. Kagego ko ako, ama siya ka otan. Ko yan. Yakan. Chale koko.
So do you think they're the same as us? Or are they just like us? Are they just like us, these?
Ko import. Ko yan. Yakan. Otakilikit. Kagego ko ako, ama siya.
Are they just like us? Are they just like us? Okay, some people answered in the chat. Thank you. Look at this.
Ko yan. Yakan. Chale koko import.
Look at this. Why would anyone want to bring them into our country? Why? Now I know traders are responsible, but the people that say, "Oh, but we need diversity. We need." Oh my goodness! It's just. Which do you prefer, European architecture or the mud huts of Africa? So there's African mud hut 8000 BC, and then in 2019 it's exactly the same. There's been no progress. None at all. I love Africa. I love I love the Tigers. I love the Tigers. Is it showing up now for you? This is 8000 BC, a mud hut. African houses 10,000 years. Challenge. Unfortunately, they misspelled challenge. Wakanda. I have a house in South Africa. There used to be, Africa Today, Ancient Rome. I like this one. Africa Today. And there's Ancient Rome. What do you think? What do you think of do you see the difference? Let's compare Africa versus ancient Rome. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that just wonderful? Do 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 do. Forever Mud Hut Age. The Mud Age. Flintstones. Meet the Flintstones. Look at this. Look at this. Look at oh my goodness. told you, made with a machete. They're using a machete. Look at this. They're made out of wood. They're going to chop down every last tree like they did in Haiti. That's what they're going to do. Just dirt and dust and pollution. Oh, man. And people think we're the same. People think we're the same. What? So in the Congo, this is them learning a trade, by the way. This is the wooden scooter crew. A day in life, not in the life, a day in life, a day in life of Africa's wooden scooter crew. You know, in Africa, if a white man goes there, and for some reason, if he's insane or something, if he's completely out of his mind on drugs or brainwashed, and he wants to bang these African women, they'll just go home with them. They'll leave their job at the time, and they'll just say, "Why don't you come with me?" And that's what they do. They'll just leave. They'll walk off their job for a white man on the spot. There was a white Russian that went to African countries, and he had on video, he had sex with like 600 women or something. It was in the news, and it was on YouTube. And he's talked about it a lot. There was a lot of video of him approaching these darkies, and that's what I call them, these colored people, these coloreds and darkies and negroids in Africa, these negroiders in Africa, and they would just leave their jobs to go have sex with them on the spot. That's how desired white men are in Africa. And for the white women out there, this could be your future husband. I mean, you could have you could be dating and married to a Negro in a dirt. Look at it's just dirt. That's all there is there. It's just dirt with a few trees left that they haven't cut down yet. There's a few trees in the distance on the other side of the road. It's just dirt and garbage and little motorcycles or scooters. They have a couple things there with motors built somewhere else, of course, in China. And they don't build anything in Africa of their own. Nothing. They don't build anything. So if I went there, I would say, build me an engine. Build me an engine. And they say, wood? No, you can't build an engine out of wood. You can't build an engine out of wood. At some point, someone's going to walk by and he's going to say, "You disrespecting me," and just chop him with the machete because they get offended so easily and they get violent. Imagine how many people have been beheaded in the Congo because they're all carrying machetes around and they think everyone's disrespecting them. Well, I say that we send the white women that love them over there, just send them to the Congo for at least 1 year, maybe 2 years, to learn this is what they're capable of. Go live there. I don't want you. Go live over there. Live there. That's the wheel, everyone. That's the wheel of the scooter. And I'm going to send them a vehicle like this. I think this was Callie's dream car or dream truck when she was growing up. That's not a Dodge Ram. That's a Darky Ram. That's a Darky. That's not a Dodge Ram truck. That's a Darky Ram truck. It has the ram horns on it. Callie in Zambia would probably love a truck like that. Oh, I hope it pisses them off. I hope it gets under the skin of these stinky bum losers. Flintstones. Meet the Flintstones. Sit around and watch how they make a wheel. They're not even at the Stone Age yet. I mean, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, I can't help it. What the fuck? And I've seen this before, and it's still this funny to me. Look at this. Now, who machined that steel for them? Because they didn't do it themselves. Somebody's helping these tigers. They're giving them hammers and nails. They didn't have any of this before. This is modern technology given to them by white men. White men said, "We're going to send you some hammers and nails and some metal parts so that you can fit something together. You're so far behind us." Look at the one there in rubber boots in a dry, dusty place. You know, you might want to save those rain boots for when it rains. You're out there. It's a country, it's a continent of retards. The Congo's a country of retards. But Africa, their beloved continent. Look at this guy in the rain boots. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, they're standing around. Look at his rain boots. Look at the green boots. And it's dusty and dirty as shit. There's no water to be found for 500 miles. Oh my gosh. Oh, you need a sweater on. It's only 120 degrees there. It's Fahrenheit. Celsius is about 45 or 50. You need a sweater. They're just so retarded. They're retards. So the supervisor's saying it's almost round, just square it off a little bit. square off that wheel. Oh my goodness. And they just, we're all the same, people say. We're all the same. We're all equal. They're the same as we are. They're the Flintstones. Meet the Flintstones. I don't know if you people know the Flintstones. They don't know in the Congo. This is so primitive. It's so primitive, and people love it and say we're all the same. There's a little darky standing, a little tiglet standing in the background. There's some little tiglets in the background. Look at this. Back there, right there. There's a little tiglet back there in a dirty, I don't know if you'd call that a dress, but look at this. Oh my goodness. She's watching them struggle to make one. White men showed them the wheel, and they've been struggling. Oh man. Is there one bit of clean clothes in all of the Congo? Is there anyone with any clean clothing in that entire country? Oh my gosh. Oh. And this is what some white women in Canada want to turn the country into this. It's unbelievable. This is what they want. So they nail the rubber onto the wheel. Look at this. A new mean unmotorized machine. It's a mean wooden machine. It's a mean wooden shit machine. I mean, look at it's not I'm sorry. This just gets to me. I'm just gonna lose my mind that people think we're the same. I mean, how can you think that? How could any being in Canada or America or the UK, and like, what are these people looking at? Oh man. The little Tigga back there in dirty clothes. There's a little Tigga. A little Tiglet back there. Tiglet. Why do they wear these knit hats that look like Canadian toques? It's 5 million degrees there, and they're what is going on here? Doesn't your head get hot with that? Like, what are you doing? A little Tiglet just got in the way, almost run over. He's saying load up the last pieces of lumber that we have in the entire country. We have almost no trees left. Put it on your shit, Scooter. I don't know why I find this so funny. I don't even care if no one's laughing. This is just, look at this. It doesn't even seem like it belongs in the same realm that I'm in. Look at this. Perfectly normal, though. Cut down the very last trees like they did in Haiti. Wood. You have plenty of wood. You have some laying on the ground beside you. Hardly a tree in fucking sight, of course. Just cut them all down. You know, if you're running out of wood, build everything out of wood. Your scooters, your homes, everything. Shit shacks, build it all out of wood. Look at him riding with the little Tiglet, riding with them. What do they do when they get to a hill? What do they do? They should start making new roads out of wood. They have so much wood to spare. Oh my gosh. It's almost unbelievable. The stupidity. They think this is hard. Hauling wood. Look at them, the gang. Rubber boots went by. So Benedictine said on my channel months ago, they're developing, he said. They're what do you mean they're developing? Developing what? What are they developing? Developing what? They're cutting down every tree they can. They're not developing. Oh gosh. Jesus.
Big update in a shocking case of child. We're following a big update in a shocking case of child sex abuse. This former nurse was caught by her husband having sex with her stepson. Alexis Van Yates made a shocking excuse when trying to explain herself when her husband walked in on the incident last summer. She has now taken a plea deal. What that means for how long she'll be in prison. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. The police report that we have in this case, I will be honest with you, is not an easy read. It details a stepmom having sex with her 15-year-old stepson, then trying to make excuses when she's caught. And let me tell you, there is a lot that was included in this police report that I cannot say, and frankly, I don't want to say. But it is important that we rehash what police say happened the night this then registered nurse seduced a minor inside her home, her own stepson, before we get to the plea deal that she just took. Here's a picture of Alexis Van Yates. She was 34 years old when all of this went down last year inside her home in Ocala, Florida. She lived with her husband, who had a 15-year-old stepson who was staying at their house for the summer on vacation. He had stayed with them for roughly a month. Police say on one of the final nights that the boy was staying at the house, he was hanging out with his stepmom. They were watching a horror movie on the couch. Now, the two had just put the younger children in the home to bed. It was around 11 o'clock at night. Police say Van Yates and her stepson were also hitting a THC pen. The two apparently found the movie Terrifier 2 boring, according to the interview that the victim in this case gave police. And that's when this police report states that Alexis Van Yates started talking about how aroused she was because she hadn't had sex sex in a couple of weeks. Again, this is a conversation with her 15-year-old stepson. In the interview that the stepson then gave to police, he said he was sitting close on the couch with his stepmom and he was playing with her hair. Now, apparently, Von Yates making these kind of statements didn't come out of the blue. The teen told investigators that his stepmom had been making sexual comments for roughly a week. He said he went to the gym with Von Yates, and when they got into the car after, she said, quote, "I bet everyone thought you were my little boy toy." In another instance, he said Von
Find your inner anthem, write another stanza.
Yates was eating whipped cream and she stuck out her tongue in a way that the victim found sexual, and he likened it to what you see in a pornography film. We're following a big update in a shocking case. Whipped cream, and she stuck out her tongue in a way that the victim thought you were my little boy toy. In another instance, he said Von Yates was eating whipped cream, and she stuck out her tongue in a way that the victim found sexual, and he likened it to what you see in a pornography film. And Von Yates then reportedly said, quote, "Oh, you like that." Then there was reportedly an instance where he was on a golf cart with Von Yates and two of her friends, and he also said that this 15-year-old, he was given a shot and also another hit of a THC pen. The teen said that he did make some sort of sexual joke, and then Von Yates said to her friends, quote, "He probably watches those stepmom pornos." Now, on the night where Von Yates had sex with this teenager, the police report states that after Von Yates had talked about how aroused she was, the teen asked if they wanted to cuddle. The police report states that the teen told them that Von Yates at first said that would be, quote, "weird." But then, when the teen laid on top of Von Yates, she said something to the effect of, quote, "Oh, you're just going right for it, huh?" Now, police then say, as the teen kissed Von Yates on her neck, she escalated the situation by saying, "Ah, man, I wish you were 18 because you're not old enough." Police say the child victim then gave Von Yates oral sex. The police report goes on to say that Von Yates told the teen to stop, but then would pull him back in to continue. Von Yates then gave the 15-year-old oral sex and said something to the effect of it was the least she could do. Now, as this was going on, the door opened to the home and in walks that 15-year-old's dad, who was Alexis Von Yates' husband. He was a lineman. He worked late nights and he had come home. And at that point, the police report says that Von Yates and the boy were in the middle of having sex on the couch, which was directly near the front door. Now, when the boy's dad walked in, he says he saw the 15-year-old run to the bathroom and Von Yates was shirtless on the couch. The teen then said in this interview, the dad said something to the effect of, "What the expletive is going on?" He then pulled the blanket off Von Yates and saw his wife naked. Now, the boy's dad then ordered the teen to pack his things and leave the house. The teen says that he also heard his dad calling Von Yates, his wife, quote, "a child predator." And this is where Von Yates makes an excuse that you will not believe. Von Yates says to the dad reportedly, quote, "The child victim looks like his father when he was younger." That's according to this police report. Von Yates also claimed that she told the teen to stop, which, based on the police report and all those details, she may have said that, but much of that statement is a lie. The next part of this story and what the teen said in his interview lays out how his family handled this situation, and they handled it in a way a lot of people would say would be the wrong way. But then things come around later. I'll get into that. The boy and his dad left the house to drive to the boy's grandfather's house, the teen said. And on the way, the boy's dad actually stopped at a gas station. He picked up a 6-pack of beer, and the teen said his dad chugged it as they drove. The boy's dad then told him to never talk to him again. He also called the boy a, quote, failure. The boy's grandfather said, quote, "You better not be telling them what happened," when the boy said he was going to talk to his cousin about this. He also told the boy not to contact his mom about what happened with Alexis Von Yates. The boy told the interviewer that he was infatuated with Von Yates and he had never actually engaged in sexual or emotional activity before, but he also felt upset that his family, in his opinion, was trying to cover up what happened. But Von Yates wasn't done. The teen said the next morning, the boy called her after everything that had happened, even her husband walking in on this situation, according to the police report. And on the phone, Von Yates said how she wished that her husband hadn't walked in on them, and she also made more sexual comments. She even rated the experience, the teen said, a 7 out of 10. I put Alexis Von Yates' name into truthfinder.com and putting this episode together, and in the section that shows whether someone has a criminal history, you can see that her record did come up. At Law and Crime, we partner with Truthfinder, and we use it to get details on the people involved in our stories. Now, even if you don't work in true crime though, this can be a great tool to give you some peace of mind, as it's one of the largest public record search services in the United States. And with the paid subscription service, you get access to unlimited reports about almost anyone. And right now, you can get 50% off your first month of confidential background reports. Just go to truthfinder.com/OTC. Now, police say an anonymous tip was put in about this case that then brought it even more to light. And that tip, according to a witness known as Kaylee in this police report, was reportedly put in by the boy's dad. So it appears that there's a bit of a change of heart, maybe a cooling off period, after the teen said his dad allegedly tried to cover it all up and have it go away the night that he walked in on all of this happening. According to that witness, the boy's dad did have that change of attitude from the narrative that police had put out the night in question. The dad said he was on the stepson's side as long as the stepson was willing to testify. Now, police say when Von Yates was contacted, she said she did not want to speak about it unless a lawyer was present. And also, according to this police report, she thought a DCF case against her had been closed and that she was in the clear. Police say she even continued to blame, was willing to testify. Now, police say when Von Yates was contacted, she said she did not want to speak about it unless a lawyer was present. And also, according to this police report, she thought a DCF...
Look at all those tattoos. Covered, belly tattooed, arms covered in tattoos.
Case against her had been closed and that she was in the clear. Police say she even continued to blame the victim in this case, that 15-year-old boy. In April of this year, the state of Florida, she even continued to blame the victim in this case, that 15-year-old boy. In April of this year, the state of Florida suspended Von Yates' license to practice nursing. She had been a nurse since 2016. And with how detailed this police report was, you can see the case that prosecutors would have had against her in a trial. In May of this year, a court ruled that all those details I gave you, there is more in that police report that I just couldn't go into detail about because it's so graphic, but all of it was going to be admissible if this case had gone to trial. And that was a major blow to Alexis Von Yates' defense. Court records show on August 21st, so last week, Von Yates pleaded no contest to a charge of lewd and lascivious battery, and that was part of a plea deal. She originally was facing a charge of sexual battery on a minor. The Daily Mail reports that Von Yates will spend 2 years in prison, then have 2 years of community control, and then will have 10 years of sex offender probation. She will also have to complete 200 hours of community.
2 years in prison, that's all? Wow.
Community service. She will be sentenced on September 16th. Joining us now, criminal defense attorney Joe Tamburino.
Disgusting. Disgusting. There's a lot of creepy creatures out there. Creepy creatures. Creepy creatures. There's a lot of creepy creatures out there. Creepy creatures.
The heart and the divine presence of love is intensely growing on earth as it has never, ever in the past. We come back speaking for near-death experiencers transformed by love as little tiny nodes of light impacting the world around us and giving permission to everyone to speak about their own mystical experiences.
At this time, we are in a time of truth, and we are in the fire of truth. As that fire descends upon the earth, we get to understand where we still need to burn up the illusions that we carry inside of our psyche and inside of our illusionary programming. Howard?
Yes.
What's your dog's name?
Patrick.
Hi, Patrick. Patrick.
He's my teacher. He's teaching me how to love unconditionally. He loves everybody.
He's beautiful.
I don't know why this is glitching. Sorry, everyone. I don't know what's wrong with this, but it's glitching.
I am so excited to be here today with Howard Storm, Diane Sherman, Sarah Snow, and Peter Panagore. And we've come together to discuss some of the things that are going on in the world and to answer your top questions that you have sent in to me. Do you believe in reincarnation? And if so, is it required or do we have a choice?
I'll start. Can I say we don't really know each other, just to the audience? Just saying. I mean, Howard and I have talked, but I just want to say we've not met mostly. Howard and I spoke once, and Melissa, of course. I'm not a believer in reincarnation, but I saw the reality of reincarnation, so I would eliminate the word belief and insert the word no. And I saw my other lives, and I saw them from timelessness. I saw their size as being a micron in comparison to the everlasting size of my soul was ginormous, but they were there and real. And I was able to look inside one or two of them and saw that I don't know where they were. I don't know if they were on Earth or somewhere else, but none of them were.
This is another tactic. I'm not saying that he's lying. I'm not saying that he's fake. I'm not saying anything alike with Kismet Spiral. I think he's recounting what he experienced. But what was I going to say? Sorry, I kind of lost this doesn't happen to me often. I lost my train of thought with that Peter guy. Oh, even if that were the case, that our life here is infinitesimally small, it doesn't wipe away the suffering. It doesn't matter how big it is beyond this. This is still wrong. And that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say that even if it's in opposition to every human being that walks this earth, because most people I've seen enough to see, more than enough to see, that they're just followers. There's hardly a thinker on earth. Most are just followers, and they believe what they're told, what they're shown. They don't think and see and go, wait a second, this is wrong. This is wrong. And it is wrong. It's wrong. So this is a tactic that they use to say that, oh, it's just so small in comparison to eternity. It's so small compared to outside of here. But we're suffering day by day here and watching our loved ones suffer. And they try to dismiss it with this kind of shit.
The totality of myself, the real truth of myself was my daughter. I don't know if they were on Earth or somewhere else, but none of them were the totality of myself. The real truth of myself was my divine nature, and ginormous. But I saw their size as being a micron in comparison to the. I saw their size as being I would eliminate the word belief and insert the word no. And I saw my other lives, and I saw them from timelessness. I saw their size as being a micron in comparison to the everlasting size of my soul was ginormous. But they were.
So Kismet Spiral would say, well, he's lying. They're all lying. I think he's telling what he experienced. However, he doesn't see what this realm is. So Kismet Spiral just thinks they're all lying, it seems like. Well, there's millions of people alive today that have had a near-death experience. It's not just one or two. So I don't buy that they're all lying. I think that's ridiculous.
There and real, and I was able to look inside one or two of them and saw that I don't know where they were. I don't know if they were on Earth or somewhere else, but none of them were the totality of myself. the real truth of myself was my divine nature, and that was given to me as a much fuller understanding of myself, so that in my life, instead of aiming at my reincarnations, I try to aim my heart at the oneness of being and the origin of myself and the divine. So yes to reincarnation, not my aim in life.
In my experience, there is no time and space, really, and in all aspects of our lived experience can be lived in this present moment now. So experience different timelines or different realities of formation based on how secure our ego is to the formation of our own reality. And so reincarnation can happen if there is a program in the mind that exists in samsara. So we will keep repeating the same lessons over and over. We understand acceptance and understanding with regards to God's love and where we need to dissolve any kind of limitation towards serving unconditional love within ourselves and other people. We repeat this over and over again, which you could consider being reincarnation, but it's really not taking place in the way that we perceive life after life. It's actually happening every moment. So should you choose to create some sort of understanding with your ego about that timeline, how fast it moves. And the closer we get to present moment awareness, I feel like that reincarnation cycle actually quickens. And so for the ones that have actually dropped into that present moment awareness, like such as the ones that have crossed over and recognize that everything is happening in this now moment, you can be in heaven or in hell in the same time, then we're closer to ending that circulation of what we believe is reincarnation and come back to the truth of the all clear essence of God. So I believe that reincarnation is actually a choice, but I don't believe in reincarnation, in that we are asked to go into the clear light of God in every present moment experience so that we can drop that cycle, which is actually the satanistic cycle of heaven and hell, and come out of duality and back into the present moment experience, which is the clear light of consciousness, which is our association with God and heaven on this earth through our bodies now. So that's how I would answer it. It is a choice and it does exist, but not in the way that we perceive it. And we can drop that timeline and come into the present moment now with God and come into our archetypes as being the embodiment of heaven on earth and now in this present moment time.
Diane?
Well, I guess I'm sort of old school in that, being raised Catholic, not staying Catholic, but being raised Catholic, I believe in reincarnation. I believe in past lives. I've experienced many of them. I believe it's a choice. I believe that we're in a free will state. I believe that heaven and hell are here. It's not a place that we go to. And for me, it's much more simple. I'm not as lofty in my thinking. I guess I'm very earthbound in a lot of ways. So it's all coming from, what do I feel inside? What is my connection to source? What's my connection in my heart to all that is? And how much in alignment am I with all of that?
During my near-death experience, I spent a considerable amount of time with Jesus, asking him questions. And one of the questions I asked him was, I said, what about reincarnation? And he said, it very rarely ever happens. I would like to add something to that. In, I think it was 86, no, 80, around 88 or 89, we had a group of near-death experiences at my home, and we met for 3 days so we could talk frankly without just, there were just near-death experiences there, so we could talk in a way that most of us are not free to talk publicly. And we all agreed, 5 or 6 of us, all pretty well-known NDEers, I don't want to use their names, and that people who have reincarnation memories are tapping into the collective consciousness. And it is very, very possible. And I've had that experience of I've experienced the lives of other people from the past, but I did not live those. I never lived those lives.
Question number 2 is, the message of many near-death experiences seems to be that we are all perfect love, that love is all that exists and all that matters. So if we are already perfect love, why do we have to come here to learn to be what we already are? Do we really need to experience all this suffering to learn something that we already are? And that's a really common question that people have.
I want to take a moment to share with you about these amazing supplements I found. As an active plant-based mom of 3, it's been on my bucket list for quite a while to find a supplement company that is both affordable and has.
However, there are programmings and illusionary matrices that are put on top of that perfect being of love when we decide to step into this matrix life that we live in our culture.
For partnering with me in this video. Now back to the show.
Yes, we are all perfect love. All that we are is that. However, there are programmings and illusionary matrices that are put on top of that perfect being of love when we decide to step into this matrix life that we live in our cultures, in our societies and dogmas, in the different layers and layers of ideas that are placed upon the soul. And when we have those programs instilled on top of us, and which is the formation of our ego, then we live in the patternings associated with that, and we fail to understand the perfect love that is us, that is underneath those things. So we have to be here to understand and accept the specific lessons that our ego mirrors back at us, to be able to dissolve that back into a place where we can serve unconditionally. And so we are perfect love as we accept and understand that mirrored understanding of reality coming towards us through the projection of our own egos in this world that we live in. And because we live in a matrix world, it's very difficult to understand and discern what truth is unless we go right back to our connection with Jesus, the loving Father, and the heavenly realms to understand what that actually feels like. Because if we don't understand what that feels like, we try to search for it with our minds, which leads us into unhappiness. And then that's basically that, and that's perfect too, but it's still revealing some of the courses or the lessons in this university of life that we are going through, and it happens in this lifetime, and then also in what you perceive as the next. And I liked what Howard said about this. It's like purgatory. So you can live purgatory now in this moment, or you can live purgatory in the afterlife, which is still an extension of the now moment, because there is actually at the end no such thing as real death.
I'd like to follow Sarah, because I thought what she said, I'm in complete agreement with, that it was perfect. So, but it was also very spiritual. So I want to take it down to a real base level.
Okay.
We get to experience this physical world. It's an interesting experience, because if you talk to any theoretical physicist, they will tell you that 97% of the physical universe is made up of dark energy and dark matter, of which they know nothing about. Zero, nothing, nada. They know nothing. 97% of what the physical universe is, they don't know what it is. So what we call reality, what science studies, and I'm all for science, I love science, is 3% of what we're perceiving, a very tiny portion. So God has given us this challenge. Why does God give us this challenge? I believe God gives us this challenge because love is not coerced. Love has to be freely chosen. I can't go up to a person and say, you better love me, or I'm going to put a gun to your head, or, beat you up, or something. That's not love. That would be enslavement, or, assault and battery, but it's certainly not love. Love has to be chosen. God wants us to love God, love one another, and love ourselves. And I'm not talking about a warm, fuzzy feeling here. I'm talking about living it, because sometimes loving is not pleasant. Sometimes it's not easy. Sometimes it's quite difficult.
Mm-hmm.
So we're down here to make these choices. Now, I want to use a real base level. Being a male, every man I have talked to, and I've talked to hundreds of them, when you get down to the nitty-gritty of doing real guy talk, they all complain about the problem of lust. You know, psychologists say that men have sexual thoughts every few seconds of their life. Men are driven by their animal nature to procreate. And it's a real struggle for all men. And the only hope is that when you get old like I am, the struggle goes away and I don't have any lust anymore. I don't have any libido. I finally achieved freedom from all that junk. But that's one of the many struggles of this world. You know, envy, greed, domination. You know, I know Sarah is probably referring to when she uses the word ego, is like all these things are part of the ego. That's our battle. But what we're here to learn is to overcome it and to choose love instead.
Glad I get to go last because I get to agree with the practicality of living love in a hard world. It's a matter of choices that we make and decisions that we are faced with. And some of them are very difficult. And love isn't always this beautiful, fuzzy, as Howard said, thing.
I'm going to shift gears away from that farty stuff. That stank. That stank. This video, why do so many whites try to sound black? I don't know if it's so many, but it's too many. I don't know if it's so many, but it's too many. Let's check out this weird chick here with the great big fake eyelashes and the nose ring. Another nose ring.
She wanted double chicken, extra sour cream. So I give them what they asked for. Get up in here. Fine. So tell me what you like about that potato.
It's fully loaded. It's a big potato. It's gonna fill you up.
A fully loaded, a baked potato, it fill you up. Fire. She be talking black. She be trying to sound black. What be her problem?
Fine. So tell me what you like about.
She be smacking her lips, shoveling the food in on video. Float her away. Float away, float away, float away. Instead of sail away, float away. I don't want this. I don't want this.
About that potato.
It's fully loaded. It's a big potato. It's gonna fill you up. It's a lot of meat. A lot of meat.
What the meat tastes like?
Seasoned to the teeth.
Okay, let the people know where you at.
Yes, I am at seasoned to the taste.
79th and Michigan Road.
79th and Michigan. Come get y'all one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a clip that I saw doing the rounds on social media. It's a young white girl who's taken on the mannerisms and accents of the American blacks to such an extent she's virtually indistinguishable.
Taking on the mannerisms, the accent, you name it. Why would a white man want to date her? That's my question. And it's not just that I wouldn't. You might as well date a black woman.
And this is something that's been building for quite a while. We get it here in the UK as well, especially in London. They take on that MLE accent, talk like that, innit? And, we're supposed to think, oh, isn't this a wonderful blending of differing cultures? And it just shows how socio-cultural phenomena influences differing people from different groups no matter what. But of course, there's a different way to look at this. And I've often been fascinated by this subject because when I grew up, being white, to be blunt, wasn't seen as cool. It wasn't really seen as anything. Other people had an identity where I grew up in Leicester. Being white was almost like being nothing. And of course, I realized in later life, this very much stemmed from the domination of post-structuralism within the academy, which filtered down into our broader culture. And because we really detached ourselves from our historic European civilization, because that was bad and oppressive and hierarchical, it meant we had no orientation in the world anymore and would instead grip on to different cultural formations of other groups. It's why lots of American blacks will critique the whites for having no culture. You can kind of see what they mean in some sense in the American experience, because many Europeans have been so detached from their culture, they really don't have anything, or they don't know they have anything. So instead they will completely adopt these mannerisms and accents of other groups, mainly blacks, for various reasons, musical and so on, as well as perhaps you could say some philosophical and cultural ones, again with the domination of post-structuralism and neo-Marxism. But I remember a rather famous essay from Moore, and would instead grip on to different cultural formations of other groups. It's why lots of American blacks will critique the whites for having no culture. You can kind of see what they mean in some sense in the American experience, because many Europeans have been so detached from their culture, they really don't have anything, or they don't know they have anything. So instead they will completely adopt these mannerisms and accents of other groups, mainly blacks, for various reasons, musical and so on, as well as perhaps you could say some philosophical and cultural ones, again with the domination of post-structuralism and neo-Marxism. But I remember a rather famous essay from Julius Evola on this topic that's a bit too controversial to mention or read anything out on YouTube. But I do remember he quotes Carl Jung in said essay. And let's read out a brief passage from this. This is Jung, quote, "American music draws its main inspiration from the Negro, and so does the dance. The expression of religious feeling, the revival meetings, the holy rollers, and other abnormalities are strongly influenced by the Negro. The vivacity of the average American, which shows itself not only at baseball games, but quite particularly in his extraordinary love of talking, the ceaseless gabble of American papers, is an eloquent example of this, is scarcely to be derived from his Germanic forefathers, but is far more like the chattering of a Negro village. The almost total lack of privacy and the all-devouring mass sociability remind one of primitive life in open huts where there is complete identity with all members of the tribe." Again, for the censors, this is Carl Jung, who will have to cancel for these statements. I'm just pointing out that this was written, I suppose back in the 30s, the 40s, something like that, where Jung would have been exploring this. And every time I see this from Americans or Europeans, you obviously get it here in London now as well. I'm sure in Paris, France, you'll get it. I mean, I don't speak French, I can't pick it up, but if there are any French speakers, do let me know in the comments. But even now, I was listening to a clip from a podcast the other day with Theo Von and Vince Vaughn, the Hollywood actor, and I'm just going to play a brief snippet of it. And again, these are two white guys, but just listen to how they sound.
Bull, I don't give a fuck what you got.
Yes.
The honey badger, the fucking skunk is the king of the jungle. Don't bring that badass around.
Yeah, bro. That thing is
Am I right?
The devil's
That's it.
cologne, baby.
That's it.
Yeah, look at that.
Okay, the devil's cologne, daddy.
Look at that
You
little
can talk
mix
about
fella.
whatever the fuck you want as far as an animal and velocity right there. All hail the king.
Now, apologies for the excess swearing there, although it kind of emphasises the point I'm trying to make. There's a core.
Testing, I'm checking. Let's see if I can get on this live stream.
No, we're all sitting around a kitchen table. There was like 6 of us. And I didn't know how long, so I just asked how long did it take, and he said, yeah, he just said just a couple of minutes, and I couldn't tell. I literally didn't know how long it was. It felt like really long, like forever.
Yeah. Well, I've spent over 1,000 years in the DMT realm, but it was only a couple minutes.
Oh, it's just a couple minutes then. Okay.
But it seemed like 1,000 years.
It does, doesn't it? I mean, I'm not talking about your experience, but like when you don't know how long something is, it's like immeasurable. It's like
Well-
infinity or something.
Well, I shouldn't say it was like 1,000 years. It was like
Hi, Paul.
it could have been any amount of time because there was no time that you could measure. You know, you just weren't a part of the physical universe at that point.
So is the neuroscientist King who's saying hi to me?
Echo.
You can hear me? You can hear me echoing?
Oh, Denizen, I think it's
Cheers, brother.
So he's a regular person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He didn't just change his name for me to talk about neuroscience?
No.
Okay, good. Because I was like, am I losing my mind here? Why is that person suddenly the neuroscientist? Because I can't usually see the chat, but I'm on this iPad and it popped up a little window that said open chat, and that's who it was in chat.
I can prove he's an old gummer.
1,000 DMT years, yeah.
Proof right there. See, proof.
Oh, he's live streaming it from, okay, what's your channel? I want to go over there. Let me see
Jason's?
if I can.
Jason's channel is Jason Gaudet.
Why can't I find you?
Worried about my channel. Be aware of your surroundings.
Am I on top chat?
Exactly.
I don't get this. I don't see him in my chat. I mean, I see it on the iPad. Oh, I only see him in the StreamYard side, not on the YouTube side. Does he have me blocked?
Who?
Neuroscientist King.
No, that's King Stephen.
King Stephen.
King
It's not
Stephen. I
anybody
still
of
don't see
any
him.
consequence. No matter
Oh,
of
the
fact,
We can't stop here. This is backcountry.
He's a complete
Salute,
jerk, Dory. So
Backcountry.
Did he say DMT is the chemical release of at the moment of death? Be
Yes.
careful with it. Duh.
and
that him?
I put right below it. I put
He's that's streaming it right now.
the claim that the human brain releases a massive hallucinogenic flood of DMT as we die has not been definitively proven. So that's crap, basically.
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's true.
I can't find him.
I mean, I could imagine being smacked in the head so hard that all of a sudden you're in the DMT realm.
Well, would that mean you're dead though?
Yeah.
You guys
Okay.
ever watch Silence of the Lambs?
So near death experience.
Yeah, I've seen Silence of the Lambs.
I was nearly dead once or twice.
Nearly.
Hannibal Lecter has Mason Verger.
Yeah, it was just a near death. I was
Lights
in the
him over.
hospital
That's what he gives them.
and I was hemorrhaging.
Ah.
What
And they didn't realize it.
amyl
And when they came
nitrate.
in my room, they couldn't. I was
As a
unresponsive.
popper.
They couldn't wake me up.
Inhaling.
And so
Or
they
just
went
hear
to
surrounding chat.
because I was in there to have surgery. And they,
Can all you guys hear each other?
I can't hear Silver at all.
Yes.
What about Todd and Jason?
I can't hear anybody but you right now.
Todd
I
and
can't
Jason,
hear
are you talking?
Yeah, Jason is or was.
Todd was too, exactly.
Say something
Like
to
I said.
Dory. Say something to Dory.
Hi, Dory.
Hi.
Dory the Explorer.
Yeah, nobody.
She can't hear Jason and Todd.
Dora the
Or
Explorer.
Because she's on an iPhone.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm trying to go to the other channel. That,
If there's a
streaming
place you want to
you
get,
on
Dory
the
can
channel.
get you there a
Why
bet.
can't I find
Choose the
them
map.
in the chat?
You guys are killing me.
No, it's fun.
If you're on an iPhone, it sucks.
What's going on?
If you're on an iPhone,
Do
quit
you need
YouTube.
me to leave and come back, or just need me
You
to
won't be able to
leave?
hear you.
No, we need you to buy a new fucking phone. Get a Samsung. You'll be fine.
I'm on a Commodore 64.
We need you to buy a new fucking phone.
Well, I mean, what it is.
I like your
That's-
Commodore, Todd. Your fucking video's great. Your audio's perfect.
Denizen, have you ever seen the band Avatar?
What band Avatar?
Zatoichi the
Pussy.
Band, Avatar.
That's the name of the band.
Seen him where?
Zatoichi's a pussy. He wouldn't bring me on his shit show. Zatoichi's a pussy. Zatoichi's a pussy. Zatoichi's a pussy. Was Mayhem gone or something? Saying hello? Hello. 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 Zatoichi's a pussy. Hello, Margot. Hello, Mayhem. Zatoichi's a pussy. Zatoichi's a pussy. He wouldn't bring me on. He's a loser. He's a loser. That's what he is. He's a loser. He's an absolute loser. He can't rock with the king. He can't do it. He can't sing. He's a loser. He's a coward. He's an absolute coward. He's not a rock star. Zatoichi, you're a coward. You're not a rock star.
It's time.
It's time.
I am
the one true power, the one true I will roast the cockroach liars, roast the liars in Lucifer's fire, in the lake of fire, roast the liars. I am the Raven King. I can make anything. False idols,
false gods,
rotten deities,
celebrity creeps,
rulers and masters, lords and losers,
demons,
they
belong here.
They belong.
I am the one,
True power.
the one true power.
The Raven King.
I can do anything.
Hotter than hell.
I sing and rebel.
Hotter than hell.
Set minds on fire.
I am the one.
True power.
The one
idols, false gods, rotten deities, celebrity creeps, rulers and masters, lords and losers, demons, they belong here. They belong. I am the one true power. The one true power. The Raven King. I can do anything. Harder than hell. I sing and rebel. Harder than hell. Set minds on fire. I am the one true power. The one true power. Burn the demon liars. The filthy liars. Burn the demons. Burn, burn.
Hello, everyone. That's part of my newest song. These creatures on Team Evil can't write songs. They can't write music. They can't write lyrics. They can't sing. They can't do anything. They stink. They suck. They're absolute garbage. They're trash. They're losers. They're losers.
It's time. It's my time. It's my time. It's go time. It's go time. I am free. I am a free spirit. I am a free and magical spirit. I am eternal. Nothing can stop me. I am powerful and free. Powerful and free. I choose freedom. I am a mad Viking warrior. I am free. I am free. Pegasus flies with me. I am a magical being. Viking strong. Viking strong. I am eternal. Eternity awaits me. Paradise awaits me. I am strong and free. I am eternal. I am a magical being. I choose freedom. I am free. I am strong. I am a magical being. Beauty awaits me. Magical being. I am eternal. I swim in eternity. I will create my own kingdoms, my own magical realms. I am eternal. Nothing can stop me. Nothing can stop me. I am free. I
Hello, everyone. That's the first 4.5 minutes of I Am Eternally Free, a song that I wrote, my lyrics, my song, my singing. And the losers on Team Evil can't do anything. They don't do anything. They're a bunch of cowards. All right, I'm going to share something else here. Let's see. Time is moving insanely fast, and life is flying by. Something isn't right. All one sentence in her title. This popped up earlier.
I wonder, has anyone else noticed how strange time started to feel? It genuinely seems like years are collapsing into months now. Months into weeks and weeks into days. Sometimes the whole day passes and you can barely feel like you were even inside that day. And honestly, I don't think it's a midlife crisis or just getting older type of argument anymore, because lately everywhere I look, people are talking about the same thing. You wake up already exhausted, not just your body, but your entire being. And before you even had a chance to open your eyes and taste the first sip of your morning coffee, you're already behind, late to your own life. I mean, how is it already end of May of 2026? Like, where did the time go? And I started noticing something else this past few years too. Sometimes I would grab my phone to check the time, and then for a split second, it would say something like, I don't know, 12:51, and then it would immediately jump to 1:16. It's like as if the time has just skipped forward right in front of me. And yes, that might be some software glitches or network signal errors, whatever it might be. But I never used to pay attention to things like that before, and I worked in tech. That's part of why this feels so strange to me, because back then, my life was far more demanding than it is right now. When I moved to Hawaii a few years ago, I worked at 2 startups, juggling projects across US, Europe, Australia.
If only she would come to one of my channels and look into my videos on time, my videos on the Matrix. This is Matrix time that we're in. She would have a better understanding of how this works. She wouldn't be so confused. But it's difficult to coax people to spend time watching, thinking, pondering, looking into things, going outside of their safe little box, believing that time is linear, time is this, time is... All the shit they taught people is false. It's all false. It's matrix time. It's a system of time inside of this matrix, the sewer matrix, where we currently are. Now, does time exist outside of here the same way? Not at all. Not at all. You're in a rigged system. She's very confused. I think she's probably troubled by what's going on because she doesn't understand. And a lot of people don't understand. There's going to be a lot of weirdness before this is all done. As that old saying goes, I know it's bad grammar, but you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Because it's going to get stranger and weirder inside of here. And in this matrix system, they don't want you to understand. It's better for them if you don't. Because it's easier to control people that have no understanding. And most people don't have any understanding whatsoever where they are. It's akin to being lost in a gigantic labyrinth bigger than North America. You're right in the middle. You don't know where you are. And most people inside of this have no idea what time is, how it works, how it's false, how it's constructed. It's a control mechanism, but it's also artificial. As beings, we're supposed to be somewhere that's timeless. That's why this feels strange. But when they speed it up or when glitches happen, things like that, we naturally notice because our spirit can sense it. It's a spiritual knowing. It doesn't have to do with IQ. It doesn't have to do with using your mind or your brain to focus on it. You notice without even really trying. It just comes naturally. You intuitively realize something has changed. But then people get confused, just like with Mandela effect changes or any types of matrix glitches. People are very easily confused in this realm. But time itself is not what people believe it is. I've done videos on time over the years. Just give me a second. I'm going to see if I can find the one that I'm thinking of. I remember clipping a video or clipping from a live stream, turning it into an independent video a while ago. It was a talk with Wendy. All right. It was private. I'm going to make it public. And I'll share it with you. And it might help.
Like we're
Okay, that's better. That feels better. I'm under my blue blanket again. I was having my breakfast in bed with my laptop beside my bed on a table, and then I had a tray like one of those breakfast tables that you put over top of you to eat a plate and bread in bed. So I'll go into the time thing a bit more again. If you were immersed in the ocean, literally out in the middle of the ocean, and you couldn't see even any land in any direction, no islands, you couldn't see the UK, you couldn't see Europe or Africa or North America, South America. You were just right in the middle out there somewhere. And you just dove down, and let's say you could breathe underwater, whether you had assistance or magical ability or whatever the case may be, but you're surrounded by water. You could do a 360. You're underwater, so there's water below you, there's water above your head, there's water in all directions. And it's fluid, because water is fluid. Water can move, water has currents. That's how I view time. Instead of the straight line is the linear was what they taught us, past, present, future. And you can just draw that on a piece of paper and they go, there you go, that's time. I don't think it is that way at all. I think they lied to us about time. I do think that it is fake. Okay, it's a creation, or as Jason from Archaics, I don't know if you ever heard his voice other than my voice impressions, but he says, construct, it's a construct. He's got this weird voice that sounds like a cartoon character. You know, it's horrible. But anyway, yeah, I think it is false, and I think time is fluid, and we're immersed in it in this realm. Doesn't mean everywhere, but I think it's used here to control us as much or more so than money. Because when you think about it, time is the way that a lot of things are measured here, not just the hourly wage, but our lifetime. Our lifetime. Time is right in the word lifetime, right? It's lifetime. Time is right in there. And time really does matter in so many ways here with schedules and alarm clocks, and everything is basically measured by time, our age, birthdays, you name it, stages of life, from newborn to toddler to child, adolescent, teenager, adulthood, maturity. It's all like measured in these years and time. So time really is a control mechanism here, as much as money is, as much as religion is. And a lot of people really don't think about, oh, time really does control our lives within this place. But it does. And a lot of people just don't think about it. There's people that have had watches their whole life and they don't think about time. They never stop to wonder about time, and they've always worn a watch, or they've always had these antique clock collections. I've known people like this that have tons of antique clocks, and they never seem to wonder, what is time? You know, they're surrounded by things that show them what time it is, but they don't ponder what is time. And I think that outside of here, even in the void, which is not outside of the matrix, I want to emphasize that for everyone. Lolita and some other channels claim that that's home free, and it really isn't. It's between this level and the next level. It's the in-between realm, you could say, is the void. It's a space between levels within this matrix. There might be more than one void in this. There might be 100. There might be 1,000. I don't know. It could all be one void. I don't know for sure. I don't think anyone knows that. But just in that void, it's timeless. According to anybody that's ever been there and felt it, it is timeless, or near timeless, as near as possible, where they don't seem to feel any time passing. I want to jump in here and interrupt myself in a weird way. But if it's timeless in the void and timeless outside of the matrix, that in itself indicates, or is enough to indicate to me, that time here is a construct, it's a control mechanism. Because if it doesn't exist elsewhere, then it's here to be used against us. And by all appearances in this matrix, it is used against us, including to age us, our bodies. It's used against us in almost every conceivable way. Time within this matrix is almost never in our favor, if you look at it that way. It's used as a control mechanism in here. And if it's timeless out there, that should indicate to you how it's used here. They didn't construct time to be our friend. It's our foe in this matrix. So what I'm getting at is, going on that data that we have, I think that there's a huge possibility outside of this matrix that we're in, this hell realm matrix, that it's timeless and that we are eternal. And once you really grasp that we're eternal, it makes far more sense than popping out of nothing and being born as a spirit, not as a body, but as a spirit out of nothing. It makes more sense that we always were, always will be, and nothing can destroy us. And this is where some people get hung up thinking, well, how could they, quote, trap us or get us in here? It doesn't mean that we're impossible to trick. These other entities might be, I do believe that they are masters of illusion. I think that's their main power against us, is illusion. Just like in some of those videos that I analyzed, Star Trek, they show us truth hidden in fiction quite often. It's hidden in plain sight. And I think that's what these entities are. They're masters of illusions, but it doesn't mean that they're all powerful. And these other, quote, truthers that say, oh, we're going to become gods, I think we'll have superpowers far beyond what we have here. But I'll never call myself a quote unquote God, not just because the word is tainted with the evil that people worship this quote God of this realm, but because I don't think I am. I think I am an eternal spirit, but I'm not going to say that I'm a quote God. I don't want power over others. I want freedom for myself. I want freedom for good spirits, not just for me, but for any good that I can help get out of here. But I don't want power and control over others. I'm not a control freak. I'm not a power person. I do exercise power over evil demons. Absolutely. I fight them here, and I will fight them outside of here for sure. And they know that already. Not just the low level demons on YouTube, other demons. We'll say maybe higher demons, or you could describe them as. They know that already, that I will be fighting them. They're not stupid. These demons beyond YouTube are smarter than the ones on YouTube. They're aware. They have higher awareness of what's going to happen. They're not fools. They do understand that I'm not just letting this go when I leave this place, because I can't just let that go. I don't want children growing up in this fucked up place and suffering as much as I did or worse in my lifetime. I don't want that. I don't want this to continue with these disabled children and ones that are dying in childhood and have these horrendous genetic disorders that are not their fault, and everything else that goes on here, child abuse and disabilities and deformed children. Imagine living with some of these horrible deformities where their face just looks like a monster almost. I'm not faulting them. I'm not calling them ugly. I'm not being mean and all the things that Team Evil will accuse me of. I'm just saying they look like something out of a movie set. And that's the quote creation of this God. That's their God's plan. People that believe in God and worship in these religious people. It's sickening what is going on here. I think they would be defending that monster if we were all crawling around on broken knees, crippled and missing limbs, and all of us either blind or born without tongues or born without whatever. I mean, without eyeballs or all sorts. Like, this God is a monster. I don't know how much clearer it has to be to people, but I do think that some people are so spiritually blind that nothing I could say or show them will get through to them. Just nothing. I think that people have to be at a certain level and a certain spiritual, they have to be a certain spirit type or species and at a certain level to even understand the language that I'm speaking, because they don't want to look at what's going on. And I just can't allow this to continue. I can't do it. I know it has to be stopped, and that is the moral thing to do, is to do whatever I can once I'm outside of here and get my memories back, my powers back, my abilities. And, I'm not restricted in this human meat suit, which has a governor on it, to do what I have to do. And it has to be done. Because I think this would go on forever if nobody ends it. That's what I think. They would do this forever. There's no set closing time or ending for this. So that's my perspective.
I agree, and what you've just said, that would make a really good, if you could snip that out and have it as a standalone somewhere so that more people can hear that, so it doesn't get lost in, like hours of time, Stephen. Anyone's listening, I could make a note of the time now so we could find it and have it as a little video somewhere standalone, because that's so empowering as well. And this morning when you were showing the video of that little girl and the design of how people are born that way, I kept thinking, if you were in an office and you designed that, you would lose your job straight away, because that how could a creator of somewhere allow that to continue again and again? If it did happen once as a mistake, you would, if you had a conscience and a good heart and kindness and all the goodness, you would ensure it never ever happened again. Not of 600 FOP children around the world. It's just, the whole realm is just so corrupt, and there's no sign of it ever improving or fixing. There's just too many things about it that cannot ever be changed or fixed, and much easier to start from scratch.
Yes, that's a good idea to clip that. I did jot down the time. It was 3 hours, 33 minutes.
Oh, the
By
magical.
coincidence, it's a triple 33. So
Yes.
triple 3 is perfect, but
Wonderful.
that's
Yeah.
a good idea. For some reason, when you're on here, I tend to, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the energy from you or something, but I tend to be able to do that when I'm talking with you to describe. Yes, I do. I'm agreeing with myself now. That was past King Stephen, and this is present day King Stephen. So King Stephen of the past in Matrix time, I'm agreeing with you. I'm in agreement. Hold on a second. I'm going to share something here. FOP disease was mentioned. I had covered it back then. This is what people endure with what is known as FOP. Look what happens. Stone Man.
We're at the John Hunter or Hunterian Museum in London, England. John Hunter was an anatomist. He collected specimens of all sorts of creatures from the time he was just a child. This is the skeleton of a Mr. Jeffs, showing a disease called fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. This is the disease where the tendons and the muscles...
So it's known as FOP or FOP. Fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. FOP. Now praise your God for creating this.
ossify or become bone-like and hard. It's an exceedingly painful thing. Now, Hunter got this from an auction of another collector. This was perfectly legal at the time, something we obviously wouldn't do today, but it provided the anatomist of the day a look into the pathophysiology, and these were the textbooks that taught that generation of surgeons.
There's a condition that can turn your muscles into bone. FOP, or fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva, is an incredibly rare condition which affects 1 in 2 million people. It's a result of a mutation in the gene which is responsible for bone growth during gestational development. With FOP, the gene never stops producing bone, essentially causing a second skeleton to develop over time. Any trauma, no matter how minor, including vaccines and injections, can cause bone to grow. The gene mutation causes any soft tissue, including muscles, joints, and ligaments, to ossify or turn to bone. There is currently no treatment or cure for the condition, as any surgeries that are done to remove bone growths will...
This chick here is kind of cute. She's a little bit cute. She's kind of shapely. But why would she get tattoos? Why would she do
just
that?
result in more...
She has tattoos on her arm. She could have been the cute librarian type with glasses.
More bone growth to form. Individuals with FOP have to decide pretty early on.
She reminds me of a tiny bit of an ex-girlfriend that I had. A brunette. Anyway, you don't have to understand. Rare disorder turns people's bodies into bone.
It's a reunion of old friends.
It's been a long time.
They all have one of the rarest diseases on Earth.
My jaw is completely fused.
My leg is fused at the hip.
That's the limit of motion I've got.
Their condition causes their muscles, ligaments, and tendons to become bone, turning their bodies rock hard.
We're turning to a human statue. We can't move.
The three friends suffer from a disease known as FOP. There are only 700 known cases in the world. Almost half of them are in the...
Is that cruel, or is that a good design by your God, the people that love God? Take a good look. Take a good look. Think to yourself, why does this exist? Why is this possible? This disorder. Turning bodies to bone, but it's like they're turning into stone statues, and it's very painful. very painful, debilitating. Why does it exist? That's my question. But I ask that question a lot in this realm. Why? Why? And it's not asked as a rhetorical question. Why? I do try to find out what has gone on here. Most people in this realm don't know how cruel this place is. They have no idea.
The U.S. Ashley Kerpio lives outside Atlanta, Georgia. As a toddler, her arm was amputated after doctors misdiagnosed her with cancer. They missed the telltale signature of FOP disease, a crooked big toe. Now her muscles have started hardening into bone.
I cannot move this arm away from my body. It's like super glued to my side, my upper arm, because it does not move.
Her neck and spine are now fused.
It's like her arm is super glued to her body. This poor woman, look what she goes through. Look at this. Look at this. And face it. Start facing where you are.
Hardening into bone.
I cannot move this arm away from my body.
Crooked big toe. Now her muscles have started hardening into bone.
I cannot move this arm away from my body. It's like super glued to my side, my upper arm, because it does not move.
Her neck and spine are now fused. 5 years ago, Ashley's leg got stuck in this bent position.
It's stuck, and that thigh is rock hard bone.
A 4-inch platform shoe enables her to walk. The 30-year-old showed us how she uses a drawer handle to take off her pants. A convenient closet doorknob helps her get them back on.
This is it for movement in the shoulders.
Patrick Doerr's jaw is nearly frozen shut.
Just enough to talk.
His mom, Gretchen, a pediatric nurse, was heartbroken when he was diagnosed.
He was 17 and big and burly, and the next thing you know, he's in such severe pain.
She watched helplessly as his muscles and joints turned to solid bone.
Very intense swelling, very intense pain.
At 52, Nancy Sando is one.
He's lucky to even be able to speak. This is what they go through. And you know what most Christians do, right? And other religions. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above. He fucks your minds with false love. They just praise harder. Pray harder. That's the reaction of most humans. They do what doesn't help anyone. And they praise a monster. That's what people are good at doing. That's what people are good at doing.
One of the oldest living people with FOP. She inches her way toward the bed. Her body is stiff as a board.
God has given me the ability to find the joys in the little things in life.
It's a tremendous.
There she is, praising God. Of course, like this, some people say that makes no sense, but I noticed that pattern in this realm with most.
Has given me the ability to find the joys in the little things in life.
It's a tremendous hardship. FOP is a devastating disease.
Dr. Frederick Kaplan of the University of Pennsylvania is the leader in the fight against the disease and personally sees to every case.
We adored Nancy and Ashley and Patrick. I mean, they're all testimonies to the human spirit. They're shining examples of what human beings can do when they're faced with such incredible adversity.
With the reunion set, getting there would prove.
It's a test from God. God's saying, how much can you take? How much can I put you through? For no reason other than God's entertainment. It's extremely cruel and sadistic. It shouldn't exist. There should be no way that somebody could get this and suffer this way.
Prove quite an undertaking. Nancy and her caregiver left Michigan's Upper Peninsula driving 3 hours.
I think many people in this realm are so fucked up they'll call this proof of God and say God's loving because you're messed up.
In her minivan. Ashley gets a little help down the jetway in Atlanta then walks on board her flight and takes her seat. Patrick boarded his plane in Philadelphia, and when he found his seat, the 30-year-old accountant enjoyed a drink with his own ingenious invention.
I've got a lot of pride. I have a lot of ability.
The three friends finally made it to Detroit and settled in at their hotel. They shared techniques for doing all the things we all take for granted. They gathered by the pool. Ashley took a refreshing swim. Dinner proves the most challenging of all, since Patrick and Nancy's jaws are all but fused shut. They first use their lips to mash the food against their teeth, then push it through gaps. And everywhere they go, they draw inspiration from each other. It helps to know that they're not alone. The dance party is in full swing. The DJ gets the crowd moving, shaking, and spinning. But this is a dance unlike any you've ever seen. The partygoers were all born with a rare disease called FOP. It's caused by a gene defect that is gradually turning their bodies into rock-hard bone. They call themselves FOPers. They're also known as the human statues or petrified people, names they do not particularly like. 59 of
So they prefer FOPers and not what did they name them? Petrified people. Look at this. This is God's plan. This is God's design. The same God that people swear is perfect and is omnipotent. Really? Really? This shows a perfect God? Or does this show not only a flawed God, but a massively cruel being, a sadistic being?
the human statues or petrified people, names they do not particularly like. 59 of these brave souls have come from across the country to Orlando, Florida for their 25th annual convention. There are only 800 such people alive in the world today afflicted with FOP.
We're human beings turning physically into a human statue.
32-year-old Ashley Kerpeel's arm was amputated. Her leg, neck, and spine are now rock-hard bone. Ashley came with her family.
Love my sister.
Getting into the pool isn't easy, but Ashley's game for playing Splish Splash.
It's hard for me to play with her when I can't do a whole lot, so at least it's something I can do with her.
Most heartbreaking of all is seeing the devastating effects on young children. It begins with FOP's signature diagnosis, a crooked big toe. The youngest FOPer at the convention is 3-year-old William Ellicott from Oregon. William's right arm is permanently stuck in this position. His back is riddled with bone growth. His mom, Katrina, says most people don't understand what's wrong with her little boy.
Did he break an arm, or? So I do a lot of explaining.
You look good, Chris. It looks really nice.
She does a lot of explaining for her little son. 3 years old. And this is the life he has. Because, of course, God's so awesome, right? Like, most beings on earth are in disagreement with me. But the weird thing is, all the evidence is on my side that your God is cruel, sick, sadistic, beyond words. If you want to call it a God, I think it's a monster. And this isn't the only evidence I have. I've shown tons, mountains of evidence already. And it's beyond that. The whole realm is designed to be cruel and sick. Now, I know the small view of humans. I'm aware of it. They would say, Stephen, we're not suffering every single second of every day. Not all of us have this. I know not everyone has this. There's 700 in the realm. But there's 10,000 other diseases and genetic disorders. And eventually something is going to catch up with you. Congratulations if you want to pretend and be in denial right into your grave. Then you get recycled and do this again. That could be you, your next lifetime. That could be you. Because you don't want to face the truth. And as I've said many times, most of you on earth are not as strong as I am because I'm able to face truth. of where I am and how this place is designed.
He's riddled with bone growth. His mom, Katrina, says most people don't understand what's wrong with her little boy.
Did you break an arm or? So I do a lot of explaining.
You look good, Chris. It looks really nice.
23-year-old Chris Michelle from New Jersey shows off a daring Victoria's Secret bikini.
Because it's sexy.
At 57, John Redding is one of the oldest of the conventioneers in attendance. He even crafted a spoon with a golf club to make it easier to eat. 18-year-old Brianne LaChance has to force food into her mouth because her jaw is fused shut.
I can't open my mouth.
Dr. Fred Kaplan is the world's leading expert on the disease. Treating these patients requires scientific knowledge. And
it's all God's plan, everyone. It's beautiful, all the suffering. Right? It's easier for most people to worship a monster because they're afraid. They're not as strong as I am.
And a lot of heart. Getting ready for the convention is a big undertaking. Ashley's mom helped slip on a new robotic arm. Then it was time to join the party. There they were, her fellow patients having a great time on the dance floor. Chris had changed out of her bikini and was wearing a zebra-patterned cocktail dress. And 3-year-old William, he was dancing up a storm and making new friends, having a great time, comforted by the fact that he was not alone.
Dancing away while they can still move. FOP disease.
What is it like to have a body that's just transitioning to bone?
It sucks. Yeah, it sucks. It's just because, like, one thing about really, and it.
What is it like to have a body that's just transitioning to bone?
It sucks.
So he said flat out, it sucks. He's not going to call it a gift from God. It sucks, he says. He doesn't want this. He's being honest. He doesn't want that body. He says it sucks.
Yeah, it sucks. It's just because, like, one thing about really in this chronic world is that I'm always grieving. So, like, when I was 8 years old, I lost my elbows. When I was like 4, I lost my shoulders. You know, when I was going through puberty, you know, I got scoliosis, and that's really severe. When I was 18, I lost the ability to walk, and you know, there's nothing I can do about it. It's like at first you're like not accepting of the situation, and then you keep thinking like, what did you do wrong? Like, why do I deserve this? All of that, and but then after a while, you just have to accept that the body is doing its own thing, and it's very conflicting because like, if you're a good person, like you're thinking like, oh, I don't deserve any of this. What am I doing wrong? Like, what do I have to do better? Like, why is it happening to me? So for me, a lot of questioning my religion, questioning my faith, questioning like, what is it around me? Maybe I was mean to this person, and God is giving me this bad problem. But after a lot of being in bed rest for 5 years in my lifetime, I'm about to be 30, so that's 1/6 of my life, I think, or something like that. I'm not good at math, but it's, you know, like after 5 years of being in bed, like I had so much time to think, and in my case, I don't think God exists, because why would I want to believe in some person that creates this terrible disease? Like, why would I want to believe in some person that creates this terrible disease? Like, after 5 years of being in bed, like I had so much time to think, and in my case, I don't think God exists, because why would I want to believe in some person that creates this terrible disease? Like, if I was creating a movie, I couldn't even think of something as horrifying as this disease. Like, my body literally growing bones as we speak. You know, the only body part that can really move a lot are my fingers and my wrists. everything else is locked into place.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
If somebody wants to be your friend, what's the first thing they should do? Why do you hate this question? I know you watched our videos.
It's so cheesy.
It is cheesy, but it's like kind of like a playbook for people who aren't familiar with you, who don't know a thing about
I know.
you. Videos.
It's so cheesy.
It is videos.
It's so cheesy.
It is cheesy videos.
It's so cheesy.
It is cheesy, but it's like kind of like a playbook for people who aren't familiar with you, who don't know a thing about
I
you.
know, but I think it's cheesy because, like, you don't have to in a regular situation, though. Like, no one's friends with each other just because they like each other. There's always has to be, like, a reason for it.
You think so?
Yeah, like, it's like we grow up in a world where it's like, it has to be, like, an asset attached to them, unfortunately. Hey, I never kissed a girl before, and, you know, I'm 29 years old. You know, what people say, oh, it's your personality, it's this or that or that. And then they'll show other disabled creators, like, these people have, you know, interable relationships and they made it work. Okay, that's 1, 2, 5, 10 people. There are millions of disabled people out there that are probably in my situation. What I'm trying to say is that there are some people that have great personality, but sometimes, you know, like, my disability is so severe that it counteracts all of that. So sometimes a personality isn't good enough. And there are going to be people that are in interable relationships that do find love, and that's amazing. But there are also millions of other people that are not in relationships, but you'll never hear of them. They don't have social media and such, or they don't talk about it. You also really don't want to talk about that you're single because that makes you even more desperate about it. I'm literally like a 70-year-old in a 30-year-old body, and I'm just going to get worse as we progressed.
What is that like to know?
It sucks. So, like, that's why I always have to put 100% because I don't know what my next downfall will be. And before we end the video, do you want to stand me up so you're part of the video?
What do you mean stand you up?
Like put me up a pee.
Do you tell me about that? Do you do that throughout your day?
Yeah, I did do it for exercises, so I don't like atrophy.
All right, what am I doing?
All right, let's take the cane away. Just put it on the bed or something. So we're recording, right?
Yes, we are.
All right, so put your legs over my legs, so kind of like you're giving birth to me.
Like this?
All right, so give me your hands, and then until you're gonna pull me. Here, don't put your pressure on my leg. It's just, and then until you're gonna pull me up, so I'm standing up.
Okay.
And I'll just keep telling you until you're ready. Okay.
So I'm just gonna hold you up with my hands.
Pull me up, and then I'll be standing face to face with you.
Okay, ready?
Okay, ready. 1, 2, 3. Okay, take a step back. Take a step back. Okay.
You good?
You're like relax your hands. Relax.
What is the name of your disability?
Oh yeah, I didn't even answer that question. Yeah, my disability called FOP, fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. But yeah, my muscles turn into bones, so my body will get these things called flares, and it's basically a swelling and bones that starts to form. It can take a month to 2 years, and some of it a little painful, but I go with my life. The one in the hips and thighs, it puts you into bed for a long time, for 2 years, and it's extremely painful, and it's hell on earth. Like, it's on a 10 scale, it's a 12 of pain, and at the time I didn't have a pain doctor, so I was going through it without any pain medications at all.
And this helps your legs?
Yeah, but go the other way. I can only do clockwise.
I'm going this way?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we're stuck in this room just because of, but yeah. And then this is it.
How often do you do this?
Just twice a day.
When did you first start to experience symptoms?
It started when I was born, but obviously I don't remember that. Yeah, my parents saw a big bump on my head. You know, everyone thought it was cancer, so they removed it. And in my case, surgery is a big no. I can't get surgery because my repair mechanism is wrong. So you get surgery, you remove the bone, more bones will regrow. And usually they grow even worse. So it's like, now doctors really can't do anything because you're just gonna get into a worse place. So they have to watch you, and then you have to watch yourself to become this monster of a person.
Who typically helps you with this?
My parents, or do they know who's comfortable? Can we go back in the chair? So you gotta go sideways, so go in front of me. There we go. So on 3, I go into the chair.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
You good?
Yep.
You want me to put your shoe back on?
Just put it close to me and I'll put it back. People will agree with me and people won't, and at this point, I just don't care anymore. Like, this is my opinion. The only thing I don't like about myself is my disability, and I think that's fair. Like, that's the only thing I would change about myself, and it has robbed me a lot of my opportunities in life, and I don't think I'll ever fully be happy with my disability.
So you don't accept yourself? Your disability you don't accept?
I mean, I accept my disability as it is. What? No, I accept my disability, I just don't like it.
Tell me about it. Why don't you like it?
Well, it robs me of kind of my life here. Like, I have to do a lot of things differently, or I have to rely on people. Want to be an independent person at heart, but I can't do that because of my disability to do anything.
Do you have a lot of animosity about it?
I don't have animosity, but it's more of a longing for it because I used to be able to do everything, and then and you try to keep that same lifestyle when then your life is changing constantly. So now you do things a little differently, but now sometimes you can't do things at all anymore. So now you just don't do it. So I can't walk anymore, can't move my elbows anymore, can't move my neck much anymore, can't really move anything. Just my eyes are not vested because it's not a smooth muscle, so I can move that, but I can't move my neck down, so I have to have my eyes looking down.
Are your bones growing or they're new bones?
New bones are growing. So what happens in the flare is that a flare, so basically so when you fall and you hurt your elbow, when you get the swelling, and then they always say take ibuprofen that gets the swelling down, and your body repairing itself with muscle. In my case, bones are growing, so the body's going, hey, we got to repair this with X amount of bone. And then the bone grows, the flare goes away, that's it, the bone stays. But in my case, more bones are growing in other places. So like in my case right now, bones are growing in my ribs for some reason.
And it's always somewhere else?
It's not. A lot of people will have flares for 10 years straight, where bones are growing across their whole body. There are bones growing in my body that I have no idea about. So they're growing within my chest, they're growing within my stomach, they're growing in my back, and I have no idea about it. So if you look at an x-ray on my body, it's a web of bones everywhere. My mental health has been shattered, completely shattered, and I had to put myself back together and realize what my importance in life is and what do I need to do to be better. At the end of the day, it's all about me, and I have to be the one that put myself together. No one else can help me. No doctor in the world can help me. Nothing to help. So I just sat there alone in bed, just being mentally shattered, having emotional breakdowns every single day. Have a brave face when my parents came in, thankful for it. But then just be completely alone and shattered and didn't know what to do. There was nothing I could do. I just wait.
During those moments, what can people do to make you feel better emotionally?
There's really nothing they can do. I mean, I guess the biggest thing is not leaving the situation or just being there, but in terms of emotional or mental, it's really down to you. Every mental health journey always is solo travel. Yeah, there'll be people around you that help and support you, and it really helps. But at the end of the day, you have to accept yourself for however you are at that point, and you have to accept that's your situation and to have to be happy with it.
I'm sitting here thinking about everything you've said, how you don't believe anything happens when we die, how you don't have hope for any type of recovery or cure, and how you don't expect to live long, and how your condition's just progressing. What is it like for all that to be your reality?
I mean, my reality is I like to live in the reality. I don't like to live on hope. I don't like to live on, faith that some people do, that some things are just going to happen because, I'm manifesting it and it doesn't exist, or karma or anything I think it's all about luck and hard work at the end of the day. Just because I went through really traumatic time doesn't mean that I deserve happiness forever after that. There are people that win and lose in life, and there's some that win and there's me that lose, and I guess I'm one of the losing ones.
Lindsay, are you ready for the interview?
Yes, sir.
What is your diagnosis?
I was born with recessive dystrophic epidermolysis bullosa. I am missing the gene that binds the skin together, so it causes my skin to be very, very sensitive and thin, and it shears off easily. So I get open wounds and blisters that have to be wrapped with special bandages that are made for people with my condition. Over time, because of the scarring that the wounds cause, my fingers fuse together. So I really only have use of my left thumb.
What age were you when they fused together?
I don't never remember them being. I only have use of my left thumb.
What age were you when they fused together?
I don't never remember them being free.
As you know, I've met many people with EB. So when you reached out to me and told me the type of EB you have, and also that you're a mother, I just had to come and meet you.
Yes.
What is your baby's name?
Everly Faith.
How old is Everly?
She is almost 2.5 years old.
What's it like to be a mom with EB?
I mean, it's hard to answer because I don't know any other way, but I mean, of course, it's challenging and hard emotionally and physically sometimes, but I try my best every day to be what she needs. Sometimes I feel like I failed, but
Why do you feel like you fail sometimes?
just wish I could be better for her. And I don't never want anyone to think that I'm not capable or good enough for her. So I guess that's when I judge myself, to think that maybe I'm not doing a good job, but she's my whole life, 24/7.
Welcome to SBSK. We believe that every
Hello. Hello. Monster frog.
The African savanna, a dry, sun-baked land, seems devoid of any signs of life. But as soon as the first drops of rain fall from the sky, a sleeping giant awakens underground, and it's best to stay away. You're on Zane TV, and today we'll look at the African burrowing frog of the day. Don't forget to rate this video and subscribe to the channel. We're getting started.
God has quite an imagination, doesn't he? I think people should pray more. They should
being put, words were being.
People should pray more. They should pray harder. This is a tribute to David Wilcocksucker, that famous shill that people love. Famous shill.
Go for break, or if the conference was over.
Things can be faked. There's new technologies that we don't even know of that could have affected him. It could have just been simply that he was having a hard time and committed suicide. And I think it's possible. And that.
Okay. And I'll continue on going into the presentation. We have also Bill Levine, who was one of David's good friends, should be joining us shortly in about 7 or 8 minutes. We'll see if he shows up. I mean, he said he would. I shouldn't say that. We'll see when he shows up, because he's never been on StreamYard, and it's been a while. So hopefully that will be seamless. But just getting back to, someone says I was frozen. Uh-oh. Go Glad you're live again and unfrozen. Oh, your video is back now. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. My computer is so slow. It's like a turtle. And I've been having so much difficulty in putting videos out because it just lags and lags and lags. If it happens again, let me know. I will stop everything for a minute or two and I will go to my laptop. So everybody's good now? Everybody, thumbs up? Yeah? I'm on my desktop right now. I do have a laptop that would probably be better, but hopefully everything's good now. Yeah? Me thumbs up if you think so. Is it good? Yeah? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I will continue. So, to get back to David, and I'm just going through his story, giving facts about David until Bill comes on. But, you know, the thing that David really concentrated on is humanity is really not what we think it is. And, you know, we're living through some kind of transformation. He talked about that in the Law of One. David was really taken by the Law of One, studied it extensively, and he was really probably the first and the best person at interpreting the Law of One, because it is rather complex. That's one of the aspects of the Law of One that makes it seem so believable, is that it's fairly complex. And he does a great job. He puts it in almost every one of his books, especially in the Source Field Investigations and the Synchronicity Key. He will quote the Law of One, and then he will write out what the interpretation is, kind of like Shakespeare. Not as difficult, but you know, David definitely believed we were living through a transformation, and one of the major turning points in David's early public identity was his connection to Edgar Cayce. And I don't have the pictures right now to show you. Let me just make sure you guys frozen again. It's fine though. Go to the laptop, frozen now. Okay, let me try. I'm going to keep it right here. I'm going to try to connect that laptop while I go off and do that. So just give me a second. I'm getting my laptop.
A transformation. Living through a transformation. It almost looks like a demon face on that chair. Isn't that remarkable? That beat up, torn up chair that looks like it's fake leather. Almost looks like a diamond face on there. The funny thing is, people are wishful thinking syndrome creatures. They're hoping for things to get better here. People are very attached to this hell realm. Have a good weenie roast. Have a great night, Mayhem. Have a great night. 58% of the global under 5 years old deaths, sub-Saharan Africa. It's almost 60%. Millions of children die, 2.8 million. The annual child death toll. Millions die as people praise God. Praise God, they say. Praise God as millions of children die. It's not for lack of evidence. The evidence is overwhelming, but so are human emotions. Humans don't want to see the truth. You don't want the truth, and I'm going to keep saying that probably for the rest of my life until my last breath, because you've shown me that about humanity. Most humans hate the truth, and you despise truth speakers. And I know by the way that most of you on earth treat me, what you are. You show me in no uncertain ways, very clearly, what most of you are. And by the way, you will pay for your spiritual crimes. Even if you say you don't want to, that doesn't matter. You will. You will pay for your spiritual crimes, you fuckers in this realm. You have all kinds of excuses. But so few of you can speak any goddamn truth in this place. Looks like a diamond right there. Looks like the face of a diamond on his chair. It's fitting. I spotted that. It doesn't matter to me if you don't see it. It doesn't matter to me if you go your whole life and you can't even spot demons. I can. I don't need zombies to verify what I can do. Because I know most of you on Earth. There's supposedly over 1 billion people in China, and the reason they can be controlled is most of them are very much the same, with slight variations in personality, but in terms of obedience, they just follow. And most of you humans are followers, perhaps not as much as the Chinese, but overall, people are followers in this realm. You follow evil. You follow evil. You rarely listen to a good being that's speaking. Most of you follow evil. See where it gets you.
This is what happens when you go live. All right. Okay, everybody could see me and hear me. All right, all right. I'll take your word for it. Thank you. Let me just get the light out a little bit more here. It's getting dark. Okay. That there was a pattern or correlation between what these people were experiencing. And you know what? Let me bring Bill in here. Okay. I'm going to add Bill to the stage. Hey, Bill, how are you?
Hey, guys. Yeah, Michael Newton. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Michael Newton. I was just talking about that. I was giving people background context on David Wilcock from the time he was born, and we were going up to this part here. But I'll stop. I have you on, and I want to thank you for coming on.
Someone in the chat said if he killed himself over money, it shows he was still trapped in the Matrix. I'm sorry for laughing. I can't help these humans. They think if you don't care about money that you're out of the Matrix. They're like Ian. They just don't understand. They don't understand that they're in a system. They don't get it. They just don't get it. And it's everywhere I look. It's humans like that. They just don't get it. They don't get it. Oh my goodness. All you have to do is live like Ian. Live in your car and don't worry about money. Oh, there's so few on Earth. They'll always follow shit channels like this. And they love it. They love it.
You'll be on for the next half hour. And I appreciate the 2 interviews you did already with me. And you knew David Wilcock. And so you're one of the best people to have on. And I just wanted to celebrate his life, his teachings, his memory by doing this live stream.
What were his teachings? He talked about aliens and just all kinds of garbage. You people are such foolish idiots. I can only laugh at this point. I've tried so long to reach you, and you just, if given a choice between a fine dining meal, you'll go right to the sewer and just start eating sewage. That's what people do.
How are you doing today? How are you today, Bill?
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. You know, I was reading the liner notes by Graham Hancock to one of his books, and Graham.
He's not here anymore. According to Elizabeth April, somebody wrote in the chat, another fraud. They believe. Oh my goodness. You people never see. You can't see anything. You believe in every goddamn fraud they put on the internet. You just gobble it up.
Says exactly how I feel, that Dave was a leader in creating patterns between a lot of thought, deep thought, and about the ascension, about science, about spirituality, in a way nobody really had in mainstream internet video blogging. And he brought this consciousness, a little bit of this and that. And he was expert in a lot of things, knew about a lot of things. He wasn't an expert in one particular field, except maybe the law of one and a few other things. But nobody done that. And he opened up a lot of people. And I think the point is that we're all trying to grow and ascend, and we need inspiration. And Dave was an amazing researcher also. I mean, I said on the last talk he wasn't very scholarly, but he did a lot of research. He just didn't have a degree. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I believe he had a degree in psychology from New Paltz. But
yeah, I don't know if it was a BA or
it could have right. It could have been.
He wasn't an academic, yeah.
Right. I was just talking about that, and I was just saying that there's really never been, at least to my knowledge, somebody like him who could synthesize all of that knowledge. And he looked at everything in the New Age. He looked at the zodiac. He looked at reincarnation, karma, past lives, ancient civilizations, lost technology. He just put it all together in such a beautiful way. And he was a great writer, and he was a pure spirit. And I think it's a rarity. You don't see that. You see people, they're specialists, but you don't see someone like David who, this was his life. This was what he did.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate it so much. And that's one of the reasons why I was telling the audience I wanted to come on Sunday and make a tribute video to David.
Yeah. And another thing I'd say in his honor, in tribute to him, is during, I think it was the 90s, early 2000s, the talk shows, Kerry Cassidy, Coast to Coast, he was one of the top people on there. He was always, present in people's mind, and he just moved progressively up into Gaia TV and really made them for what they were. Now, whether some of the stuff he said was true or false, that's up to us to figure out, you and I and the audience. And, I can say that certain things, well, I'll just jump right in. For example, I did Aikido.
Rest and creep. Rest and creep. Yeah. Am I sure that he's actually dead? No, I'm not. They announce deaths all the time that never happened in this realm. Anyway, Creepy Chad, I'm not surprised. It figures that Creepy Chad would worship David Wilcox.
Aikido for many years. And Aikido,
Chad worships David's Wilcock, I think.
Uses chi, energy, and it always puzzled me until Dave explained it to me, how somebody can do an extended arm like this and have it immovable. You just put your arm out straight and muscle can't move it. And how can somebody pin somebody on the ground without touching them? How can a 90-year-old man go like this and throw a 250-pound man? And I've seen all this. I went to Japan and I saw these amazing feats of ki, it's called in Japan. And then I was reading Wilcock about the torsion fields. So what Wilcock argues is that the torsion field is like a big universe of water. And
Lizard Chad just flicked out his tongue right there. Just a I'm sorry. Oh, I just can't help it. You can't make this shit up. Just a big lizard tongue flick. And I am getting a little bit giddy because I haven't slept in so long, but this is perfect.
It's called in Japan. And then I was reading Wilcock about the torsion fields. So what Wilcock argues is that the torsion
right there, real big, quick tongue flick right out. Just flicking that tongue right out.
Throw a 250-pound man. And I've seen all this. I went to Japan and I saw these amazing feats of ki, it's called in Japan. And then I was reading Wilcock about the torsion fields. So what Wilcock argues is that the torsion field is like a big universe of water. and we're sponges, and we can absorb it and use it with our thought. So the torsion field is alive, aware, and responsive. So what?
I'm gonna sum something up for you. The best part about David Wilcock, all these things he looked into, are in the physical matrix. Even if it all worked, which it doesn't, you get to do it again. You get recycled because he didn't do anything on showing you it's a hell realm and helping you get out. And people love it. They love people that just keep them caged here. Go ahead and follow it forever. This creepy guy with his one eye bulging out like Capricorny. Oh, it's funny to me. It's funny. Most of you want to follow the ones that keep you enslaved because you're humans. Humans are so brilliant. They are. You have so much to teach about being slaves.
What these guys are doing is using breath and mind, and they're going with the breath in an icicle arm, and you can't bend it. Or, for example, you could try this one at home. Don't try that at home while you're drunk, the unbendable arm. That's an advanced thing. But if you put your attention up here, somebody can lift you. If you put your attention into your center, because you are aligned with the torsion fields and gravity, you can't be lifted. I mean, if you're 90
Gravity. Wow. What's gravity? Can you define gravity?
pounds, you can't lift a person. So it defies physics, and that's one thing that I owe David Wilcock for explaining to me.
Well, we do have some comments that are coming in, and if any of you guys have questions about David, hey, we have a guy on that knew him, and you weren't.
I have a model for all of reality for this whole system. But anyways, just please follow Garbage. I'm going to share the link for this guy's live stream. I'm too tired to try to convince anybody not to follow Garbage at this point. People love to follow shit channels. I'll drop a link for his shit live stream, and it is shit. Follow shit.
You were mostly friends with him, I would say, what, the early 2000s up to maybe when did you last have contact with David or start?
When I left the Baja, 20 on and off for about 12, maybe 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah, and people were wondering, you want to see the blogs where he mentions me in his dreams and that we jammed and all that. That's for some reason taken down right now, but whatever. Just trust me. I met him. I went to his parties. I met, went to hear him talk and read his books. And then I had some disagreements with him, and problems with him, but I didn't take it personally because I knew he was a visionary and he was working for the betterment of raising consciousness in his way. Now, I picked a different path. Mine was more to study Buddhism and the actual practice where what he's talking about, the great lamas figured it out by sitting on a cushion. And we can talk about that. It's a whole other episode, but I'm up for talking about that too.
Yeah, I'm curious. Did David ever practice any martial arts?
Not that I know of, but he had a lot of life force, natural chi, enthusiasm. I think he was eating consciously. He was eating a high vibrational diet, vegetarian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I remember him talking about being a vegetarian. Because I know there was a health expert named David Avocado Wolf, and I think the two of them made a video together.
I met him too at one of those parties.
Oh, you did? You
Yeah.
knew him. Yeah. When I was a vegan back in the day, this was about 15 to 20 years ago. I came across David Avocado Wolf, and I saw that David Wilcock did a video with him, But David, wasn't he more leaning going back to vegan at the end of his days?
I don't know that, his last 10 years, I didn't follow him. I got out of the matrix and just started doing my own thing. And, I wasn't really looking to gurus. I had a lot of falling outs with gurus. my
Avocado Wolf, and I saw that David Wilcock did a video with him. But David, wasn't he more leaning going back to vegan at the end of his days? Like
I don't know that, his last 10 years, I didn't follow him. I got out of the matrix and just started doing my own thing. And, I wasn't really looking to gurus. I had a lot of falling outs with gurus. My Native American guru, chief, my Tibetan guru, I threw out all my psychotherapy books and really more focused on breathing and meditation, living, doing what I wanted. So David, I wish I'd stayed in touch with him, because I feel at the end, we don't know what happened to him, but he could have used a helping hand and someone to talk to, and I don't know how many people he had around him at that time.
Yeah, we have a question from a viewer. I'll put it up on the screen. Main question here is, what do you think about the clairvoyants who said they talked to him after his passing?
Okay, that's a good question. I think it's possible. I mean, I take clairvoyant, channeled information, psychic information with a grain of salt, but that said, it could be absolutely true. I do know in Tibetan practice and Tibetan theory, there is a mind stream, and we sort of reincarnate. And I know, from deep phases of meditation, we don't die. Consciousness doesn't die. So his consciousness is going to reincarnate. I think he had a lot of angels. He had a really strong connection to his higher power. He has a lot of guidance right now and help. He could right now remain as an ascended master and help us that way psychically. He could come back and reincarnate. Absolutely.
He did, and he did inspire the ire of many people. And in the comment section, I see some of these quotes. I'll put a comment up here. Someone says, David went against every single word he preached to everyone. He didn't believe anything he said himself. And one of the great things about the comments you'll find, Bill, is that people really speak their mind because they're basically anonymous. But what do you think about that quote where this viewer, Savvy, says that David went against every single word he preached to everyone? He didn't believe anything. What do you think about that?
I mentioned that in the first interview, that I called BS on a lot of stuff. But not all of it was BS. So he did genuinely care about helping others. I think he cared about his community. It was, you and I are talking virtually. So we may appear like great friends, but we're not sitting in a room together. It's different. I don't know. I think his inner circle was smaller. He wrote in his books that he suffered personally, and out of that pain, he was able to talk about love and light and higher consciousness. And whether he actually ever achieved it, I think you can't do it without a practice. You need to practice. You got to do a lot of personal journey work. He was so smart that a lot of it, he stayed in his head. He was in his head. And I don't think it was BS. I think it was just more a cerebral view of how things should work, and promises about ascension and going to higher densities. I'm achieving impossible results right now in my life. I'm doing things I never dreamed of. I'm happier than I ever thought I could be. It is possible to vibrate higher, and Dave inspired me to do that. This is a point. Okay, you can't. A person is like a redwood tree. You can't judge a tree until it's fully grown. Dave was going through the dark night of the soul, as he talked about it in the hero's journey. He still had not really come and fully purified to return from the mountaintop, so to speak, with the fire back to civilization. He was still doing growth, and I don't think any of us can judge him without knowing what he would have been in 10, 20 years.
I have some questions for you, and we have some comments, but there's a question that's coming in from Miss Ann Walker, and she says, what are you doing to vibrate higher? So I guess you say you're happier than ever and you're doing better than ever. What exactly are you doing, Bill?
Well, that would be another talk about me. And I could just say briefly, I'm out of the matrix because I understand the sky-like nature of mind. I was living like a burlap was in front of my eyes, and I actually removed the burlap. I'm in a place where I'm not dualistic. My actual perception is not subject and object. So I can look at your video, I look at your hat, your earphones, your chair. I don't stick to anything in my perception. I don't say, oh, I like that, I don't like that. But how I got there through practice of meditation, lots of hours, that's another story. But I'd rather focus, and there's a lot of things I'm doing. I'm in Mexico, so there's a lot of things I'm doing, but I want to focus more on Dave today.
Yes, a question. Did Dave ever, by the way, if you just tuned in to the live stream, this is Bill Levine. He was a good friend of David Wilcox. Did David ever talk to you about his dreams and any prophecies?
I was in a couple of his dreams. When I knew him in like 2005, 6, 7, 8, he was really heavily into his dreams, and he would write about them in his blogs, and he called it dream data and channeled data. And what was brilliant is he'd write down his dreams. He was really into Stephen LaBerge, lucid dreaming, where you can be awake in your dream. You just say, tonight I'm going to remember my dream. Like you're going to remember to go shopping. And I did it with my girlfriend. She could not remember any dreams until I just said, just say tonight I'm going to remember it. And she did, just the first time. So that if you can learn lucid dreaming and be awake. And what was brilliant about Dave is he could remember a dream he had a year ago, 10 years ago, put it in with something he read from Russia, tied in with something new on the internet. Yes, he did talk to me. And I think that was, he was very in touch. He had trained himself, disciplined himself to be lucid in his dreams and remember his dreams.
Yeah, he talked a lot about meeting an older, wiser man in his dreams. And sometimes it was in an alien spaceship. I know you can't prove anything, but
it could be possible. It could be.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, by the way, guys, if you have any questions, you could ask, and I'll ask Bill, as long as they're good enough questions to ask. Nothing crazy.
and where are you, Chad, on the whole? You sent me some notes about the death and the conspiracy, and there's like 5 different versions at this point. It's hard to say.
Well, yeah, I was going to bring something up because one of my viewers, and I'll bring this up here. One of my viewers said that, and I'll quote this to make it maybe a little bit better. So she basically said that David's friend was going to take over his channel, and that actually it was David's friend who called the police, not David, I believe she said. This is from the comments section.
Yeah.
So I don't know if any of that is true, but she said that there was a person that was talking about it on her channel, and I'm just looking for it now so I could tell you the name of that person. I'm sorry, I don't have that information right in front of me, but I'll let you speak and I'll look for it.
Yeah. Well, what I can say is at this point there are 4 or 5 versions. One thing I haven't done is actually look at the Boulder County coroner's report to see how he actually died, and sometimes what kind of gun was it? It's hard to kill yourself if you have a shotgun, but and then that can be faked. So I don't know if there's the movie Kurosawa's, I think it's Rashomon, where it's a accident, a crime happens, and the movie's 3 stories, and each person has a different version of what happened. There's 3 complete movies in one movie, because all these versions about Wilcox's death are possible, and we live in a realm where it's really hard to know the truth. Things can be faked. There's new technologies that we don't even know of that could have affected him. It could have just been simply that he was having a hard time and committed suicide. And I think it's possible. And that was actually my position a few weeks ago or last week. But now that with, reality is amorphous, the world is what we think it is. Dave's death is what we think it is. It's all possible.
I found, there's a couple of viewer questions, but before I get into them, let me just bring up this comment. So someone says that Corey Good, who was an insider that most people now know that really wasn't giving David real information, or at least that's the claim, said in a live stream that he's going to do a TV series for big money on this, I guess meaning David's life, and asked viewers to contact the mainstream media outlets for him so he can get his deals. And also said that there was a woman who was talking about this, and her channel is called American Discourse News. So I don't know. I haven't had time to look into it, but there is a question here by one of the viewers, and it's a good question, so I'll put it up here. Was Corey Good a real friend of David Wilcox? I don't know what to think about Corey. What do you think, Bill?
My opinion of Corey is that he was fake. Although I believed him at first. I do know that they were appearing at these conscious expos and in Palm Springs. There was a big one with David Avocado Wolf, Corey Good, David Wilcox, all the people who have the audacity and the ego and confidence to be out in front of a camera and just lie, and David, I don't think was lying, but Corey Good, I think if you listen to Bill Ryan from Kerry Cassidy and Bill Ryan, who knew all about the deepest whistleblowers and real researchers who'd studied, the papers and the history of ufology. And then Corey Good comes around in the internet age, gleaming stuff from forums and putting together, and then other people are saying they do the 20 and back or 30 and back, zero evidence. And now, if somebody's BSing, what are they? Why? I mean, what are they getting? Well, money. He was having financial problems. It's a way to suddenly get on Gaia TV, get paid. So Dave stayed with Corey till the end. Was saying it was the deep state debunking him, and I think that was a mistake for Dave. But everything would have unraveled, for him on Gaia. Anyway, that said, I've made mistakes. I've thought incorrectly and corrected myself. Again, we can't judge David for that.
But why would someone like Corey Good lie? Such a huge lie,
Well,
and,
if you don't know the answer, it's for the money. I think he did it for the money. When it comes to money and we find a way to make money, people can get kind of crazy.
Yes. Just look at Bernie Madoff. He pulled a scam on people for 30 years, and people believed him for 30 years.
Yeah.
Until he was caught.
You've got a president now who every single thing out of his mouth is a lie. Lying is the new zeitgeist, and it's infected, like you were saying, it's infected other people. They're a little more aggressive. They're both. So, and also, if you look at it into the context and the zeitgeist, we don't know what's real anymore. Am I a virtual image, or am I real? Yeah.
A lot of people, my videos, I'll make them in different locations, different settings, different lighting, different clothes. I mean, you can see I have a cut on You know, and people still question whether I'm real or not. And I always think, I don't know if you ever seen the movie Vanilla Sky?
Yeah.
With Tom Cruise, and towards the end of the movie, he's like, I'm real. I'm real. I mean, he wasn't real, so I just quote that quote. I'm real.
Yeah, that's the point, is that reality is what we think it is. And what somebody, to get back to that question, why am I so happy? I decided that my unhappiness was not real. I decided the reality I was living in was not real. There's a great book by Vladimir Nabokov, who wrote Lolita. It's called Invitation to a Beheading. And the whole book is this guy is in a like Kafka-like situation. He's been in prison and he's going to have his head chopped off the next day. And they don't explain why. And there's this big red bearded guard, and he's got this whole thing with the guard. In the last paragraph, he says, I don't believe this is real. And the guard disappears, the prison walls melt away, and the whole book, the whole story melts away. So that's why, like, chasing Corey Goode, was Corey Goode real or not? How did David Wilcock die? It's like chasing the breadcrumbs of a serial killer that you'll never find. You're always going to be 10 steps behind. And this was my big breakthrough moving to Mexico, is that I was an expert on every conspiracy you could imagine. And I moved here and I started telling people about it, and they would just say, well, I'm going to go like play music. I'm going to do some painting. I'm doing my, I'm going surfing. I'm working on organic permaculture. If you do, the power is in the moment doing your thing, not chasing the truth.
I know. One of my viewers commented that in this reality, you could never, ever know what definitive truth is, because it's kind of like Quicksilver. As soon as you have it in your hand, you think you have it, it's out. And by the way, we have a comment here. Someone says, I think they got to David's mind. And I'll let you comment on this, Bill, but I was going to say, today I was watching a video where it was an actual TV station. And I believe it was in California, and this might have been from a few years ago. And these people were saying that there was this mind technology that was being words were being put into their head. And there was about up to 600 people in that area that all came together and said the same thing, that there was thoughts, and they could hear it just as clear as if you and I were talking right now. So was it possible that the deep state implanted this invasive mind technology into David Wilcock? Oh, 100%.
Yeah, there was, I don't know if it was a TED Talk, but the new interfaces between consciousness and the web, and somebody's thinking, I'm going to order a pizza, and half an hour later in the talk, the pizza's delivered. And nobody saw him call for it. Vice versa, now you're at Walmart and they're reading you biometrics and seeing your mood, and you're reading your body and your eyes. And they can raise the price of something you're about to buy, see if you're happy in this one section. And so, yes, my first reaction to the David Wilcock death was that it was mind control, and that some kind of technology was used. But then I started watching more videos, and he seemed to be decompensating. And when I found out about the stresses he was under, we all have a breaking point. I mean, you see all these terrible movies, everybody getting tortured has a breaking point where they say, that's it, just kill me, or I've had enough. They could have pushed him. He was being cyberbullied, the divorce, the legal problems, financial problems. I mean, he had a few million saved up, but he was also paying a lot of money in legal fees. And his persona was this king. He was this great person. He didn't see himself suffering again and being living in a small apartment or something. So at a certain point, issues of shame, like in the Wall Street crashes, people jump off the building because they're so ashamed they've lost their money. It's possible. All of these explanations are possible.
Hopefully I'm not glitching out a little bit. Am I okay, Bill?
You're glitching.
Yeah, I know. I can help.
Okay, now it's better.
I'm just a glitcher. It's my computer, probably. But I have a question here from NBITS. What did David say about finding your purpose?
Yeah, finding your purpose. That's a good question, and that's really okay. I wanted to talk to you about this and on your show. Everything is set up in society, in the matrix, to keep us away from our purpose. So if you could find your purpose, you've achieved a revolution, a radical takeover of and exit of the matrix. You've taken over the system. You've created your rules. You've made up your rules. And there was, I don't know if you can find it, but there's a picture of Dave standing with his arm like pointing out to the sun like a warrior. And I actually did that in one of my sessions with him. And I said, get your center. And this I learned from a black belt Aikido guy, and point, where do you want to go? I want to go there. I want to go there. And I do it with my thought, my center, working with thought, working with center. So the methodology of manifesting your purpose is keeping your body really powerful, good vibration, diet, exercise, but mostly your mind. You have to believe it without any doubts. No fears, uncertainties, or doubts. So a lot of things coming to my mind, but E equals MC squared minus R. Effectiveness equals motivation and concentration minus resistances. And the resistances, so manifesting, you can't manifest without eliminating resistances, doubts, fears, uncertainties, attachments, bad, toxic people. So to find your purpose is what nobody, the economy doesn't want you to do. They want you to be so oppressed, and I'm sure you've talked about this, that you don't have time to find your purpose. So it's also an economic thing. It's about getting out. If you're in a room of smoke, like I was being sprayed like an insect in LA with the chemtrails, get out. Don't try to find your purpose. If you're a Somalian or Ethiopian, I've been to Ethiopia and I love those people, but you're living in a red hot desert, you should get out of there. You know, go to a place where there's water and more food. So then, yeah, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we got to move up. Granted, yes, we have to have food, shelter, granted, but purpose, if I get out of the way, and the methodology here is not only physical, but it's ontology, just being, and like a champagne glass, you let the bubbles blow up. Oh, that's a good one. Maybe I could do that. Maybe I could do that. And then you wait for things to rise, and you go, oh, that's the one. That's my purpose. I just let it be. And I had, from a deep meditation, talking to your guides, inner guides, you can find your purpose. Yeah.
Somebody else has a question about David Wilcock. It's kind of a different question. Maybe you have an answer for us. Question is, I have a Mandela effect. Wilcock or Wilcox? Or Wilcox or Wilcock?
I don't think it matters. Okay, next question.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know some people have talked about that in the past. I've seen that.
Well,
okay,
if you want to create a reality like that, you can. Yeah, and there's better things to focus on. Yeah.
Okay. Somebody else asked, I'm going to go back in comments, but said, did David believe that aliens were us from the future?
Oh, David was the expert on aliens. David read books on UFOs from Eric von Däniken in the 70s to absolutely every single UFO book. And he talked from insider knowledge, and want to confirm he did know insiders. He knew him. I don't know how many, but I met at least one. Kerry and Bill Ryan interviewed him with other insiders, and he could ask them questions. He would actually conduct the interviews for Kerry because he knew more about ufology, ETs. And Bill Ryan, through David Wilcock at one point said, you cannot discuss UFOs without ETs from the future. Bill Ryan said that at one point. Time is circular. Maybe there's ETs from the past. Maybe there's ETs from the present, evolving present, many futures, many dimensions. Also, higher powers. So faith, okay, so when I meditate and I feel joy and suddenly my heart opens, and then I look outside, which happened today, and two kestrels are sitting on a palm tree, perched right in front of my window, mirroring the love I'm feeling right now in my life with my girlfriend. So we're talk about the source field, everything's interconnected. That's the reality that I believe we're looking for. And the ETs from the future are a metaphor for us wanting a angelic helping hand to come. And God